and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is, where you is. Welcome to Midnight's Edge in the morning. I am Tom Connors. With me is the boss man, Andre. How you doing?
I am doing excellent. It's been a very interesting week, and I look forward to looking back on all of the craziness with this amazing panel.
Speaking of week, this is the week I've had so far. This pretty much sums up this week.
Well, I remember our good friend Nina Infinity was complaining about the color palette in Boba Fett, that she didn't like it in the trailer. Well, she got a lot of color this episode.
Well, we found the color palette that was supposed to be in the Eternals, evidently.
It was quite a noticeable color palette.
Yeah,
that's actually true. I mean, if that color palette had been in the Eternals, because that's a very Jack Kirby palette,
yep,
all would have been good.
But speaking of palettes, we have a palette of guests here today, quite a few. We have Kamran Pasha with us. How you doing, sir?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Doing the best I can with what I got.
Get some sleep. This guy doesn't get any sleep.
I did get a little bit,
thing.
But I had a lot of work this week. And hopefully you guys have seen the video this morning. And also with us is Script Doctor. Mm-hmm. He is not a doctor in real life, but he plays one on YouTube.
That's correct. Good morning, and thank you so much for having me today.
We're always glad to have you, of course.
Yeah, the whole world is run by people who are not doctors in real life, so we just
that's right.
You're absolutely correct, sir.
Also,
not even honorary doctors.
I have to let Andre introduce this individual joining us. One lovely lady.
Hello, gentlemen. It's always wonderful to be with you on a Friday.
I think Paulie has a button in here for you.
Oh, a button?
Noise.
I'm not playing the whole thing.
I love it.
They're 30 seconds long.
I love it.
And last but not least, one of our other members of the crew, Mr. Culture Casino. How you doing today?
Fantastic. It's been a lovely Friday so far, and I can't wait to get through the rest of it. And plus, I get to hang out with some of the coolest people on the planet. So thanks for letting me in the door today.
Awesome. You know what I got in the mail from one of our fans? A koala calendar.
Oh, I love that. That's awesome.
That's cool.
So it's like koalas leaning against like trees and
I don't know, just pictures of koala. I'm assuming koalas in the rain, but
you know what needs more koalas? Star Wars. Star Wars needs more koalas.
Don't give them ideas, my friend.
You know what?
We already have one in Star Trek.
Star Wars needs more Star Wars in the Star Wars.
Yeah, well
they'll be colorful koalas. They'll be.
I like Sons of Teletubbies. I'm sorry, it was really cool. Kind of a unique, spin on things. It would have been better if there were like rainbows following each color of each bike through the street. Wouldn't that have been a great like little tracer trails behind them? Like light cycles, only not.
I thought they signed some sort of advertising deal or commercial deal with a Vespa, manufacturer, but I guess not, right?
I was a Vespa manufacturer, and my bikes went that fast, or sorry, quote slow. I'd be filing for bankruptcy.
Probably. Oof, rough.
Rough is indeed what this Boba Fett show has been, but we'll probably talk a little bit about that later. We got some other things to discuss. Andre, what brings us here this morning besides the morning show?
Well, for those that haven't seen, we published our third installment of the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe retrospective series today. Wow. And today we brought some relatively new information on the table. I mean, it's kind of been implied before. There have been a couple of like proper documentaries on the matter, but all of them have been very afraid to touch the detailed topic of exactly why He-Man failed in the 80s. Just really skimmed over that. Like, oh, it just had its time and it suddenly disappeared. No, there's much more to it. In fact, it was a precursor to everything that's happened in modern entertainment today. So everyone, go and check that video out. Beyond that, we have some pretty cool topics to talk about today. I mean, it's been a pretty eventful week. Of course, there's Boba Fett with its color palette and Power Rangers and all of those things. But we also have some...
And driving through the streets of Tatooine in a massive fight against fruit.
I would compare him more to the neutrinos from TMNT than I would the Power Rangers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but beyond that, we also have some more disappointments for Kathleen Kennedy. We have some good meltdowns on G4TV, which also create some headlines that we're going to talk about. We haven't been able to talk about them before because, again, these massive retrospective videos, they do take quite a lot of resources. So we'll make up for that in the next few days. Plus, we'll have a pretty information-dense show for you today. There's also another installment of Quantum Leap in development. There's more reshoots in the world of Marvel TV. So Kamran will take us a little bit through that. So yeah, good times.
Other news, it seems that Tim Allen isn't as canceled as we thought. Looks like he's getting a Santa Claus sequel series for Disney Plus.
Wait, why was he canceled? I don't remember that.
Just because he's conservative.
Okay.
I meant his show, but yeah.
Yeah, he likes
that got
God.
picked up on another network.
Yeah, he likes. Yeah, he likes God too, so that's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, he's a recovering addict, so I don't blame him for that. Like he's a good guy. I think he's funny.
Well, I once sat in a meeting with one of the major television studios. I won't say which one, and it was actually pretty high level, big boss at this television studio, and a couple of the underlings, and I just briefly referenced a script I was doing and mentioned something about God, and the big boss at the head of the studio was like, "Oh, yeah, we all know that there's no God, right?" And I was like, "I should have kept my mouth shut, but I couldn't." I said, "Well, do we really know that?" and started engaging him, and he was like, "I'm not sure you're working on my studio." So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Beliefs are a fickle thing. So yeah, let's dive into the first topics here, and let's.
Maybe we should grab some super chats first, don't you think? Or...
Yeah, well, you're right. Maybe we should begin with that, because we've gotten some super chats from our lovely audience, which includes the likes of Joe Pat 87's greetings, that 70s rock fan. Culture Casino is also in the audience as well as on the panel. How awesome is that? Will Bloom is here, Larry is here, Debon Martin is here, and Jared Scott, John Cipolla, The Ghost DS, and Tots even says Slay Queen. And I'm not even going to repeat that. Tom, you want the honor?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you want to read what's on there?
Slay Queen 11111.
There, you nailed it.
Next, now with more feeling.
I guess I don't get what I'm doing.
Mucho gusto. Come on.
Yeah, and then we also have Hypergiver 2, who talks about the woman in the thumbnail, Froskurin. Looks like the love child of Justin Bieber and MGK, Machine Gun Kelly, I believe.
Yes.
100%.
Oh, that's her name? I thought it was Foreskin.
Oh my.
So I don't know what any of that is about. So you're gonna have to really educate me when we get to I don't know what's happening there. So
it turns out that she had sort of a meltdown during a broadcast, and she expressed her ideas, which I don't think very many people share. But during her meltdown, she, along with her colleagues, were kind of egging her on and clapping in a very odd way. So much so that everybody is looking at it. She made some statements about what she believed regarding her looks and how men perceive her looks.
Oh, okay, I see.
You know what a lot of it is she probably gets fan mail or non-fan mail every day saying, "We like Olivia Munn better, go away." So that's probably why.
Here's the best part of it was that she admitted she is nothing more than a talking head and not an actual person that knows what she's talking about.
Yeah.
What I love is,
anyway,
we got to get to the video portion.
Yes,
of it so people
let's get into the story right away. Let's get into this story. We have more super chats. We have member chats. We're going to get into all of it. But since Hypergiver 2 got us started on Froskurin, that's, by the way, how you pronounce it. Because for some reason, this woman decided that she wanted to learn Icelandic. And she calls herself Froskurin, which is Icelandic for frog.
For frog?
Yeah, frog. Frog in Icelandic is Froskurin. in modern day Norwegian is just frosk, so I kind of understand that.
So we're talking about
easily.
old school frog, old school.
Yeah, real old, like Viking era frog.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, let's get into this story first. Because, Tom, just to set the stage here, because not everyone in our audience will know exactly what G4TV is. Because that is something that is quite familiar to many American audiences, but we have quite an international audience here. So, Tom, before you play the clip, give us a setup. What is G4TV?
Yeah,
What is it all about? And who has been there before, both that we have had on the panel and who preceded this this lady?
Well, you had the likes of Olivia Munn and such, but of course, our good friend, the man I want to be like when I grow up, Mr. Chris Gore, has been on G4 for quite a few years back in the day.
But what is it? What is
I was just getting to that. Sorry, I was swallowing my lunch. You had to ask me that. It was in the middle of taking a bite. G4 is basically a video game channel where they review, play video games. They did try to do some original programming. It didn't work out necessarily the greatest. It kind of peaked somewhere around, early 2000s, and then it just kind of faded away. But yeah, Chris was part of, I believe, the original OG crew. I'm trying to think of the other chick that was on there after Olivia. I can't think of who it was. But it was a pretty popular channel for quite a while. Who was it?
Morgan
yes,
Webb was there at the beginning.
Was she the first one? Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember which one. Yeah, it's been 20 years since
exclusives because she was on X-Play stuff. I know this because one of my friends had to co-write scripts with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, anyway, but yeah, so like basically the show is just kind of like most of the time it'd be like talk show form, basically kind of what we see here, but they would just, wax about the games and whatever, talk about what's coming up.
So basically these gamer channels, they if I understand gamer culture, I'm not a gamer despite having written a best-selling game. There's always usually like a hot chick on these things, right? Like that's how that works, right? Because it's just like the sports channels, like ESPN always has this.
Yeah, really that would be where Olivia Munn came into the picture, and Morgan before her.
And so she feels she's not living up to the culture of that. Well, let's see the clip.
Yeah, you want to get into the clip? Let's do that.
All right.
Just tell me when to pause when we want to pause, Andre.
So when this originally happened, and my gaming grievance was actually going to be about Red Dead Online. So the subreddit for Red Dead Online, I'm a huge Red Dead Online player. I love Red Dead Redemption 2. I think it's probably my favorite game of all time. And right now, the Red Dead Online community are trying to get this hashtag going called Save Red Dead Online. And they've got it covered by Kotaku, Polygon, Game Rants, like Forbes, I think, also did a coverage of it. And they think that this will get Rockstar's attention and Rockstar will come back to them and give them exactly what they want.
No one cares.
Scroll this down. I'll tell you when to stop scrolling. Good. Going to have to cut this B-roll in a second. I think there is a larger discussion about Red Dead Online and that we need to have eventually about game design versus immersive experience and comparing the Red Dead Online multiplayer experience versus the solo player one.
Yeah, no one
I actually
cares.
want to talk about something
more.
G4.
Where would you talk about her?
Now you made me jump ahead.
This is not where I thought we were going.
Here we go.
You made me jump ahead too far.
In joining G4,
God damn it.
sexism in gaming. In joining G4,
This is not where I thought we were going.
I know,
I'm here.
I had no idea.
I'm listening. Yeah.
In joining G4, I was ecstatic to be part of something that I grew up watching as a child. But every time G4 is brought up in various channels, even in this YouTube channel, we have the chat in front of us. I can see you. Without a doubt, there will be backlash because I'm not as bangable as the previous host. It's somehow
Talk to him, Frost.
It has somehow been expected that you can talk about how much you jerked off to women as a compliment. It's not a compliment.
It's weird.
It's dehumanizing and it's weird. Women do not exist to be nice on the eyes for you. Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn did not exist to be nice on the eyes for you.
Hey, she cooking, y'all.
Yeah, pause it for a second here.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay. So
and I know Papa John to the left here is definitely jerked off to her, but anyway, I'm just assuming.
Yeah, but anyway,
look at all those dudes really clapping as if they're like
exactly. Look here how she's.
It's the same level of applause the actual channel TV channel got with their live audience.
So wait, so basically she's saying the opposite of our congresswoman. Nobody wants to bang me. Is that what this is?
It's confession through projection.
Okay.
Well, there's several layers to it, but the thing that I want to emphasize with this is that at no point has she so far said that what I'm about to say only affects a tiny, tiny minority of the audience. I know that most people aren't like this. However, we do have some rotten apples in our audience. There was nothing like that. The way that she does it is like, okay, I have a message for all of you men watching, every boy watching, every single one of you this applies to. The way that she's talking here is that she's universally labeling absolutely everyone that's watching. That's just from her phrasing and how she does
low
this.
self-esteem here. She's saying I'm not as bangable as Olivia Munn. I mean, she's just putting that out there as if it's a fact, and there seems to be a lot of internal issues being presented to us.
Maybe if she didn't walk around looking like an anime character, she wouldn't have that fucking problem.
Yeah, I just want to bring up Hyperguyver's super chat here again, saying looks like the love child of Justin Bieber and Machine Gun Kelly, 100% untouchable by men and women. And of course, one generally shouldn't. Like for instance, if you look at the other hosts here, I mean, if one were to talk about like their level of sexiness and appeal and stuff like that, then I mean, there's a lot of work with there. It's not necessarily going to be too many compliments to that effect.
Well, me neither. I look like a fucking thumb, but I'm not out here going, "Oh, woe is me." Nobody wants to bang me out there in my audience.
All right,
you know.
So
like,
I feel we should now turn our attention to the very attractive woman on our panel to give insights here, because I think this is a woman can help us understand what's happening here.
Yeah, I thank you, Kamran. That's very kind of you. I have a lot to say about this because, clearly she's responding to something that's happened off screen. This is something that maybe she's been getting messages about, and I guess she does perhaps have some self-esteem issues, but there's a lot of things that she said that in her mind, she's kind of rationalizing, why she's getting these responses from people or what she's been hearing from other gamers or other, even maybe some of the guys she's working around with now, who she's obviously talked to about this before, hasn't she? Because they're supporting her. They weren't shocked that she brought this up. He said he didn't think this conversation was going to go in this direction, but I have a feeling that this team has talked about this, because perhaps people are writing in and saying, is Olivia Munn going to return? Or, what is it with perhaps her attitude towards some of the gamers? Why does she feel this way? Well, she's entitled to feel whatever way she wants. But some of the things she said, like, for example, women existing to, we don't exist to look good for people or nice on the eyes. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, we kind of do. I mean, physical attraction, this is why we're all here. This is the spice of life. This is why we exist. It brings us joy. So I don't like that the association she made with that comment is kind of like you're tearing down the joy of being attracted to somebody. It's like, despite what she decides in her mind, everybody exists for this purpose. Am I supposed to believe from this comment that, you're not attracted to someone and therefore it doesn't matter, that attraction is not important? Yes. When I wake up in the morning, I get dressed, and I sure hope someone notices that I took an effort to make myself look good. And I hope it's a man that feels that way. And that's okay. I admit that. I'm really happy when someone pays me a compliment. Thank you, Kamran, for paying me a compliment. It's the truth. I wake up in the morning and I say, yeah, I wonder how that will look. I hope, someone will notice that I made an effort to look good. And I think men feel the same way as well. I think men wake up in the morning and they say, I want to look good. I want to hope someone will notice and will compliment me on that. And we have this kind of, it's ironic she makes this comment because it's natural for us to feel this way towards one another when we're attracted. So we have this environment where people are afraid to go ahead and say, you look great. There's a real fear now because of comments like this, to say that we aren't here to look attractive to the opposite sex or to the same sex or to whomever. It's just really not true, is it? I mean, come on. If that were the case, it just isn't true. It's really, but something inside of her is making her say this. Mm-hmm. I think that she feels she might even have been objectified. I don't care whether she comes on there wearing, something terrible or not something that I like. That woman is not unattractive, but she's upset. She's really upset right now. She's actually toned it down a bit, but she felt like she had to say something. And I'm sure this group has said, whatever you do, don't talk about the comments they made about your sexual attractiveness. But, don't talk about that in this forum. And she's decided on her own that she's going to talk about it. And she's forcing them to face this. And now the guys who are around her, who are probably genuinely nice guys, have no choice but to clap. They have no choice but to clap. Yeah, come on, they don't believe. Do you really believe these men? Look at these men. Do you really believe that they believe that she isn't there for them to look and say, she's a beautiful woman, I think she's hot? Come on, they don't believe that, but they have to support her.
Actually, I think that she is someone that's there very much so to avert the highly problematic male gaze.
Oh.
Well, fun fact, Olivia Munn got her job because during her audition, she forgot to wear a bra.
Forgot.
Yeah, that's what she says. She forgot. We all know what really happened there. It was
but,
a fierce competition for a lot of pretty ladies to be as a co-host for, I think, Attack of the Show. And yeah, she went in there, wore a loose shirt, no bra, and next thing you know, she's hired the following week.
So all of these things, what has said and what your script writer is saying, they are circling around something that was obvious previously, but is now socially uncomfortable to say aloud, at least in many circles, certainly in Los Angeles and Hollywood, which is that certainly in visual media forms, women are often hired for their attractiveness. In fact, I would suggest very regularly, certainly in the media, right? And when shows, whether they're sports shows or gamer shows, which I would think there were probably both of those genres are more male than female, even though there's a lot of women that honestly love those activities. Then the reality is, on ESPN, like I said, you'll have 5 talking heads who are former athletes and this one incredibly hot woman who knows all the stats perfectly, right? And
there's a big difference here, though, Kamran. There's a big difference here. ESPN is, at least in a sense, pretty straightforward, very formal.
Mm-hmm.
I know the root of this issue is pretty much there used to be these little bits where you'd have Olivia Munn or Morgan or whatever, and they would be in some kind of sexy clothing of some type or in some precarious position for some reason. And then at the end of the little gimmick or the skit, what's his face over there on the right on the TV? I can never remember his fucking name. But anyway, that guy was always made out to be the ass in the end, right? Like that was usually how the little skits went. So I'm sure she was kind of upfront about like, I'm not going to do any of those demeaning little skits and shit like that. Like they did a lot of stuff like the Man Show, right? Like that was kind of the original tone of the channel, was very masculine, very male oriented, a lot of similar kind of stuff that you would see on the Man Show. And so I'm sure she's kind of just talking out against that. Sorry.
And to sort of continue, more of what she talked about, the idea of, I kind of find it laughable because, the idea that, she's rating herself against someone else, which is something you should never do. Just be you. Don't compare yourself to other people. But I have a feeling, I can't say for certain, but off camera, these were discussions that were had by this very team. And I think that might be something that she's holding inside that she's not comfortable with. I mean, I think that for people to talk, and aren't we all doing that in our minds anyway? Aren't we all saying, that's an attractive person, I'd love to go out with them. I kind of feel like this is just sort of inner talk, but perhaps in another language. This person is bangable, this other person isn't bangable. Would you do that? People think these things in their mind. But I think that for her to come out and talk about it, it's bothering her deeply. I don't know whether this is the right place for her to be doing this because, like I said, I personally believe that before the show, they've had this discussion and have asked her not to bring this up again. But she's decided on her own that she's going to bring it up at this very moment. She felt compelled she had to do that. And so she has. But, truth be told, I think that it's okay to go ahead in your mind and rate people the way you want. You're going to talk about people who you're attracted to. You tell a friend. Now, if there are some cruel people out there who may be mocking her, who may be telling her she's not good enough and things of that nature. And it doesn't matter if she's the most beautiful woman in the world. Even the most beautiful woman in the world has been told these things. So I kind of think that in her mind, she's adjusting things and saying, well, I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to let everybody know I'm not going to stand for it. And I feel like I have to say it here. And as I said, that's why these men seem overly supportive. Like they're cheering and they're it's almost like they're mocking her, honestly, when you watch this, because, if they were really supporting her, I don't think they would kind of like be cheering on in this way. It's a very awkward way that they're doing that for me. You know, I think if I told somebody about this and they responded that way, I would say, well, you know, they're patronizing me. They're, you know, like it feels almost a little bit of a patronizing way. I'm not saying these guys are bad, but they almost have to, you know, seem overly supportive, because if they don't, there's a possibility that they may be criticized for not supporting her. And it's a very awkward situation for them, especially. Because this is like the gentleman said, I didn't think we were going to be talking about this right now. Can we please stick to the script, please, please, please? And she's like, hell no, I'm not going to stick to that script.
It does go on even more. And actually, the even funnier part was...
It gets better, so let's get into it.
In the chat, at the time, a bunch of the members of Geeks and Gamers, including Jeremy and Ryan and those, were in the chat. And I think that's who she was referring to when she said, I see you all in the chat. And because they were deleting their comments. So anyway, let's keep continue this.
Obvious sexism. You don't need to explicitly objectify women or declare that you hate women to be sexist. Just go ahead and check out Thorne's latest Meltdown on Twitter for some spark notes. Now, here at XPlay, our reviews are written and produced by a team of people. There are too many games for one person to shoulder the burden. So we divide and conquer. And when we use language like we or I, that's the reviewer. That's coming from the mouth and experience of the reviewer reading that review. And that's not to say that Gerard, TBH, Adam, or myself don't contribute to the reviews. We absolutely do. But it'll always be in varying degrees and take a whole team behind us. That's why we're XPlay and not Adam Play.
Hold it right there. Yeah,
say that last part sounds completely like it was scripted.
It is scripted.
It is scripted. That's the whole point. So I don't think that this is something that she did. This whole thing is scripted, and she just admitted that all of these hosts and stuff like that, when it sounds like that, including her, when it sounds like that they're super informed about the stuff that they're talking about, she just admitted that there's a whole team behind them who are writing the scripts. It's all scripted.
Yeah, they're just talking heads.
They're talking heads.
And it's, you know, it's a little concerning. And I'm curious now. I know that they have a very messy set, right? I mean, you know, they're going for like, you know, I'm a thought in my basement doing video game streams on Twitch. That's the look that they're trying to go for with their set. And mind you, this is a very well staffed program. I guess, you know, the people who know better than me said the staffing's up over 20 people invested in making this web show. I mean, on a television set, right? So if you rewind just a little bit, Tom, is that a power bar over their head that they put on a Chiron? Or is that part of the set? If you go back a little more.
The red bar?
The wider shot. Yeah, there's a red bar over her head. There. Is that a power bar, or is that just unfortunate placement?
It doesn't look like a wall.
I think it's the latter.
No. The red bar.
The one that's a light.
Like an unfortunate placement.
That's an under cabinet counter light with a red filter with a red gel over
it.
Okay.
All right. I was freaking out. I'm like, did they just like Chiron a power bar over her head while she was talking? I'm like, but no, I guess not. But it's very
just a reminder, stay on script.
Yeah.
Well, people are asking if Midnight's Edge is scripted. I'm like, well, we needed a better writer. I think we should find.
Are you fucking kidding? Andre couldn't script.
Let's get outraged. Like, hey, what the chat's saying?
You heard me read. I can't.
I think we all prepare before we come on the air.
That's
and we
true.
do a lot of preparation before we come on the air to
we
make
read
sure
the articles
and
we know what we're talking about. I think.
Yes.
That we do, but
I mean,
beyond that, like we all have our different takes, but we don't necessarily know what each other's takes are, and also, as everyone who's been watching our streams also can say, exactly which topic comes up in which order. There we sometimes don't always agree, and now it's time for some super chats and stuff like that, and that's because the shows themselves are, or the live shows at least, are not scripted. Of course, the scripted videos, they are scripted, obviously.
You know how many times I get the equivalent of the kick under the table from Andre every show?
Don't say that. Yeah.
At least 2-3 times.
Private chat always has interesting stuff going on. Hey, I don't know about
enough. Stop.
Yeah, if you guys could like see the private chat that we have in the background here.
I know when I'm in big trouble because I don't get it in the private chat. I actually get an actual like DM. I know.
Yeah, that's when you know you messed up real bad.
It's like, now I gotta shut up.
Well, she continues to talk about whether or not, somebody has told her or has expressed that they jerked off to a photograph of her or something of that nature. And, to be honest with you, it's no different than the bangable comment, as far as I'm concerned, in the same category. But, I mean, I don't know. I think it's also something that people think in their head, but, perhaps they're not saying out loud. I don't think it's an insult to say, or if somebody says that they've done that, it's something that
I want proof that ever happened. I submit that never happened.
Men and women do this. For us, it's not jerking off or just masturbation or whatever it is. It's a natural thing.
Fine, but I submit that there's no mass movement. There's not going to be any place on the internet where you have loads of people talking about how much it was better jerking off to Olivia Munn than it was to her. I very much doubt that ever happened.
Yeah,
I do believe that this is a narrative that she has pulled out there. Maybe some of their writers really had to scour through Netflix or not Reddit or whatever forums the gamers use these days, and found, oh, here's one that mentioned in a completely different context, whacking off, but we can use that. Now we can use this to write a lengthy editorial.
I agree with you, Andre, on that, because I've not recently, not let's say this past year or two, but prior to that, I was in a lot of, playing many online games and cooperative play where people were making comments. And a lot of times the two things that I noticed was, one, that there would be sort of foul language. And because sometimes there would be children playing, someone would say, hey, watch the language. We have kids on the stream, and that would be the end of it. And then in regards to any sort of sexual comments, they do the same thing. Watch your comments. We have kids, there may be kids or underage people on here, and that would be the end of it. So for the most part, I've been, fortunate to see that the most gamers kind of patrol themselves. It's not an out of control situation. And, I think that in her particular case, perhaps she has been singled out. I don't know. But, gamers are controlling it themselves.
I think it's a lot of projection, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you ever notice a lot of these issues here? Yeah, well, not only that, a lot of these type of accusations where like people are like, "Oh, you're just jerking off over a comic book character" and all this kind of shit, is literally coming from people who that's all they talk about all day long, is who they want to fuck, what pronoun they are, all that kind of shit constantly. It's always on their mind, and if you're, they're worried about who you're fucking. Right, or not fucking, because that's what they're always worried about.
They want to talk about sex, but there's no other way for them to talk about it without it, kind of joining the group and saying, yeah, we enjoy sex. We like to masturbate to pictures of Henry Cavill, and imagine that we're with him, all whatever it is. They don't want to admit that they're doing these things or even masturbate. It doesn't matter who it is to, but the point is that if they want to actually verbally say these things, but they're not going to, because if they did it in their opinion and in their minds, it would look like they're joining us, and perhaps they don't want to do that because this false idea of objectification is not true.
But they do. I think they do.
Yeah, and I don't think that finding the opposite sex or the same sex, whatever you find attractive, is objectifying. Just find them attractive and enjoy it. That's what entertainment is about. Let's enjoy this. Enjoy it.
The thing is, in all of these comments, we've had them comments here, and there's always a jackass. There's always a troll. I don't think there's a cultural troll on any of these, and it triggers people sometimes. Look, I've been on the channel when one troll makes an anti-Muslim comment, and because I've been through a lot of this garbage in my life, it angers me immediately. And I know it's one troll, and I say something, right? I should ignore it, but I'm a human being. With her, that's what I'm saying. But it comes out of my experiences having endured a lot of garbage where I'm not bothering anybody and somebody comes up and hassles me because of my religion, right? And so I'm all I got out of this is that she has issues about herself, and her look is what it is, and I believe there are people that find that look attractive, and everyone's got their thing, right?
Absolutely. I think she's an attractive woman. I don't think she's unattractive. I think that everybody has their likes and dislikes, and that's natural, but she's not unattractive as far as I'm concerned.
My main problem with this is the type of people this keeps coming from are people who supposedly have issues with adult men masturbating over adult women, but these are the same motherfuckers who out there like, defending cuties and shit and trying to normalize certain lifestyles, let's say. Like, that's where I have
point, the super chat that take your 610 brought up on screen, saying in Ryan's video he showed the skit where Frost, that's this woman here, is touching a man's behind and another girl is fangirling over him. Groping men is played off as a joke.
It always is. And that's the funny thing is like I've said, I always joked about how women, men are always talked about how, like, the whole like gutter talk, it used to be called, or locker room talk, got kind of changed into. Do you ever listen to a group of women and bring up somebody like Jason Momoa? My God.
Yeah. Oh, now that he's single again, oh my God, it's gonna explode. Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you would hear some shit like you would never hear.
Well, sorry, I think you make a good point. And I think that there are a lot of women, including myself, who have expressed themselves in moments of excitement. And, I don't believe that I've done anything that would be considered degrading to a man, because I have so much respect for men. And I think, they're the greatest things in the world. So I said it. But honestly, I think that it's a lie if we're perpetuating the idea that women are not excited by, seeing men and looking at men. And we're looking at you as much as you're looking at us.
As much, if not more.
Now,
so if I may give, and I'm going to be careful how I say this, but I once worked on a show where let's just say that there were a lot of very loud feminist women who talked a lot about these issues of how, and this show is not going to have this kind of stuff on it. We're going to make sure women are not degraded. Are perfectly good. All the men are like, yeah, sounds good. Only for us then to discover that one of the powerful women in that environment was sexually harassing the male leads.
Yeah.
Right. And the male lead was afraid to bring any kind of complaint to the studio or anyone else because he was being emasculated. And he was terrified that if he said one of my writer bosses is actually harassing me, and he just felt like I'm going to look like a weak wimp man. And it was one of the most horrific situations I'd ever witnessed. And it was a situation where essentially the women in that environment felt, I don't know if they were convincing themselves they're all settling the score for whatever they had endured, or there was just their own abuse of power, because harassment of any form is not about sexual attraction. It's about power, right? It's about abuse of power. It's like, I finally got power over you. I'm going to make you be in the situation that there's nothing you can do about it. And I witnessed with my own eyes a situation where a woman was doing that. And it really shook up a lot of people because she thought she could get away with it, because externally she was very loud about her feminist orientation.
Well, we've heard stories from Brendan Fraser and others, and Terry Crews and others. And in fact, I'm going to try and be as big as I can here, because there is an individual that I'll say that we have interviewed and talked to on this channel that did talk about a story behind the scenes where he went to HR because he was being what he felt was sexually harassed by a member of the cast and or crew. That's all I'm going to say. And when they brought this incident to HR, since they were a man, they were basically greeted with, well, way to go, buddy. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. And they're like, no, I don't think it's so awesome. I'm in a committed relationship and it's uncomfortable. And they didn't do jack about it. And basically it was kind of insinuated to him that if he did make a stink about it, he would be the one who would probably lose his job.
And in the scenario that I'm describing, the only reason that issue finally got addressed was one of the star who was being harassed. He was dating one of the other women on the show who decided, okay, as a woman, I'm going to stop this, right? And it was a woman who filed a complaint, right? And because he couldn't do it, he was too humiliated.
Well, unfortunately, this woman, Indiana is her name. She has, in her own personal bio that she's released to the public, was diagnosed a few years ago with borderline personality disorder, amongst some other issues. So, she may have very strong reactions to certain circumstances, right? And certain, things may trigger her differently than most people.
Also, sorry, carry on. And there's one more aspect to having board now, but carry on, Coach. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, it's okay. I mean, like I said, there's a lot going on here, but I don't think anybody, and this was something I was going to talk about in my show today, is that, and I still may, I really do believe this was scripted, and they're taking advantage of this woman. Right. I actually think that the producers and the people that write, kind of helped her craft this in a certain way, are taking advantage of her because they really put her out in front. She's now the face of this meltdown, for this, we just barely got started. I think when did they launch? It was like October or something. Like,
they wanted some headlines and attention.
They got
they
their
got
PR.
it now.
Yeah, and based on their actual engagement, audience engagement with their, what they do, especially on live streams, there's not a lot of people in there watching them. I mean, honestly, we're right now, our audience, we're pulling more audience than I think I've from what reportedly they've ever pulled for a live stream.
Well, this is what pisses them off, and it was the same thing with Star Trek that day. We went over there when they were having their big thing, and we brought more people in, and then they shut down the chat because we were in there, and it was the same kind of thing here that they pulled on Geeks and Gamers.
Yep.
As soon as they started saying something, then they started getting deleted chats and everything like that. And let's finish up the video here because there's still like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, before those last 2 minutes, I just want to say, like you said, follow up on what Culture said about her having borderline personality disorder. For those that don't know what that is, that's one step away from full-blown narcissistic personality disorder, one step away from it, which means that the projection is going to be strong with this one. This is someone that's going to have an extremely high image of themselves and cannot take any kind of criticism. The moment criticism comes, the response is going to be vicious attack, because there's nothing wrong with them, something wrong with you. We don't see the perfection. That's one of the traits and one of the defining features of that particular condition. Anyway, roll clip.
And I did want to say one more thing to support what Culture was saying. Something that would support actually what he's saying about them kind of taking advantage of her is their reactions to her as she makes the statements, which are not natural reactions, like it's
pure virtue signaling on their part. Yeah.
The way that they're kind of like screaming and clapping, and that overreaction it's not natural. So in my opinion.
No, I totally agree with you. So let's finish this up and then we'll get to some of the super chats because you guys have a lot to say about this out there in the chat, and I don't want to let them go for too long. So let's finish this up here real quick and then get to that.
There are too many games for one person to shoulder the burden. So we divide and conquer. And when we use language like we or I, that's the reviewer. That's coming from the mouth and experience of the reviewer reading that review. And that's not to say that Gerard, TBH, Adam, or myself don't contribute to the reviews. We absolutely do. But it'll always be in varying degrees and take a whole team behind us. That's why we're X-Play and not Adam Play. We have done the experiment and controlled for the variables. Adam will read a script written by the same writer that I will read the other half of the script for, but I'll be the one flamed. And yeah, it also happens to Gerard and TBH, but that doesn't discount the sexism of how it happens to me when it does. Both things can be true, that there is a general hatred of any change that isn't Adam, and that I'll receive special flame just for being a woman. And I wish I could turn the camera around so that you could see the incredible team that make X-Play. Half of our producers and writers are women. Emily, Abby, Megan, Joe, Jake, Zipper, Gabby, it goes on and on and on. Former writers that are now on TOS like Vanessa. When you're in our DMs or on those YouTube comments or in Twitch chat right now, those reactionary threads thinking that I'm somehow ruining your current X-Play experience because you can't objectify me how you previously did to Morgan, or that I'm somehow less qualified to speak on something, but you can't quite put your finger on why, even though I'm reading the exact same script as Adam, but you have no problem with he's part of it, you're letting your unconscious biases ruin my day and you're gatekeeping the gaming space. So maybe for 2022, we'd be a bit nicer, a bit more self-reflective, and we enjoy the fact that people are working hard to make free content for you. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace.
Hey. That reminds me of something, guys. Do you guys?
Yeah.
Getting deja vu
Something
here?
by a ginger. Fake ginger.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book.
And in the back, we have the one, the only Paulie of Latino Latin Midnight Espanol. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, Paulie.
Looking all smart with his glasses on there.
Oh, my muscles hurt.
Welcome,
Hey,
sir.
what's happening, family?
Hello.
¿Cómo estás?
Yeah.
I'm fantastic, man.
Yeah.
I'm great. Yeah.
It is like a familia dinner here. We're all just getting together here. I sent the link out to everybody. Mikey's in the chat, I saw.
Órale.
So we're almost all here. But yeah, we're just finishing up this thing. I think there's like a couple more seconds of this crap, but I couldn't listen to
Okay.
anymore. But I wanted to get you in here. So we'll finish this up, and then we're going to start some super chats here. I think that's just a more seal clapping. Never mind. Yeah, it's just more fucking clapping. Who cares? All right, let's see what you guys had to say in the chat, because I know you guys have been firing all kinds of super chats here. I'm sure you have a lot to say. Was there anybody who wanted to like comment on any of the last part there that she brought up real quick before we get to any of those? Or Kamran?
Well, I would not say that people objectify her, but probably just object to her. Because that's not a person. That's not a really good positive behavior for a host of any show, really.
Yeah, right. And yet again, she emphasizes that they're reading a script, which really takes away her claim to have any value on this program, or all these people's value. I mean, they're just
the credibility's out the window. Yeah.
I mean, why would you do that? I mean, I do believe this was, whether it was planned as a PR stunt, its promotion has become a PR stunt, but it's not a PR stunt in the way that these guys will actually want in the long run. So.
No, I think you're right.
It really won't. It takes away the spontaneity and the casual conversation aspect of what this show and what that channel, like back when it was on actual television, originally was.
No, that's very true. All right, let's see here. I'm trying to get to the top here with the super chats. You guys have been firing them in here. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. But Paulie, while I'm getting to the top of the thing here, how you doing, buddy? Where you're just joining us?
Good morning. I'm doing good. It's busy time. There's a TV show that got canceled last night, so I've been in a couple of kind of podcast chats and everything, and in the connection here, and I know my boy Cameron's gonna back me up.
Well, what show was it that got canceled?
You better back me up, Cameron, or else.
Or is that part of the story?
No, the connection is we're just tired of being talked down, and just really entertain us. Tell me a great story. Tell me about games. I don't want to hear anything, with this. Hentified, the television show Hentified on Netflix, was canceled after 2 seasons, which, no one saw it because it was a mixed bag. It didn't know what it wanted to be. Sometimes it was just heavy on identity politics. One episode was just great writing, great storytelling. What I'm getting and I know this community here is with you guys, right? What I'm getting in the outer communities, which are like, could be deemed wokosos, they're like tired of it. They're like, we just want to be entertained. This does not speak to us. I find it very interesting, and like Kamran's saying, that this is part of the tide turning.
It's and what's interesting is, I know because I saw the Deadline article about it, and yet again they refer to it as Latinx show, because Deadline has been going through this thing where sometimes they say Latino, sometimes they say Latinx. They're desperately trying to keep that thing going, even though they keep being told this isn't what the audience wants, which is kind of apparently what this show was like. So,
yeah, and Hentified is with a G. It's a play on words of gentrified. The word people. Gente means people. So it's a play on Spanglish, Hentified. It just didn't know it didn't know what it wanted to be as a show, and you got to have that right script. You got to know what story you're telling. First of all,
that was preferable.
And so, but what again? I can't. So I was in this one very popular podcast right now, and forgive me for being extra late. I think it was important for me to hear what another community was saying, and their like majority was like, not they kind of liked it, but representation is nice, but storytelling is first. And these are all Latinos in these podcasts, like this is like, and so what I told them is that even if every Latino saw this show, it still wouldn't be enough. You can't just write for Latinos, guys.
Hey.
If you're writing a show that's Latino specific, Black specific, I don't know what specific, you got to imagine that I have to grab the attention of the majority Netflix or whoever in Iowa, whoever in Michigan. I gotta get all of them to be behind the show. That's how it's going to be a success.
I seen a soap opera on, was it Telemundo or whatever? Some beach beat the hell out of some girl in a fucking wheelchair. Like, I'm like, man, there ain't no way you could get away with that kind of shit over here. Like, and it sounds bad, but it was funny as hell when you watch it. It's crazy. It's like, I don't get it. I don't understand how you can try to play to an audience that clearly is there, that wants to be entertained, but yet all you're doing is preaching to them. It sounds like to me, and it's just
again. Some people are asking, "Are we getting off topic?" It's all on topic, brother. It's all on topic. Every single. I will tell you, there's a thread that goes through Midnight's Edge. It's a thread of truth. Doesn't matter the story. Every day it's some goober, something happening goofy that they do, but that thread is there. So it's always on topic, brother. Trust.
Absolutely. And I don't know if this is the first super chat we got, but this is the first one I can bring up. So we'll double check with Andre at the end here. But Heron Gaming News sends in $5 Canadian, says, just what I need to help me recover from a massive panic attack. Well, hopefully you didn't have one of those. SDR Red Wolf says, hail Cameron, culture, script, Andre, and Tom. I saw you on Mead Radio this morning. Did you get any sleep? What's this sleep thing? That's for babies, women, and puppies.
No, that's for people that don't want to actually lose their minds.
That's for those who've actually had a mind to begin with. Olaf Vaness says, awesome panel. Lovely start for my weekend. Great to see culture, script, Cameron on here, and friends in the chat, and of course Andre and Tom. And of course this was before Paulie got in here, but I'm sure he includes Paulie in that as well. And then Gabriel Knight says, curious if anyone has watched The Righteous Gemstones on HBO. If you have, what are your thoughts? If not, I highly recommend it. Did we already read some of these, or perhaps
no?
Okay,
this is a new one for me.
All right. Has anybody seen The Righteous Gemstones? I have not.
No, sadly, I've not.
No. What's that?
It's evidently on HBO.
We started watching White Lotus.
Somebody I know who does tend to watch things. Mikey, the Mexican Iron Man. How you doing?
I couldn't resist this topic.
Glad to have you.
Welcome, my brother.
Have you seen Righteous Gemstones?
Who are you asking?
What is
you?
this? What is Righteous Gemstones?
No, I don't think.
What is this thing?
I don't know.
Righteous.
Nobody has seen it, evidently. Well,
nobody's watching HBO.
Nope.
Game of Thrones took care of that.
Check it out.
Nobody's
Yeah,
watching
No, I got HBO Max. I just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
The White Lotus. We started watching.
And then Mike and Ayers bring up that Blood and Bone with koala dressed like Ewoks. Is that what the other thing is?
Excuse me.
Speaking of Blood and Bone, we'll get into that in a little bit. Dash Attack says, loved all the Danny Trejo stuff, but the Spy Kids Motor Gang was interesting. Motor Gang, I think he means. I wanted Star Wars to get away from dirt, but on Tatooine. Yeah, I will say this so far: Danny Trejo is the best part of the Boba Fett show.
Well, I'm interested to see what they do with him. I have to say, what seems to be happening throughout this show is a lot of. I really want to see where they do with this, right? and that's unfortunate because you could have had Trejo introduced in a much more exciting fashion. He's got the chops, he's got a rancor, he's got all of it. But whatever.
Yeah, it's basically like a veneer of setup. It doesn't feel like it has the potential to deliver, but it has all these kind of like little interesting traits that are being brought up, and it's just saying, okay, we've got this, but we're not going to give you telegraph where it's going to be satisfying. Like there's no catharsis. It feels like it might just pitter out, and I worry about that.
All I know is we're halfway through and they ain't showed me shit yet.
So
damn near halfway through anyway.
Yeah, but on this note, because I just put it in the private chat, there's breaking news right now, and it's something that I predicted, and it's very funny, even though some of you won't recognize why it's funny, and you'll be outraged initially. If you see what I just put in the chat, breaking news, Kathleen Kennedy is being awarded the Milestone Award at the Producers Guild for her contributions to Lucasfilm. there's two things very funny about that. One is she's sharing it with George Lucas. George Lucas is getting this with her. And this is exactly what I predicted on Midnight's Edge many months ago, which I said a sign, in my opinion, this is my opinion, a sign that her tenure is coming to an end is when Hollywood starts giving these lifetime achievement awards, right? And I said that would be the sign. That's when the industry said, because you only give these kinds of awards when it's time to roll that person out into the sunset, right? And forget about them. But to add to the humiliation, the PGA gives it to George Lucas with her. He hasn't been running Lucasfilm in 10 years. Why are they giving it to him with her? This is a slap in her face. So that's very, very amusing and a sign of things to come.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, putting her out to pasture.
Yeah. But you don't even let her take her credit.
It's almost as if they're saying that she owes all of her accomplishments and everything that she's ever done to George Lucas.
Correct.
Okay,
Or
last
Steven Spielberg, anyway.
reaction on
There's no reason to add it. Give it to him. He's not a
Last
producer.
reaction-
I'm sorry.
I was going to say the last reaction on behalf of the chat is hashtag Kamran is always right and
Wow. This is a sign of things to come. I'm telling you from the politics of Hollywood.
This is exactly why Kamran
he wouldn't share it with a man.
Exactly, and this is why Kamran, when you speak and the analysis that's done by Andre and Tom Midnight's Edge, all the channels, we have to take the big picture and the long game. You know, one of the things that I love about YouTube is we can react in real time to what we see. But in order to have quality analysis, you got to look at the big picture and the big game and as to how things play out, because there's things that are happening now that already happened in the past that we're just seeing now. There's things now. This thing right now has got to absolutely drive her absolutely nuts. And what did she say? She doesn't want it? Miss PGA, like, you know, she's on 2 volunteer committees in this damn thing. She was just on a show, I think back in September and October. She was the featured producer.
I mean, this is actually a big deal, and it's an insult. It's not an honor. You know, and
I don't know
No,
how I
they're-
feel when Mikey laughs like that.
They're just like, this didn't happen. The PGA didn't do their awards last year, did they? Because of the lockdown, right? So what they're going to do is the duck blind is saying, oh yeah, one was going to be nominated for this last year, but we couldn't do it, so we're just pairing them up for this year. But really, we're just kind of getting 2 things out of the way right now.
Well, at the end of the day, though, George Lucas hasn't been producing movies in over a decade. He's left, you know, Lucasfilm, and
I think the last thing he did was Red Tails, right?
Which was the pilot.
No, actually, there was that something magic or other animated film that Disney buried right after they bought Lucasfilm.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of what it was called.
In 2015, this award would have been given to Ms. Kennedy alone. And all the press would be about how this award is about how far women have come because of her leadership.
Yes.
That's the change.
Interesting. Luca Rock says, wow, All-Star Friday crew today. Happy Friday, y'all. Well, thank you for that, Luca. So yeah, this is an interesting
Happy Friday.
bit of news. I don't know. It's kind of strange. This is also on the heels of her losing the Blood and Bone deal. It appears anyway. We don't know if she still has any
involvement. They would have said it. They would have said it. Again, the politics of Deadline, which is very pro-club and pro-fake feminism. Deadline would have, the very fact that Deadline did not even reference that the project had a historical past with Lucasfilm. They didn't even mention it. It was all mentioned in the comments by people saying, why isn't Lucasfilm doing this? The fact that the article ignored its several year development at Lucasfilm to just say Paramount is doing it and no reference to Kathleen Kennedy means that there's some, I don't think she's connected to it, and the whole thing is real embarrassing. So they're trying to just.
I have one quick question to ask you that I haven't heard you answer anywhere unless I've missed it, which is this. I find it absolutely fascinating that Deadline article to which you referred to was in Deadline, and I find it even more fascinating that the Chapek picture in that article was in Deadline versus the Hollywood Reporter. What comment on that can you say?
I'm sorry. Help me understand.
What I mean is that there's, you know, I've always seen two. It's always been 1 versus 2 for me in terms of the Hollywood Reporter Deadline variety, in terms of the trades, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that Deadline has never been particularly very pro Chapek.
That is true
of the corporate. So to me, when I saw that the main article was in Deadline, to me that was also the sign of shifting winds as well.
Yeah. What it is Deadline has always been the trade, or at least not always, not since Nikki Fink didn't found it that way, but what it's been for the last decade has been the trade that focuses on the popular cool crowd, the club as I call them, right? And Hollywood Reporter has been focusing, at least for the last few years, on the behind the scenes investor types. So it was really taking Chapek's side in the past year, whereas Deadline was breathlessly pro Kathleen Kennedy, pro whoever's a celebrity. It was a public figure they would take. So the fact that they have in the last few days suddenly put out all this Chapek stuff without any critique suggests they figured out the cool club has changed, that the cool kids, there's new cool kids sitting at the table and they got to adjust to that.
Yeah. And again, I mean, Kamran, you know, the insight, because we've all seen, you know, people that are on their way out the door get a boatload of awards. This is the most telling though to me in the way that it is. It's shared. It's because on her own, she couldn't possibly have been honored in this way or in this fashion because she didn't deliver anything. She had continual fall offs in all of her ventures solo, running Lucasfilm as it is now. So in order to artificially prop her up, they're using George as a crutch. That's
Tom, tell us exactly, what is it that you do here at Initech?
Well, I
take the orders and I talk to the customers and then I take the orders down to the guys on the floor. And so you actually take the orders. Well, not exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was an Office Space joke, but yes,
it's a great bit. It's a great bit. Yeah, I mean, it's seriously.
So tell us again, Kathy, what is it that you exactly do here at Lucasfilm?
Well, but what it is it's all the overarching thing. Again, people have said, I'm not seeing the evidence of this. And again, the evidence of this town is always subtle, but sometimes it's less subtle. This is, it is a practical thing in this industry. And I'm sure Mike can talk about other financial industries and Andre as well in the investment banking, that when someone's time has come to an end, they start getting big industry awards. It's a way to put them out of pasture and give closure to an era, right? And that's why I've said for some time that when we start giving these big lifetime achievement awards in Hollywood, it's when Hollywood decides you've done enough. There ain't nothing more coming. In fact, if you remember Peter O'Toole, the great actor Peter O'Toole, right? He was offered a lifetime achievement award at the Oscars, and this was in his final years of his life, and he declined it, or at least he initially declined it, saying, "I'm still in the game. I still want to win one for my acting," right? And so that, because he knew what it meant. He meant that the industry decided you're finished and we won't get you off the stage, right? So that's why I said this was coming. I did not expect that she would share this, because there's no reason for that objectively. Certainly with the PR she's done for the last decade of being the allegedly most powerful woman in Hollywood, to have to share a stage with the man who put her there is really quite humiliating.
Yeah, that's I don't know.
Well, with that being said, is it an insult for George to have to share the award?
Of course it is. I mean, it is. I mean,
it's a necessary evil. You know what? To him, it should be a reminder that you are the one, George, who decided to hire her. You are the one that put her at the center of the contract that you gave her when you sold Disney. You are the one that created Star Wars, and you are the one that has created all of our misery. Along with, by the way, Steven Spielberg, who to this day I still can't watch any of his movies because he sickens me because he gave me KK. But that's a story for another day.
All I'll say is there's probably a lot of people in town who are thinking, "Man, I miss Rick McCallum at Lucasfilm."
Well, I wonder if you guys are looking at this the wrong way, and I'm glad this individual just showed up in the back room so he can discuss this with us. We have the one, the only Chris Gore himself with us here. How you doing, sir?
Hey, how's it going, Tom?
Doing good.
Hey, buddy. Wow. Culture. How's it going? Paulie, script doctor.
He heard me mention his name a few times.
Kamran.
What do you want, Chris? What do you want?
Oh no, I saw you guys earlier, and Tom sent me the invite, and then I missed it. So
what's up, bro?
We moved on in topics, maybe for the better.
We'll get back to it though eventually. I'm sure we got plenty of super chats on that subject.
Good to see you, Chris.
But no, what I was about to say is I wonder if we're looking at it the wrong way. It's It's not so much that she's not being honored without him as it is he is not allowed to be honored without her.
It's both.
No, I think we're looking at it the wrong way. I think he's the one who's actually being honored, but since she's the one who's the ambassador of Star Wars now, you can't do it without her.
It's
I
both.
Think we're
it's
being
both sides. It's both sides of the same coin, and nothing's going to convince me any otherwise because it truly is both sides of the flip coin. But either way, it's good for fans, and it's bad for this hoe, and it's good for the things we love.
She is called Queen Kathy by everybody, though. Anyway,
she's queen of the hoes.
By who?
But wait,
nobody calls her that.
Leslie
Headland's the only one I've heard.
Well, but that's like Darth Vader saying yes, master. He's just waiting over.
Think these people don't kiss her ass on a constant basis, though, Cameron? That's the thing is, I get where you're coming from, but it's Kathleen fucking Kennedy. Okay, she is fucking Palpatine.
No, she's not, my friend.
Yes,
she's a hollow shell. We've had this conversation before. You're still going to the end, cling to the fact that she's somehow powerful when there's no evidence of her power in the last 7 months, at least. I don't know, man, but I'm not going to argue about it. That's your opinion.
I would say she's reputable. That's probably what we've got going on right now, is that she's still rather reputable, but whether or not she can do anything with that right now is in question. I would say that's kind of fair.
Cameron, didn't you predict that as soon as Kathleen Kennedy starts to get awards, that she would be on her way out?
Yes, I predicted that months ago because that's how this town works.
So is this a sign of that? How do you read these tea leaves?
My opinion has been sometime that she's been effectively out. I don't care about contracts, titles, and credit card appearances on TV shows. She's been effectively out and basically staying at home and watching TV for the last several months. That's my opinion. I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that's not true. But this, and in fact, that we've had several events in the course of this week. We've had this Bob Chapek memo, which I do believe is a game changer. I received an email from a person on my Patreon who is a 20-year veteran at Disney. He said, this is a game changer. We're all talking about this inside the company, right? That this comment about we're not going to go against the audience. He'd never seen anything like that. He'd been working there since Eisner. He said, we all know what this is. And this is a warning to everyone to get on board. So that was a comment I received directly from a Disney insider this week, that the memo is meaningful. Secondly, 2 days after that memo, we get this surprise, her pet project that is a big deal, that she went out public in front of everyone at the investors to say, we're doing this thing. And for a woke white woman like Kathleen Kennedy, associate herself with a West African magical tale is a way to say, I'm not a racist, see, right? And so that's very important for their identity in this town, right? I'm not a racist. See, I'm working on a black project. To lose that mysteriously to Paramount without any explanation of the change of title process at all, right, is within 48 hours of that. So that's 48 hours of the memo. And then within another 48 hours of that, that's Monday, Wednesday, now it's Friday, we get this announcement that she's getting this Lifetime Achievement Award, which to me is always a goodbye award. 3 times is enemy action, right? That's what Ian Fleming said. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. And these are the enemies of Kathleen Kennedy saying, you're finished, baby.
I want to believe you, Cameron, but the problem is it doesn't say Kathleen Kennedy and George Lucas. It says George Lucas and Kathleen Kennedy, signifying to me that he's the one getting the award. But since he's a white male, we got to give it to a woman as well. I get where you're coming from, but
I also think the deadline is trying to get clicks for the audience. It's trying to get clicks for this article. And so if they put Kathleen Kennedy first, a lot of people ain't going to click it. Because George Lucas first. Oh, George Lucas. My eyes are awake now. I see it.
Maybe.
That's just my view. I mean, it's just how media manipulation works. You choose how you phrase your lead and your article headline.
That's true.
And remember, like her eventual retirement from Lucasfilm is only really step one. There's a number of people that she has hired and put in place that are still there, and whoever replaces her, succeeds her, would have to deal with them and their influence. So I mean, again, it's one step at a time, which is usually how things go. We could be very lucky, and Chapek could basically just do a big swath across the desk, so to speak, and just clear everybody out. But I don't know if that's going to be his actual strategy as we see where the direction of Disney overall is going to be going.
I still think, like I said, I still think this award is I don't think it's subtle at all that they are putting George on it as well. I think it's the crutch to get the award out there in the first place, because on her own merit, she really hasn't been all that successful with the properties. So
I'm of that view myself. I mean, I do believe there's a screw you in this, but on a practical level, and to me, it's evident she's lost her shine, that she can just say I'm the most powerful woman in Hollywood. The reality is George Lucas made that company. It's his name, right? And she hasn't really, I think the industry knows, just in my conversations with fellow screenwriters, the industry knows she's incompetent. You know, the industry knows that, whether they're willing to say it publicly. I had a conversation with a friend of mine who's a very successful screenwriter, much more successful than I am. And he was laughing about Kathleen Kennedy in his DMs to me on Facebook, right? He's publicly never going to criticize her. He's working with Frank Marshall on something. Privately, he's got a lot of nasty things to say. So
I want to believe you, but
okay, it's okay. Well, you know, a year from now, she'll be like, you know, officially retired. And you're like, well, you know, I just think that's just a scheme. She'll be back. And I don't know, man.
No, I'm not going to be like that. No, don't be like that, Cameron. Give me some fucking credit here.
I know I'm not going to
The
give you
difference
credit.
is this: I know how Hollywood thinks, right? Like I'm the one that has to always remind people that even though we don't like Kurtzman, even though we don't like J.J. Abrams, even though we don't like Kathleen Kennedy, they don't see them the same way we do.
But that's what I'm saying to you. I am in Hollywood, and it depends on who they is, right? Certainly the people I'm talking to who are more powerful than me and have influence don't like her, right? Kurtzman is a whole complicated drama around the power structure within Paramount, which is a collapsing company, right? Because of everything that happened, you know, with the big boss when, you know, and his daughter when they tried to take control. The whole situation there is screwed up on a very deep level. And Kurtzman rode that wave as long as he can. I think the evidence suggests now that wave may be coming to an end with the loss of his major executive who ran the damn thing. So you say that, and I'm arguing with you because at some point, there is no evidence in the tea leaves to suggest she has power, aside from a facial of her name being on things. When the stuff she wants to get made isn't getting made, I don't know.
It's exactly right, Cameron. Like, I'm just thinking it back in my head, and everyone here can help me on this. How many things that Lucasfilm announced that aren't happening? Right?
More than they announced that ever came to fruition.
Yeah, there was. Isn't there supposed to be like
a 2-to-1 ratio or something by now?
It's crazy the number of projects that were announced and aren't happening. Ryan Johnson's trilogy not happening, right? The Game of Thrones producers, you know, that trilogy not happening. There supposed to be a sequel to Solo. Was going to be a series of movies, not just one movie, right? A Lando movie, like just on and on, like all this stuff that isn't happening. That just tells me, Cameron, you're correct. Like she's sort of like in her position in name only, right? And probably not the one calling the shots.
And the real question to pay attention to, and I brought this up on the show again before, is that we will know for certain, not just with the awards, but also whenever there's going to be articles in the trades of some sort of vice president or other executive at Lucasfilm that's not on the creative side of things is being talked up a bit more, because that's going to be the industry priming this person to succeed, whoever this is the spot that Kathleen Kennedy vacates. So that's the other part we have to pay attention to. Once that starts, picking up a little bit more, and the industry is priming for this transition, that's when we'll know 100% that she's on her way out. It's not just the awards. That's your first flare, saying like, oh, look over here, we're celebrating this person, and the next one is going to be, oh, now we have this other executive who's been working at the company for this many years, has this many credits, has done all these things, and they're just going to be swirling around, sort of orbiting the president position until they finally say Kathleen Kennedy is either she's no longer renewed, or she's deciding to retire or stepping down, and we're handing off the reins to this new person who's now going to be the head of Lucasfilm. That's going to be your commitment stuff. So pay attention to the trades to see who at Lucasfilm and who at Disney is going to be throwing out some names of people that we otherwise have never heard of before on the normie side of things.
And also,
I want to say one thing that maybe Tom and I would agree on. Whatever her future holds, the trades will continue to praise her. I think she will continue to. There are people in the chat who are like, crucify her. That's never gonna happen.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Never gonna. I think Tom and
What I
would
will
agree on
say
that.
though is that this is exactly in the line with what Kamran predicted earlier. So now we will just have to wait and see what more comes to pass. But since we are now in the very privileged position
I
to
still
have
think it's more of an insult on George Lucas, but that's just me. But
Chris Gore here, who has some experience with this whole G4 thing. I'm really curious. Just to get back to that for the moment, did you see the I don't know if like Meltdown or scripted
Meltdown.
rant, scripted Meltdown mayhaps is a good description of it, and considering your past experience with the show and the channel, what's your take on all this?
Well, I did see it. I mean, it's, you know, my whole feed is it now. Like, I feel like everybody's comment. I think it's really unfortunate. I mean, a couple things. You know, I worked at G4. I started there in 2005. Before it was even on Attack of the Show, before it was even called Attack of the Show, it was called the Screensavers. I was on 3 episodes of Screensavers. Was hired there in 2005, and I worked there for almost 8 years through the end of 2012, beginning of 2013. And so I was there for a lot. I was there before Olivia Munn started, worked with Olivia Munn, and worked with, you know, Adam and Kevin. And so when I saw it, I just was kind of shaking my head because it was not the right way. It's not the way that I believe that the old G4 would have handled it. I think that nothing is different than or now. There will always be trolls. There will always be people making inappropriate comments. They are probably 9-year-olds, right? These are kids. You can't control that. You never will. You can only control how you react to it. This was the wrong way. First of all, by the way, my sense is, because having worked there, she was reading off a teleprompter. It was all scripted. It was written, approved, and went through many hands. So, I mean, I knew producers and writers there, right? So all of that was approved copy. And it was a colossal mistake, in my opinion. Now, I do have some background in the sense that when I first started working there, the female talent were not just harassed online, but were also, they had stalkers, actually. And it became a rule that all the female talent had to be escorted to their cars by security. That's how serious they took it. So I understand how she feels, but I think, you know, at least this is sort of to me the mark of someone who's you know, less mature, let's say, than an adult is. I can control my feelings, right? Children can't control how they feel about things. I think this is an emotional reaction to the hate that she was getting online, and the wrong way to handle it. The best way to handle it is with humor and a joke. And that's the problem is, you know, I've had a lot of people approach me and say, what do you think of the new G4? What do you think of the new G4? And it's just, I think what, you know, look, Star Wars is Han, Luke, and Leia. Star Trek is Kirk, Spock, McCoy. And G4 was Kevin, Olivia, Morgan, Adam, maybe myself in there. I'm pretty much Chekhov in this scenario. You know what I mean? It's like G4 really is those people. And I think that when you've got a lot of these new people, they're being harassed. I mean, I will say this, when I first started at G4, I got people bugging me, right? Like I got hate online and I occasionally I would make a factual error. It's, you know, I did a 5-minute segment every week and I would, I got that actor's name wrong, or I spaced on this, you know, like it's live TV. And, you know, the great thing about streaming with this, the chat can correct me, you know, you can correct me. So they should have handled it with humor. I mean, when I was getting harassed in the chat at G4, you know what I would do? I would go in the chat and I would talk to people and it would immediately go away. It'd say like, hey, Chris. And then I'd maybe recommend another movie, or if you like this movie, the director made this film, you should check that out. Like I just engaged with the audience in a way that showed them respect. And, you know, I would still get hate. God, I remember when I was first on TV, in the late 90s, I got an email from someone, Chris Gore is fat at hotmail.com.
Jesus Christ.
That was true. And I've never not gotten shit from people. That's just, I think it just goes with the territory, right?
Well, Chris, if I may, it's actually happening right now. If I may.
Oh, is it? Are people
well, at least to me, because there's always one person that pops up that does this. And so we have a gentleman, Lost in Brent, and I'm going to highlight you, Lost, who just posted, don't listen to Kamran. He hasn't worked in Hollywood in 5 years. His career is over. He's a loser. Thank you, Lost. Well, Andre knows a few things that I've not yet announced in public, which are going to be in the trade. So I'll remember.
Yeah.
That. Yeah, Andre, I think you can comment. You know a few things. You don't have to reveal.
I'm not going to say any more details. All I will say is that the rumors of Pasha's deceased career are way premature.
Yeah.
And here's something else I got to say. I also know the inside scoop and have known for a while now, and it's absolutely amazing and astounding. And but even so, someone's perspective on experience can't be taken for granted. That would be like me saying Paulie knows nothing when Paulie's been a working Hollywood actor before. He's run TV shows. He's produced TV shows. He's a writer. I mean, this panel has a ton of experience. Mm-hmm. And so, if you want quick reactions without a lot of thought, there's a lot of YouTube channels to go to. Is what I got to say.
Absolutely. Well, but speaking of the experience, Chris, let us get back to your Attack the Show experience.
I'll wrap it up real quick and just say that this was the wrong way to handle this. And I'm really surprised that, one, the executives at G4 allowed this to happen, that they lacked the awareness that what this was going to cause, right? This is never a good thing to go to accuse all the fans of being ists and phobes, right? Like it doesn't work. It's a losing strategy, and it sort of speaks to the lack of experience. I mean, I will say, I know some of the people there working, and they're very experienced at television, but they're not experienced at YouTube, and it shows. And the landscape is different now, right? I think that people enjoy the experience of having, I mean, effectively what YouTube has fulfilled the promise of interactive TV. This is interactive TV. You can talk to the people that are on the TV, and they can talk back to you, and it can be a conversation. And that is a great thing. And so it really shows their lack of experience in producing YouTube, and how G4 would have handled something like this in the past. This is how they would have handled it, is with humor. It would have been funny. I mean, Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, the whole movie is about trolls, right? And they go and meet the trolls. Like, she could have handled this with humor. She could have but I get the sense, and I have seen her on there before, she doesn't have much of a sense of humor about herself. And it's possible that the writer's room, they don't have it. I don't know. I can't even work or be friends with anybody who doesn't have a sense of humor about themselves. It's like, that to me is like, you can't take yourself. I take my work seriously. I don't take myself too seriously, right? So I know I like to have friends that can call me out when I'm full of shit, which, happens maybe less often than it used to. But I'm really sad that this is what they've done, and it's tarnished the brand. And now they're they're at a point now, they can't get rid of her now. If they were thinking of like, hey, she's really not connecting with the audience, because that happened. People were let go at G4 back in the day. They would bring on, other people maybe to co-host with Kevin. If they were good, they stuck around. If they weren't, now they can't. If they got rid of her now, they would be accused of, obviously, sexism, right? Like, they got rid of her. So the brand now, I believe, is tarnished. It's unfortunate. And this was the wrong, they should have handled it with a sense. I mean, what happened to my memory of G4 and watching it was funny. It was funny, and it had a sense of humor about itself. And if anything, I think that's the disappointment is that the new G4 isn't that. It's not particularly funny. The clever sketches, where are they? I mean, they did have them for a time in sort of the before G4 launched. They were doing like these sketches. I thought that were very funny. And so this is really unfortunate.
Chris, you're telling me that someone who tanks your channel, someone who is hostile to your fans, like, I'm a business owner. someone inside my company, male, female, whatever they want to call themselves, is hostile to my customer base, does something outlandish, and I can't fire them in California because I'm going to be looked at as being sexist for some female that absolutely talks shit to my customers, tanks my company, destroys my PR?
Well,
is that where we're at in Hollywood?
Yeah,
that is
we're not just there in Hollywood, we're everywhere.
Well,
in Hollywood,
she didn't do this on her own accord. This was scripted, and that's also like one thing that I want to ask you with, because obviously everyone is fully behind this. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been on the monitor. Why do you think they would do this in the first place? And it's not that. Because I agree that they might not have that much experience in the field of YouTube, but what could possess them to go back to the Ghostbusters Gamergate playbook of attacking all fans when that is a strategy that has exactly a success rate of 0?
I was going to bring up the point and ask too, Chris, because I was going to say, first of all, you're too humble. You are definitely part of, when I think of G4, you were the original G4. You were part of that. No doubt about it. But the other thing I was going to say is, to me, this seems like it brought more attention to it than anything. Like, if she had any problems before, they were probably going to be minimal compared to what she's going to have now. Right. But anyway, going back to Andre's initial question, that's kind of where I was coming from too.
I don't know. I just, you can't right now. It would look bad if they let her go. Right. But I mean, also, I don't even think she's entirely at fault because she read that. Look, she even admitted that the reviews are scripted for her. I mean, okay, that's weird. I mean, I know that.
Chris, if I could say something, I'm not blocked from her yet, so I was looking at her. Maybe I have that short-term ghetto pass for a minute, but just what you said. I saw some other videos of her, and what was this one? Talking to an African American lady because she was an athlete. They're talking about, this. They're just taking themselves so seriously, and it's brought to you by Uber. I mean, it's almost funded in this behavior, man. And it's like this I did not even know who this person was until this happened. And I saw that, and then I was just, okay, well, let me see how she is with other stuff, and it's like she's just not likable. So I just wanted to add that as far as her being in these other videos with other activists. She's got an agenda, and that is what it is.
Well, what's interesting is this feels like a very outdated play. I agree with those who are saying that this feels scripted, that this feels like a PR move. But it's like an outdated PR move. This one worked really well in 2016, 2017, 2018.
Well,
I'm not so sure it works in 2022.
It didn't work really well then either. Problem is, then they didn't know that it didn't work. That's when they invented it. And then time would prove that it didn't work. But now time has proved it doesn't work. As late as last week or this week actually, with that another feminist movie thingy,
I think
whatever.
It's partially getting the effect they wanted, and that was nobody gave a shit or knew that G4 was coming back before this, for the most part, as far as the general audience, and now everybody's talking about it because of this faux pas, right? It goes along with the whole old, no such thing as bad news kind of thing, or no bad press or whatever. Sorry.
I don't know, but I have a question for the only lady on the panel right now. And that's this. This is a young person. She's 30 years old. She'll be 31 in April, right? And so she seems to come across to me as the human embodiment of the stop sign in every way, from her appearance to her personality and how she, conveys thoughts and everything else. I mean, this is a person who is walking up to you with their hand out, their arm fully extended, and on a bad day, their middle fingers at you. Is that the right perception? Do you see what I'm saying there? Yeah,
I see that she has a wall up, and she wants to keep that wall up for a reason. I don't know what the reason is, but yes, I agree with you.
Yeah, because that feeds straight into what Chris was talking about. You can't, when you're on this platform, you're going to have people that are going to throw shade at you. You just, it's the way it is. And you can engage in that in a friendly way, or you can choose not to engage it at all, because there's always going to be, other people out there contributing to the conversation. But I think Chris is right. This is a person that's unprepared for the way we do this. They understand linear television. They don't get the streaming thing. And I think that's 1,000% right. And I think she's and that's weird, because consider this. She was what do you call them? A commentator or a caster. That's what they call them in the like League of Legends games and stuff like that. She was one of those, esports persons that talked about the game while they were competing. She was a coach and stuff like that in that arena. And it's like I said, I mean, you would think she'd be somewhat savvy to what that kind of exchange is. And that's why I think this is scripted. That's why I think this was overly intentional. Like, they cut out a segment of 5 minutes for her to rant, and it was, if not exactly, worded for her in the teleprompter, there were bullet points floating by so she could hit her marks. That's what I think was going on.
Look, having worked there, I'll say all that stuff is scripted. It's all on teleprompter. It all goes through writers and producers, and many hands see it. So I don't blame her so much as the people behind the scenes. And they thought that this was going to be a good thing to say, but it blew up in their face. I mean, I just, as someone who read teleprompter on television, I can tell when other people are reading teleprompter. I can just tell. Right. Luckily for me, for my DVD Tuesday segments, I would take notes on cards. So I wasn't scripted. There was scripted stuff at the top, and then everything was just sort of my off the cuff comments, sort of trying to desperately get through, 4 movies in 5 minutes. And it was, I always felt like I was in a race when I was doing the show. And I appreciate all the kind comments, in the chat. Thank you to everyone. I really appreciate that. What I used to do when people would say shitty things about me back when I first joined Twitter and people would give me shit, I would just retweet them. So, and I was like, look, it was just
public shaming is effective.
It's, it's like, hey, people who follow me, do you agree with this person saying these shitty things? And I would just let them do it, for me. But I think that having a sense of humor, and I think that the old G4 would have had a sense of humor. They would have called out one of the users and just done something that would have been funny. I mean, like, look, Jimmy Kimmel, I don't really watch that show, but he does a thing where celebrities read mean tweets about themselves. It's funny. It deflates it. And I don't understand who made the decision or who thought this was a good idea. That's why I don't completely blame her. But I mean, it's such a virtue signal. And also calling out that we have a half female staff. I mean, that's great. Actually, the staff was pretty diverse back in the day, is my memory, right? Like, so I don't know why that's a thing. Everything now I feel like it's like you've got to like advertise that. That's like a thing that I feel it's almost like an obligation.
It's not enough, Chris.
Yell about how great we are. It's like giving money to a charity and then telling everybody about it. It's like you can just do charitable things and not tell anyone, right? But I think that it's so disappointing. And look, I've seen some of the videos, people talking about it, and they're right. They're not wrong about the criticism. Like, this is a bad way to, and it really sucks because a lot of the people, this is what I'll say is I believe that I want to give G4 credit for something, is that, look, I'm not telegenic. I'm not I never went to school to be on TV. I never took acting classes. I don't know, like, I didn't know how to be on TV. I was just a nerd who loved movies, right? And somebody thought things that I wrote on the internet were funny, and that's what got me hired to do television. And so most of the people that were on G4 weren't television trained. They were producers or writers who were thrown in front of the camera, like Blair Butler, or Morgan Webb was the girl who ran the chat on Screensavers, right? She ran the chat, and then somebody said, you should be on TV. Kevin Pereira started as an intern, right? Like, I'm working on a documentary about Attack of the Show and the history of G4. So this is really, no one's going to want to see my doc now. I'm pretty sure.
Are you kidding? Everybody's. I was going to say.
I mean, everyone's going to want to see it now.
Well, we'll see. But the thing
too
is,
bad it's not ready to go. You'd be
God.
trying to launch it.
I just want to know, Chris, did you capture the moment when Kevin realized that he could ask the one question on every technology, which is where's the HDMI? Because that's all he did for like 4 years straight.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's great. Yeah. No, there's a lot of cool stuff in it, but a lot of stuff in watching the footage we have for the doc is you can't do this on TV anymore. Like so many things. They used to have a segment called MySpace Girl of the Week. I mean, they did things. And also, I'm sorry, bring sexy back. Sexy is not a thing to be ashamed of.
Yes.
And look, and also, she is a beautiful woman, right? Whatever I think she is beautiful. So the fact that she's getting rattled by this, she wouldn't be on TV if she wasn't attractive, right? I mean, the guys get a pass, right? They're schlubs. I'm a schlub. Whatever. There's some schlubs on the network in terms of the male talent. But that's par for the course. But she is attractive, and attractiveness, sexiness, that's a thing. I don't understand like why we want to diminish that. It's like, hey, and it's and Olivia, oh God, she was so great. Like she did this thing where once they went on a trip to Hawaii, and she one of the producers was like, hey, we want to put you in a bikini. We want to have you in a bikini because we're in Hawaii. We want you to be sexy. And she was like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And Olivia had such a great sense of humor. She was so quick-witted. She could diffuse something. So what she did was she went, she was like, oh, okay, sure. I'll change into the bikini for our shoot. She went into her room and she put on all of her clothes layered and came out. It looked ridiculous. And that was just her sort of FU to the producers. Now, she also wore a Slave Leia outfit, right? I mean,
she knows she's attractive. She's not ashamed of that.
She's not ashamed. And, this woman is attractive as well. So I don't, and she should you just own it. People throw you stuff. It's like, I don't know. Here's an old phrase I grew up with: sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Do they not know this one? And also, you give someone else power. You're giving someone else power by allowing it to affect you. And that's why, and that's just, I feel like you become an adult when that stuff, it just bounces off. It just bounces off. It doesn't, you got to let it not affect you. And that was the wrong way to do it. It should have, if they were going to address mean comments, it should have been done in a funny way, which would have been on brand for G4. This isn't on brand. It's alienated the audience, and it's really disheartening to me. So now that's my soapbox. Now people can clap for me. Clap for me.
You have to have an exaggerated
actually,
clap.
that's real clap.
Like we
That
saw
deserves a
on the
real
video.
clap, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the Adam thing is a completely separate thing. I mean, he's always been very progressive in his politics. What's new is seeing a lot of the hate that he's spewed and the divisiveness, and I think that is another huge mistake. I feel sad for Adam now. I mean, I having known him for years, he's obviously in some sort of pain. I mean, he was wishing death on family members that were Republicans.
That's not normal discourse.
No, it's not. That's not a normal thought. That thought doesn't even occur to me. I have relatives and friends with very diverse views about things. I don't wish them death, and so that is very concerning to me. Where you are. Anyways, I can't stick around much longer, unfortunately, but I saw you guys were talking about it. I know. I'm sorry. I have a normal 11 o'clock meeting, and I got someone picking up a couch at my place.
Whatever, man.
There ever was a time when we were super grateful for you taking the time to pop in. Absolutely, we always are, but especially today.
Well, thank you, Andre, and thanks everybody. Thank you, chat. I will say this: I am going to be on Friday Night Tights today, so if you watch FNT, I'm pretty sure this is all going to come up. So.
I'll have
just a thought. I think it might come up. So thank you to the chat. Thank you, everybody. Great panel today.
Fist
and
bump.
I'll talk to you all soon. Thank you.
Always an honor.
Bye.
Take care. God bless.
Oh man, he left me
Culture
hanging.
Casino also has to be leaving. It was great to have you here also, as always. So yeah, thanks for hanging in here as long as you could.
Thanks for having me. I've got some stuff to take care of, but hopefully everybody can check out in an hour because my show gets started. But don't leave here till it's over, guys. You got brilliant minds here, and one very attractive one. I gotta go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
He wasn't talking to you, Aaron.
He was talking about Tom.
Jeez. Yeah. Gundam Warrior is here and says recent Gallup poll says only 16% of Americans trust the media. Brings a smile to my face.
It's too high.
Still too high.
And then STR Red Wolf says, wait, G4TV is still around. Well, it is on YouTube anyway, or whatever.
That's what I thought too when I saw that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's what Chris used to be on.
And I'm Jay's least favorite, and that's good to know.
Same, Jay. Same.
Mecha J says, wish Chris Gore was here to give his thoughts on Forkskin's rant. Gee, wish granted, Mecha J?
Yeah, like sometimes wishes do come true.
Yes.
Am I still hot?
No, you're good.
Okay.
It was just the audio adjust.
You're always hot, but
thank you.
Your mic is fine.
All right, thank you.
No, it helps being friends with Chris, I guess. Shotgun Fringe says, after watching the 3rd episode of Boba Fett, I'm thoroughly convinced it's actually a toy commercial and not an actual Star Wars series. But I would never want to play with any of these toys.
Yeah, I agree with Tom. I mean, I have to say, because I've been very supportive of Boba Fett on my Patreon. I gave a hopeful review of the pilot. I gave a very positive review of the 2nd episode. And I got to be honest with you, I'm disappointed with this 3rd episode. I didn't need the Power Rangers with the shiny bikes. I didn't need the not exciting drive through the streets of Tatooine and the fruit carts. I felt like I was watching a 1920s sort of like Laurel and Hardy kind of skit. I was just like,
it's like they were chasing a Cadillac that was driving slowly through.
Yeah, so get out of the way. I mean, just get out of the way. I mean,
I was waiting for one.
They can do better than this. Rodriguez is the director.
Yeah, it was basically it's like, okay, so I mean, for those that don't know, when they're doing stunt stuff with cars and vehicles, they don't drive as fast as you think they are. They're actually driving rather slow. They use camera techniques to make that illusion of speed, but it seems like they forgot to factor that in with this episode, because you could tell they were going maybe 10 kilometers an hour, like 5 miles. Like it's very slow.
Kilometer. Oh yeah, let's get sexy words here. Kilometer.
Well, I mean, I'm in the metric system up here in Canada.
Showing he's Canadian.
Yeah, there was a couple of good moments for me, but yeah, I was very, very disappointed in this episode.
I think that fight with the Wookiee, like the Wookiee would have killed him. Those blows from the Wookiee, he just wouldn't have made it out alive. So I think that maybe the Wookiee was holding back on that, and then he kind of runs away so he doesn't have to confront him again.
The Wookiee hits him with an electric, like a taser set of brass knuckles, and he still walked away.
And then you got these sort of like biker teens taking on the Wookiee. I was like, what?
They looked so weak against him, didn't they? They didn't look strong and like they could defeat the Wookiee. Like they had the little rope thing, and I'm like, really? He's gonna break that like a twig. It wasn't believable.
Are we going down this?
We're going down it.
Are we going down this? I mean,
yeah.
Let's just be honest.
It would appear
the weakest episodes were directed by my boy, and
yeah,
he's one of my heroes, but I'm not like blind to see. It was like the Steph Green's episode was.
I'm not gonna blame. Robert,
no, I'm just giving. This is
me.
With
you.
I felt that.
No, I think it's.
I'm just being honest. I'm not like, oh, he's gonna like it no matter what. It's like, yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what happened. Did he hand it off to someone else?
Pattern. That's the thing. Like, we've seen a lot of Robert Rodriguez's stuff, and what we're seeing on Boba Fett does not fit the pattern that we're familiar with. It's very broken the pattern.
Yeah,
even the Spy Kids
aren't at his caliber.
Even the Spy Kids, man.
Well, I mean, I actually asked this question. Who knows what's happening behind the scenes in that writing process? Now that we've had 2 out of 3, and the 2 out of 3, and again, I am a big fan of Mr. Rodriguez. So the 2 out of 3 for Mr. Rodriguez startled me because they're not what I would expect from a director of his caliber and proven talent. Is he getting involved? What I do know is I don't know how much of a writer he is in this format. Is he giving John a lot of notes?
As far as I know, John's been the only one listed as a writer thus far, right?
Yeah, but
there's other writers there.
Is there?
Yep. The writer's room is really small. It's got Carrie Beck, and it's got another guy that's a writer assistant. Now, Carrie Beck is specifically from the Lucasfilm Story Group. And part of me suspects, based on what Cameron said about Marvel from one of his friends, and I did some digging around, part of me suspects that the same type of
proxy for Kevin Feige that's in the writer's room is happening with the story group over at Lucasfilm. And the reason I say that is because Lucasfilm, when Disney acquired them, didn't really have an infrastructure that's familiar to other studios. And what they did is they basically copied what Marvel Studios made and pasted it over at Disney Lucasfilm. And I think that this particular representative of the story group, Carrie, might be in that position. I'm only speculating at this point. I don't know for sure. I think you got guys like Rodriguez and Favreau pitching ideas, and she's probably saying, well, that's a good idea, but we probably can't use it because it conflicts with this project that we're doing or this type of thing. And
I would say this statement is for me, I'm with it, half of it. His career he hasn't worked for, his career is not working for anyone but himself. Maybe there's just a box within a box that he's just not accustomed to. So he just ended up saying, okay, I'll just shoot it, and it's proven in his career over decades that he's done different types of different genres, television as well, on his own network with El Rey. So I was banking that, he could get in there and let Rodriguez be Rodriguez, but clearly, so far, that hasn't been the case.
Well, I agree with you, and I want to build for a second on what our friend Script is saying, is because I've been told that Marvel has essentially a political officer inside there that both is guiding making sure the stories line up with Feige's overarching storyline vision, and probably telling them this is what opinion-wise, this is what we would like. There's probably a woke element to it. The story group, to whatever extent it still exists, has never been really good in this environment. And my own experience at Disney, when I worked on the Tron Uprising series, as I've been very honest about, I was let go from that series. It was primarily because of political disagreements I had with how it was being managed, and I was very vocal about them, as I'm vocal on, I just can't keep my mouth shut, and that doesn't work at Disney. And so I was let go. But the official excuse they gave my agents was that, it's not about politics. It's we really want to make a kiddie show. Kamran wants to make a sophisticated show for adults. And I said that from the beginning when they hired me. I said, I want to make a show like the Batman animated series. The kids will enjoy it, but it's really sophisticated storytelling for adults. And that was what I did for the first half episodes of the season. If you watch it now on Disney Plus, Tron Uprising, you'll see there's a marked change in the storytelling halfway through when I'm let go, and it becomes very much a children's show. And it wasn't renewed as a result. The feeling I've gotten from Boba Fett so far is the kind of feeling I've been getting from the Hawkeye, which was, this is a kiddie show. This isn't made for the audience. That there's a large adult audience here that is tuning in, more perhaps than children. And so it feels like there's someone like the people I was dealing with at Disney. I didn't have someone sitting in my room telling me what to do, but I certainly got feedback afterwards. That's a little too sophisticated. Is that going to go over the kids' heads? I'm like, I'm not making for 5-year-old kids. So maybe somebody saying that we need to have shiny bikes. We can't have the Rancor be really scary, because it might scare kids not a little too much.
We want to sell more Baby Yoda toys and things of that nature ancillary to it. So
yeah, but unfortunately, there's nothing real toyish here. I mean, I don't know that there's no toy that's coming out of here that I want. So it feels like there is creative interference here, because I know Jon Favreau is a better storyteller than this, and I know Robert Rodriguez is a better director than this. So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's basically a polite negotiation. Like Favreau's like, I don't want to really, screw the good deal I've got here, so I'll give them the benefit of the doubt to cooperate. But at the same time, I'm also thinking in the back of his mind, because if I were him, I'd be like, I can wait these people out. Like, I'm going to be here. They're not. I know this.
Let's
just acquiesce. Yeah, let's just acquiesce and do this.
He survived. Yeah, he survived because of that.
When the Water monger said that that these kids were cyborgs, and my first thought was, we're going to see some really hardcore, crazy looking cybernetic things. And when you look at these kids, nothing out, they do have cybernetic pieces, but it wasn't quite what I was expecting. I was expecting something more jacked up, a little bit more rough looking,
yeah.
Yeah. And even if they had gone with like a steampunk look, that could have, let's say they wanted to use a style, but they didn't know what to use. Steampunk might have fit in a little bit better than the look they went for, which honestly, I don't know. What is it, like glam cyborg? What would you call it?
Very Star Wars cyborgy. I've seen it in the SWTOR games and the Knights of the Old Republic games and cosplay stuff. It fits right in with Star Wars. It's not impressive. I thought the whole cyborg stuff that they implemented in Star Wars was a silly idea. I think Lobo was probably like the best one. Just like with the weird headset in at Bespin. The direction they went the other way is it's all kind of Borg-esque. I found, and I'm like, that doesn't feel like it's Star Wars. That's too one of another. Like it should have been more clean. It should be the only thing that feels new in Star Wars is it should be cybernetic implants.
But does the use of color in these Vespas, is it supposed to mean anything? I mean, what did it mean to you when you saw? For me, I was surprised to see it so colorful. But is there some other meaning to these colors? Is there, or
seems like they just stole them that morning?
Well,
they're brand new off the lot.
They're actually called Moss Vespas.
Right, Moss Vespas.
Well,
is that real? Is that what they're really called?
The only thing that
just
I got
joking,
from
just joking.
the color scheme was so off in comparison to the color scheme of the rest of the show that I noticed it, and it made me think somebody said we got to sell these toys, so make them really clear that this is a toy you want to sell, right? You know, and a nice brilliant wit in the chat said, yeah, I'm not going to go buy the depressed Rancor toy.
Oh man, yeah.
No, but I'll buy the
Sad
Danny
Rancor.
Trejo action figure.
I did like seeing
Yes, I
Danny
would
here, and I
love
actually
the
didn't mind the stuff with the
Trejo.
Rancor. That was probably the best stuff of the.
You like the
show.
Rancor?
It was.
Yeah, that's the best stuff of the show so far. Because I'm like, yeah, now we're finally getting to something Star Wars. But like, no, the only reason I really brought this up is you guys can see it's going like a ticker tape right now. This is clearly the biggest, most viral tweet I've ever had.
Well, every week it's like that, right?
Not
Last
this.
week was like a banta, and now it's this.
Well, that one was I didn't get nearly the like. Look at this, man. Like earlier when it first started going viral, I thought my phone was something wrong with my phone, man. Like I brought it up and I was telling Andre, I'm like, I can't even. Like it's like watching a ticker tape thing. It was just weird, and it's starting to slow down now. But it's like this clearly shows that there's a big disconnect now between the fans and this show, because there was a lot of people that were giving me some pushback here and there before when I talk about it. But you know, most people knew I wasn't a Boba Fett fan to begin with, so I think a lot of people kind of left me alone. But like putting this out there and getting the attention this is getting, this is clearly showing that the show is not connecting with the audience at all.
And I'm sad to say that, because I'm going to keep giving it hope. And there's rumors about the surprise twist that is coming with some surprise cameos and show ups. I feel like we've already seen the Mandalorian is a better show so far. I mean, the Mandalorian is a better show.
I agree. And I have to wonder at the end of the show, you know, Boba Fett does say to Fennec and everybody there that, you know, they're going to war, but we haven't seen his resources yet. Like, how is he going to war? We have
4 kids, 2 guards, and his Fennec. That's it.
Like what they could have done is just like showing us a console, and he presses on the console, and you just see like all these spaceships or something, or and he has someone else on the line. It's like, oh hi, Bo-Katan, you know, and or something, and we know she has, you know, gear and things to fight with because of these other people, the Pikes who are coming off of that Star Cruiser. You know, they seem like they could possibly be outnumbered. And Fennec even goes and says, you know, we're short-handed. Well, where is he going to get all these people backing him up? At least if we saw, like, you know, maybe he actually has the Tusken Raiders that are still alive, you know, that have his back, fine, you know, but we didn't get that. And another thing I said that they could have done, what they could have done was, rather than show flashbacks in episode 1 and 2 of us seeing Boba Fett, you know, kind of like, you know, with the Tusken Raiders, why not show us flashbacks of him earlier doing things where he's a bounty hunter? And then episode 3, go ahead and show us that he's met the Tusken Raiders, come out of the Sarlacc pit, and now he's changed from what he was before, because we wanted to see all that stuff. We wanted to see when he's flying through the galaxy and, you know, trapping people because they stole spice, or, you know, hunting down people who were bad guys, or, you know, stopping people from getting murdered or making mistakes. We wanted to see those flashbacks. I think a lot of us want to see some of that stuff that he might have been involved in that he's not so proud about. You know, and then if they had waited and showed us the Tusken stuff now, let's say episode 3, we would have been like, well, this is very different from what we've seen. You know, like we'd be very surprised to see a different side of him at this point. And I think they could have done something like that, which would have been very interesting for me personally.
For myself, after episode 2, Kamran, I was very like, okay, you know, we're on to something. They got an identity. We're about to really kick it into high gear. And then this one, you know, actually regressed for me. And there was like I said, some really cool little moments. But this show has got a major identity problem, and
its identity problem stems from a common pattern. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to get this out through. But Kevin, you'll appreciate this. But the identity pattern that we're having an issue with, is between all the Disney Plus shows. Essentially, is that the main characters never define what it is they want. And that's really antithetical to Star Wars, because we know right when we first meet Luke, he wants to go to the power station, he wants to go to the academy, he wants to get off Tatooine. We know Leia, she wants to get the Death Star plans to her father. We know Darth Vader, he wants the Death Star plans back. We know Han Solo, he wants money to pay off Jabba.
He wants to get laid.
That too.
Yes.
All those things are very, very important, but we're not seeing that in this current iteration of Star Wars, and that's, I think, what the biggest hang up is when you don't understand who the character is, or at the very least what it is they're trying to achieve. You just, all the other stuff just feels kind of inconsequential and without any merit or weight.
Yes, and what does Boba love? There has to be something that he's passionate about, and even if it's, I guess if it's going to be a rancor, then it's a rancor. But I feel like he needs to have some sort of intimate relationship that we can believe in. I mean, we felt the pain when he saw his father killed in front of his eyes, and we could sympathize with that. But I'm not getting anything else that I'm sympathizing with. I would love for it to be a romantic relationship, or someone that he's lost, or something that he has to make right, or a promise he kept to somebody, and that's why he has to do what he's doing. I promised her that I would, live my life in a more respectful manner now. This is the new me. It would be great to have heard that, but we haven't heard that yet. So the absence of that and the lack of not knowing what his motivation is hard for us to kind of go forward with the story as a fan.
Uncle Owen, this Disney Plus series has a bad motivator.
So I'm gonna share something that had conversation. Our good friend Stephanie Janicek, who's in the chat right now. She was from the very beginning a bigger fan of Boba Fett than I was. I was a little more hesitant about the pilot. I loved the second episode, and like Paulie, I'm like, well, we pulled back, right, quite substantially with the third episode. But we were talking about that, and I hope it's okay for me, Stephanie, to share the conversation we had, which is that this feels rushed. The story, the script feels rushed. Mandalorian didn't feel like a rushed show. And I'm going to throw a speculation. And this is pure speculation for all those people out there. This is not coming from Midnight's Edge. This is Kamran Pasha speculating. Did Gina Carano's firing have something to do with this, where the state of the scripts are? Is it possible that Carano's character had some kind of role in the story and that they had to rip it apart and rejigger it at the last minute in order to meet the production schedule they already had in place? Is that a possibility? Because it just feels abnormally rushed. I do agree with that, and I'm wondering if there's something that happened that made that happen.
Here's an oddball thing on this one, because I've been saying this from the start. That is, like, if it wasn't for the fact that this was announced before that all went down, I would be thinking this show is nothing more than filler until they figure out what the fuck they're going to do with Mandalorian. That's what I've been saying all this time. So I don't totally disagree with you, Cameron, if, and that's a big if, she was meant to be a part of the show. If not, it's just fleeting nonsense that they're just doing it because they knew Boba Fett was just, something to sell.
Yeah, and the other part too that's kind of like tragic. I mean, technically speaking, Gina Carano wasn't really fired. The more egregious stuff was the Whisper Network behind the scenes. But here's the thing, like, the announcement that she was not going to be returning in the future came, I think, about 3 weeks before she was set to renegotiate her contract, because she had a 2-year contract for The Mandalorian. And all the talk around town is that she was going to get another 2-year contract, not necessarily for The Mandalorian, but for Disney Plus with regards to Star Wars. And then we get that press release from a nameless spokesperson from Lucasfilm, cowardly, I would say, saying, "Oh, we have no plans for her in the future." And then we get her interview where she's like, "Yeah, there's cast and crew that loved her, and she loved them." And then she finds out through emails that there's these other people that just don't like her for various reasons, which I find kind of callow. And now she's no longer here. And I think we should be focusing more on that behavior, because that seems to have that ripple effect to the quality of the shows and the atmosphere at Lucasfilm. It's like when an actor's not renewed for a contract, that's not really a big deal in town. But what predicated that, I think, is actually what's should be more important, because it's despicable in that sense. They got rid of her essentially, or just dismissed her because she just didn't fit in with whatever narrative they wanted to go, or were really dismayed or felt impotent because this new character that was just being built as we were watching it. Like, we didn't get a whole lot of her backstory or who she is or what she wanted, but there's enough there that we had this great interest and compassion for her. And she basically, in those few episodes between those 2 seasons, did more for the air quote cause of strong female characters than 3 movies did with, you know, a main lead. And I think they felt really impotent from that. And they're like, no, we're just going to get rid of it all. And at the same time, I think the character of Fennec is being neutered as a result of that. That's just my theory. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. It feels like the last year, just regardless of whether Miss Carano was ever going to be a character, if I were a writer, I would suggest she's a popular character. Let's get her on the show. You know, they cross paths. There's a linkage to you keep the whole universe connected, right? And all that. But even if, let's say, she wasn't, certainly I think that there was a lot of chaos at Lucasfilm this past year. We may be seeing the result of that chaos because the show was written, February, March, April, May or so, right around the time when it was really getting hot with Gina Carano and all that stuff and the politics of it. And it just may have been a really bad pressured environment to write in.
I would not be surprised at all. I mean, again, like, I'm still learning new things about the streaming models with various studios. Like Warner Brothers and HBO Max have a very different type of writer's room organized for their streaming content. Disney has a really messed up writer's room for their Disney content. Paramount Plus, through all those production companies, they're still trying to figure out how to do it, like build their own model. And even right now, I was just getting updates on the WGA stuff for how to do the shows with subscribers. I mean, they're defined, but they feel more vague than what I'm used to when seeing like old network TV stuff and cable stuff. So it's really, again, we're still in the wild west of this content creation on streaming services, and I think that doesn't help as well when you factor in the internal politics of each studio and what they're trying to achieve.
Indeed. And with that, let's get into some more super chats. What do you say?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, because I think the audience has been very patient, especially
They have.
And there's actually a lot of great conversation in the chat.
There is.
Really
absolutely.
Ideas being thrown out. I love the chat on Midnight's Edge. Really smart people.
John Apocalypse points out that Bob's Burger is getting an exclusive theatrical release, but Pixar's Turning Red is going straight to streaming. Chapek knows where the money is. Well, maybe that, or it just says more about the film.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to do we release it, because Chapek has been willing to release things theatrically and also been willing to put things just on streaming. I think they're making a judgment as to where they think there's more money to be made, and maybe who knows what the quality of Turning Red is going to be. I mean, I've generally been a fan of Pixar. I do think that after certain gentlemen left a few years ago, the quality is not the same. So,
to put it lightly,
yeah, they have sucked since they got rid of Lasseter. That's
so it's just like let's just maybe putting this in the theater is not worth the economics of it.
Well, especially after the way Encanto played out.
And hopefully, Chapek will realize that just like when Iger first took over from Eisner, he has an animation department that needs fixing. Of course, the way that Iger solved that was by buying Pixar, but now Chapek also has a Pixar that needs fixing.
Yeah. Ghost sends in $5 and says, honestly, she is only crying because she was called out on her false info. She's blaming fans for her incompetence. Yeah, this is another thing I was going to point out. Like, it seems like most of the problem with the whole thing was that, like, it seemed to be predicated on who was writing the reviews. Like, it seems like maybe this whole thing came about because she was being accused of not actually playing the game she was reviewing.
Well, but she came out and flat out admitted it.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. And she did this to distract.
She didn't play games. I'm sorry. She admitted that she didn't play a game she was reviewing?
No, but she admitted that the reviews are scripted. And the only time when they say something about their opinion is that when we say, I think that, then the next sentence is going to be something that they actually feel. Beyond that, she admitted it's all scripted. All the reviews that they say has to go
She said
through
they
that
all
guy
worked
over
on the
there.
reviews too. Yeah, she said there was other people on that worked on, not just them.
Yeah, I mean,
and she didn't
like,
understand the
doing
concept of divide and conquer either.
Yeah, no, there's like she flat out, or not just her, because she didn't maybe write what was on the teleprompter, but whoever's behind it, they had flat out admitted that for all of the reviews and stuff like that, there's a whole team of 20 people, half of which are women, which she proudly declared behind it, that writes all that stuff in common, and then it's just a talking head that reads it out loud.
Well, I'm going to pause it more. I'm going to say all the stuff that she said about all that stuff was scripted. The part that wasn't, and that's why that guy probably said I didn't know we were going there, was the part where she went off at the beginning about not being as hot as bangable as Olivia Munn. I think she added that herself.
Yes.
And I think that was kind of a whole like conflation of the entire situation.
I mean, it's personal insecurity. When I don't think that they would have scripted that because it's really rude. But
that part didn't come off scripted, but then you can tell the moment she shifts from that to talking about the reviews, then that's all clearly scripted. Like it comes off that way.
Yeah,
and we
just
also
like the reviews.
Yeah, and we also have another. This is becoming quickly like a thing on Fridays, like a revolving roundtable of guests. We have another awesome guest with us, George the Giant Slayer. How you doing, my friend George?
Hello, everybody. How you doing, my brother Tom? Andre,
very good friend of mine. Yes, indeed.
Cameron.
George, have we ever been on together? I don't know.
I don't know if you guys have been able to cross paths. I don't think so.
For we have. I think for 10 seconds. As
George,
it
is my pleasure to introduce you to producer, writer, former journalist, and general soothsayer of the industry, and great interpreter of the trades, Kamran Pasha. And Kamran, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to George the Giant Slayer, published author, and just alt mulig mann is what we would say in Norwegian. So, yeah.
What does that mean in Norwegian?
That means one who can do it all.
Well, I love your background. I'm already drawn to the figurines you have, as well as the color palette, which is more interesting to me than the color palette that was in the in Boba Fett this week.
Please, I'm finishing up the review that I'm gonna release on it, and I had gone into Boba Fett like I do with other things. Cameron, it's all right. I'll say Cameron. Okay, so I found episode 1 to be middling. I had a couple of things I liked, but middling. Then episode 2. It's like I put both feet in the water. I'm like, oh, wow, I kind of like this. I can see where it's going, but I still didn't have a hook. So I was like, unless I get a solid hook in episode 3 and we stick to the present time, and because we did all this history, I'm like, I'm probably going to be out of it. And then I see episode 3 and I discover the Mighty Morphin, Power Rangers, neon colors, emo teens, and then Hugh Hefner walking out in his robe after getting his ass kicked.
I did notice that. I did notice him tying up his sexy silk robe as he came out.
No Playboy Mansion women.
No, and
where are they?
I don't know. I mean, I was just
he didn't have any ladies around him, man.
For a cameo.
He was like a
now.
You need to get your Electra Abilon on that show, my friend. I mean,
I don't understand. I was going to ask Script and everybody else. I'll ask you, Cameron. I looked up and I found a tidbit of information. I don't know if this is correct. Again, one is on Wikipedia, so I don't trust Wikipedia. Then I found it in a Collider article. It said that when it started filming in November of 2020, that it was either 2 or 3 weeks until the cast knew that they were not filming Mandalorian 2.5.
Oh.
So,
okay.
How could the cast not know? They said the directors knew, but the cast didn't know that they weren't shooting Mandalorian 2.5.
Well, they evidently hadn't read the scripts in advance, I'm guessing.
Or maybe they're only getting partial scripts. George Lucas would do that on his,
just send out
prequels. You'd only get
pages.
people, here's your page. Yep.
Because I was wondering, and maybe that is one of the reasons why this just went off the rails. Like, it doesn't have any... Like, look, it doesn't have cohesion, but also doesn't have any stakes. I mean, I thought for a moment there that the Tuskens and the relationship he was developing with what seems to be a female warrior were going to create the impetus at some point to motivate him to, okay, I'll have to go become daimyo. I haven't seen the effect, the cause and effect. What has made him? I would just want to be Lord, okay, but then he's not Lord. He's like Mr. Rogers.
Well, that's the funny thing is, how are you dying when we're introduced to Jabba the Hutt in Return of the Jedi? I can imagine him as a crime lord. He's got hundreds of minions. He's this guy is he's sitting alone in this empty palace. I mean, it just feels like this lonely man with his two Gamorrean guards and this robot.
Yes, Jabba definitely crime lord because he had, the slave girl on a chain. He's paying to have this woman, but he's like, screw paying her. I'm going to pull her towards me whenever I want to because I can just pull whatever I want to and take that and just go for it. I mean,
I'm not so sure he paid her.
For a slug.
I think he paid for her.
Right?
The thing is, he had minions. You can imagine him ruling this area because he had all these goons, not just two.
Oh, I could see.
Guards.
Here's the funny
all
thing,
these goons
Cameron.
to take care of business.
Here's the
he didn't have to
hilarious
come
thing,
out there every
Cameron.
5 minutes with his and let's go talk to that guy who's not paying his tribute. He didn't have to deal with that.
That hilarious laugh that
There's been about a handful.
He was laughing for the whole freaking galaxy. He was like, I'm just gonna have my fun and screw you guys. Just it's
the funny thing is on that post is I've had like maybe a handful of people come out and defend the show.
Right.
And they said something about George Lucas would love this. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? First of all, George Lucas would say, there's not enough creatures in there.
Yes, he would definitely say
and
that.
then you're saying that George Lucas would direct that Vespa scene? Fuck
Never.
you.
No.
This
not
man
even.
made American Graffiti with one of the arguably best drag strip scenes in cinema history.
Yes,
There's
and
no
we already
way
know
he would have filmed that.
There are parents with kids right now who are saying, I want the red Vespa. I want the blue Vespa. I want the yellow Vespa. They're right now, kids are looking and parents like, gee, I hope I can find this for my kid.
Jason Reitman from Independent Film directs a better chase scene between a 1959 Cadillac and a computer animated ghost than Robert Rodriguez, because I don't know what's going on there with that part. You've got some problems.
There's
and I also wonder if deep down inside Fennec was like, you've got to be kidding me. What kind of chase is this?
You're right about something. Somebody in the special effects department or something is off, because even in the wide shot when Boba Fett is walking with the Bantha and he leaves the camp, the background is not moving at the same pace and speed.
It isn't. That happened with the train.
What the fuck is going on here? Script is 100% right. Whoever they got working on this shit does not understand motion at all.
Well,
no, but that happened with the train.
Their game technology, right, George? It would have been
their Unreal Engine, and it's not in sync. I picked this up during the episode with Bill Burr, and they go on the Stormtrooper thing. They're on the transport truck to go into the Imperial base. And I'm like, something's not right there. Like, the stuff on profile looks normal, but the stuff on like straight at, like the background seems almost motionless, and there's stuff on the left and right that are kind of moving, but not the right speed that is consistent with other angles. I'm like, something's wrong there.
I can't figure it out. But does anyone have an idea why would a studio put together, like, throw some money? Like, in my business, if I'm going to launch a new product, if I'm going to invest in a new marketing venture, I'm going to put everything behind it. I'm not just going to go, hey, here's a few $1,000. You just throw something over there.
Feel right about this all around, George, and maybe Cameron's right about some reworking in the script, or the rush factor has something to do with it, because this was not like it was a last minute decision. This was set up in the last season of Mandalorian, right? Like, and it wasn't the last episode either. It was set up through about 3-4 episode arc. Like, it was no little thing. Like, so like, and I'm sitting here going through this whole thing. I'm like, you're almost halfway through this show now. You supposedly set this all up in the Mandalorian, but you're meandering like you have no idea where you're going. Like, you've got 30 or 40 shows to set this crap up. It's like, wait a minute here. You're halfway in almost, and you have not hooked me in yet.
And about About the only thing I'm sorry, Cameron, the only thing that I've had an emotional response to so far is when the train was shooting at the Tuscans, and it was like these sort of cheap shots where they were getting shot, and I was like, oh shit, oh my god.
Yeah,
like they're just knocking them off like they don't even matter, like they're worthless. That was the only.
That's old colonial stuff. They would do that in colonial. Train would go by and just go by a village, just shoot them out just in case they might come out. Yeah, that's old colonial stuff.
That's the only thing so far that I was like, oh my god, like that I've had a reaction to, that I felt some sort of wow, they really better do something,
And not only that, Boba is smart enough; he should have seen that double cross. But anyway, back to what Kamran was saying first.
What do you guys think? I mean, has there been anything in this that you've been emotionally reacted to that's made you go, whoa?
I did. It was, I would say, one was that the Tuscans. Two, it was, I don't know why it was emotional for me, but when he got out of the Sarlacc pit, I felt it for a second. Just maybe it was the kid inside of me, or remembers him going in. I don't know, but it was something about that moment. Also, when he had, when he went to visit with to the mayor, and you had that bureaucratic clerk, the idiot. Now, my Boba would have just shot him and kept going. But I don't know why. Some scenes which don't mean anything to anybody else mean to me. I couldn't stand it. That had more of a visceral reaction, like, oh God, Boba, shoot him. But
well, I had actually I was surprised by it. I had an emotional reaction to the ending of the first episode where the chief gives him the of the water.
That
little thing was that symbolic of, you let the little kid take the credit for this thing. You're part of the tribe. You saved his life.
Yeah.
It was just a simple thing, and it touched me emotionally. Look, people are saying, "Do you hate this?" No, I've said I've defended this show on my Patreon. And I like a lot of elements of it. I'm disappointed that that doesn't have its act together right now.
It is. You just said it perfectly. There are pieces that I really love, and like you, I defended it for 2 episodes. I did, because I wanted to give it a chance, because I want to enjoy it. I don't understand people who go in wanting to tear something down. That doesn't make sense to me. I want to enjoy something. I don't care if Disney pulls it off. Great. Do I like the way Disney operates? No. Would I like everything to change? Hell yeah. Would I like to be able to rip some of them out of there? Absolutely. But does that mean I'm going to just, like, when people just rip everything apart, tear it, eviscerate it, you're giving them ammunition, where what they're saying is these people just hate. Why would I do that? Why would I play their game? So when I went into this, I was like, yes, I like this. It's Boba Fett. And I justified some of it going, he can't be a bounty hunter anymore. It has to be a transformation from bounty hunter to Godfather. He can't be an assassin. He has to have a crew of assassins and people. But there just were too many continuity errors. Like I had in this last episode, how do you have the Power Ranger diversity twins on their Vespas, and then all of a sudden they go, we can't afford food? I'm like, you got like new cyber gear and crap and bikes and hairdos, but
saw one of the bikes, yeah.
Like that to me, maybe it's just because I write, but that stuff I noticed. Maybe did y'all notice that there were little errors?
Their clothing
that's why I felt
was
rushed. That's why I feel like no one's watching this thing. No one's really managing.
And they wasted Stephen Root.
Yeah, I know, right?
So far. But
I
let me ask you guys a question, Kamran and Script. Do you think there was a possibility that this was all shot as one big story, and they, whether it's a production producer, or the editors, or I don't know what? Because at first, remember, it was announced that it was going to be 8 episodes, and then a month before it came out, which was the second trailer, it was 7 episodes. So that to me says in the editing, that maybe at first it was going to be a 2 or 3 parter limited series, but then they wanted to stretch it out. I mean, is there any, what do you guys think about that idea as far as that?
I think episode 2 was 2 episodes combined into 1.
Right. Okay. But I'm talking about that. Okay. That's fine. So does that lend to my thought of it maybe being shot as one big movie? And then, here you go, Disney, you cut it up.
You've hit the issue here, which is that this is poorly edited. the stories are not ending at the appropriate places in the episodes that I've seen, suggesting that the problem isn't necessarily whatever the arc is that they've developed. They're not cutting it together properly. They're not ending it properly. We felt that in the end of the pilot. I was like, you're ending it here? Ending it here? There's more to go. And then, and like you said, it felt like there was 2 movies in the second episode. And it felt like, again, third episode was like, that's not the episode, is it? That can't be the episode. There's got to be another 10, 15, 20 minutes of something, right? And there probably is. It just feels like it was edited wrong.
It's a shame, man.
It is a shame because this could have been something bigger. And is it true that they're going to have a season 2 and 3 script? Cameron, anyone?
No idea.
I don't know.
I wish I knew.
Because
I'm sure the ratings aren't good.
No, like
it might have been true at one
it.
point, but I doubt it's going to be after the reception. And also, I think that whatever Skywalker moment they have planned is going to fall flat on his face, because the Mandalorian, it actually had goodwill. Yeah, not everyone was a fan, but the people that went back to rewatch the show, once they learned that there's something really huge happening towards the end here, that's going to make it all worth it.
I'm
They
surprised
actually
you're
had
saying
a
that,
fairly
Andre.
saying what?
I'm surprised you're saying that Hollywood in their brilliance, intelligence wouldn't give Boba Fett more seasons when clearly, based on reception, when clearly Picard and Star Trek, they keep getting seasons
entirely on the deals. Just keep in
Here's
mind
the sad part,
they set up Han Solo to be like a trilogy. That didn't happen.
Here's the other sad part.
You're right.
I Picard. Picard actually had a bigger audience than this show did. That's the sad part.
That is sad.
Really?
Wow.
How is that possible? Really?
Yeah, because when Picard started, it had roughly around 4 million people watching it. This show, the first episode, had roughly 2 million.
But don't they have like over 70 million subscribers in the US? Is it 70?
These shows are shit. That's the whole point, is nobody's watching them. And Boba Fett is clearly one of the worst so far, because the most they've been able to muster is it did better than Hawkeye. And then you go back and look, Hawkeye was one of the worst rated shows of all the Marvel shows. And it's like, oh, boy.
I did like Haley Steinfeld in it. She has a lot of talent.
Steinfeld.
Yeah. On that note, she's a
superb actress with this garbage script, whatever.
In this article,
I'm happy to discuss Star Wars a little bit more later, but we only have Kamran for a very limited amount of time.
Well, and I think that actually affects this right here that just come across the transom. And Disney stock got downgraded on higher streaming spending. Theme parks outlook, meaning they're spending too much fucking money.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a whole long article here, but anyway, you were going to say.
Also, what I was saying is that Kamran, what we also spoke about, like while we were planning the show today, is that you've learned about, or actually, it's out in the trade, not in the trades, but it's out in a few outlets. That another Disney Plus series has gone back for reshoots, namely Moon Knight. Now, as for me personally, this would be the one of all of the announced Disney Plus Marvel series that are coming. This is the one that I actually was looking forward to.
Me too.
Now, Kamran, earlier this week, we learned of the reshoots, or we didn't learn of, we got confirmation of the reshoots on Ms. Marvel, which is something that you spoke about here 1 month ago. So maybe we'll do a clip video and release that separately later on with more details on that. But so now we are in the very beginning of 2022, and in the span of 1 week, we have learned of reshoots on Ms. Marvel and now on Moon Knight. And should be worried and what's going on with all of these reshoots we'll now learn of so shortly together.
It's okay, Andre. It's just going to be more Spider-Man.
Does it mean that they're correcting all the woke? Cameron?
That's the question. Kamran, what do you think?
We'll see what the actual end result of these reshoots are. But the fact that Doctor Strange is being reshot quite substantially, my understanding is 36 days. That's almost a third of a movie. Generally, most movies about 90 to 100 day shoot of that scale, right? So And then you've got Ms. Marvel's essentially being reshot massively, which I had said earlier from the sources that I had, that the show, they've had it in the can for almost a full year, and they're like, we can't actually put this on the air. It's garbage, right? They knew that. And so now you've got this Moon Knight, which is Oscar Isaac, who has a very large following, right? And a lot of people excited for the show. And, I'm taking this optimistically because it fits in. Maybe it's just my own ego. Those are my predictions, but it fits into my predictions that when Mr. Chapek would take full reign without the shadow, the eclipse of Iger over him, that he would start ruthlessly cutting down everything that was a problem, like Vader going through the Jedi and then the Separatists, right? Because now it's time the new regime has to establish itself. And as our friend Mike, Mexican Iron Man, said, he's got 120 days to prove that his memo is not just a bunch of hot air, that there's actually a change. So it is not surprising to me that that we are learning it's almost like day after day after day we're hearing something, right? Coming out of the Disney world, whether it's the MCU or whether it's Lucasfilm or whatever. And that to me fits into the mold of someone who is cutting down the weeds. And I would assume it's bad storytelling. Now remember, we're complaining about some of the issues of Boba Fett. Boba Fett was developed and produced during this two-man in charge situation where Iger was still there stepping on top of Chapek. So, now whatever is going to come out of this next year will be whether we can judge Chapek's ability to guide the creative thing. If we all don't like the stuff that we see, we can say Bob Chapek did his best, but he wasn't able to fix it, right? But we don't know yet. My hope remains that the fact that he's so aggressive and so much is happening within a few days, it's not even mid-January yet. It's almost mid-January, and all we're hearing is new stories of reshoots and this and that, and this being canceled. It means he's just cutting things down, and that to me gives me hope, considering that we are in a horrible place. Everything on Disney is on fire when this guy's in charge. He's got to put out those fires. And the fact, and this is the last thing I'll say, the fact that apparently, it was leaked out in that Deadline article, and I don't believe it was leaked out by an enemy. I think Chapek himself leaked it out, that his contract is up on February 28th, 2023. I think he leaked that out to say, guys, I got 1 year to prove myself. I have only 1 year where I don't have Iger standing over my head. I got 1 year. I've been at 4 years. I have 1 year. So I'm so sorry that I have to fire you. This isn't personal. I'm so sorry that I have to take care of this entire division. And it's not personal. I got 1 year or I'm not going to get renewed. And everyone can understand that. And that's that. And releasing that gives him the cover to be as aggressive as we're seeing now.
Well, okay, can I ask you, does that incentivize then some Kamran in there to slow roll things for him, to burn the clock out, to burn the candle out?
Well, I think anyone who tries now is just going to get cut down.
Okay.
That's when I got that message from a Disney insider, and he sent this. He was just a member of my Patreon. I didn't know he was a Disney employee. He just sent me a message saying, "By the way, I've been following you for 4 months, and I've been working at Disney for 20 years, and the whole office is abuzz by this memo." And we're all like, we're going to again, whether he intended it or not. And I believe everyone is reacting to the boss has told us we got to not go against the audience. And having worked at Disney, everyone is afraid for their jobs. Everyone is afraid of being fired all the time. And so now they're like, okay, this is the commandment. And he said in the memo, this is not a bottom-up company. This is a top-down company. So it's not like there's a bunch of wokies that are going to run out and gather their allies like they tried to do at Netflix, gather their allies to fight Dave Chappelle.
Protest.
But there's nobody even trying that at this point.
Okay, good. Great. That sounds great. That's positive.
It's hope.
Maybe this is more oversight now. And, if you see something and you're talking about it, you're not going to be shown as a whistleblower just because, you say, well, this isn't really following what they're asking us to do. You're not a whistleblower anymore, because traditionally as a whistleblower in a company like that, they'd get rid of you, or they would say, we have to be careful of this employee, keep them on the side, make sure they don't know everything we're doing. Well, now everything's out in the open now. People are going to be attending all your meetings. You can't sort of like have, private chats and things on the side anymore. So now that things are in a more open environment, it's going to be easier for them to sort of control what's going on. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
And on that, having experiences directly, Disney's not only the culture top down and not bottom up, it is a culture of everyone stabbing each other in the back and using swords against. I witnessed it, and I was actually told by the executive the first day I was there, it's like, you're too honest and trusting. This isn't a place to be that. She told me that the first day, right? And now that you've got a sword, oh, this is going against the audience. I can get that asshole fired now that I've been waiting to get fired. Boss, I think what he's doing is against what the audience wants. Time to move that guy out.
Wow.
This is a way get them. Chapek is very good at getting people to fight each other for his benefit, which is what we saw in the memo. He's going to have the studio heads sit down and pitch each other their ideas. I mean, he's going to have Kennedy or whoever the hell's in charge of Lucasfilm is going to pitch Kevin Feige your ideas for the show, her thing moving forward. And Feige is going to be like, that's pretty stupid, right? He's pitting them all against each other in pure sort of Sith-like. And I've said he's very Sith-like. Sith is all about getting the lower guys to fight each other so the top guys.
Well, and I got to get your response to this. So it appears that we've got some feedback from the reshoots on Doctor Strange, according to Grace Randolph.
Wow, okay.
According to her, that she's hearing positive feedback from several sources. Wanda is still the villain, not watered down. American Chavez is definitely LGBT, and they show her parents. Lots of major awesome cameos, I guess. Oh, yeah. Movie's back on track, according to Grace Randolph. So, what's your response to this?
Well, I mean, Grace Randolph, God bless her. I think she's been right about a lot of things. I think she's not been right about a lot of things. But I will take this as hopeful information that if things are back on track, it means that they're actually correcting something that was very, very wrong on that movie. And I liked the first Doctor Strange, and I liked him in Spider-Man. If they screw that up, I think that would be a loss. And I think they know that. So that's hopeful.
Yeah, and Kamran, before you leave, we have a couple of super chats here that are addressing you.
And before we do the super chats, I actually want to say I'm really glad that Tom and I are able to disagree publicly. And I want to apologize to Tom. I can get sometimes very aggressive when I'm challenged, and I apologize to you earlier. You have your absolutely right to opinion on where Kennedy's journey is, and I shut you down a little bit, and that's not fair to you. And I want to apologize to you in front of everybody. It wasn't right. So thank you for always stating your opinion, even though I can be very aggressive.
It's all right. You didn't have to apologize.
Never apologize.
We're colleagues here.
But actually, I think that's really good. And Kamran, it makes you a bigger man in general for it. But that's the beauty here. That we actually can have discussions. We're not an echo chamber, and we see that elsewhere. Where we saw like this reference to that Chris said about his former co-host on Attack the Show, or I never saw it, so I don't know.
I watched it.
That he had said that he wished death upon all of his families that identified as conservatives, whatever.
What?
Look at the diversity of opinion, which is what really matters. We have here. And we're still friends, and we're still talking together. But on that note, Super Chats, you're going to like this one because it was from, let's see, DS Ford, sets for $10. Tom, I remember when Kamran was predicting this last year. I was in the chat saying he's right because I know how corporations work. Please hit the I fucking knew it button for Kamran. Tom, push the button.
I'll push the button. I just hope that he's right.
Well, I was right that she's going to start getting lifetime achievement.
What that was perfectly. Is it her getting it, or is it George Lucas? That's
no, Tom. You know his argument, and I remember this, was that they're going to send her out to pasture with a lot of pomp and circumstance. Like they're not going to just fire her.
I'm not arguing that point.
Well, that's
that point at all.
Let's see what award she gets in the summer.
I don't think anybody's getting what I'm saying here.
I'm saying that this was meant for Lucas.
My point is this. Yeah, this was an award meant for George Lucas, period. And he's too white and male to get it by himself, so they have to interject Kathleen Kennedy. I'd like to believe Cameron's right, that this is one of those, we're giving you an award to shove you out the door things, but I think it's more like they're shoving George Lucas out the door.
No, I think it's the beginning of the end for her. And
I want to believe he's right. I do, but I'll give him.
I hope she's like a cockroach.
One way to read it. That's fair.
And it's probably a slight to Bo. It's probably a slight to George that he even has to do that. Because remember, he didn't show up at
the premiere,
the Rise premiere.
I always worry about Kathleen Kennedy because to me she's just like a cockroach. She survives everything. What she does. It's like if I could, you need to go into the Lucasfilm and bomb her, like raid. Fumigate the whole place. I mean, I don't understand how she survives.
When you have time, I'd like to know. In line with predictions. So Tom, hit the button.
I will. I was going to say I'm going to hit this button, and I'll say the one thing that he's got going for him is this whole Blood and Bone thing moved over to Paramount.
That is significant.
Yes.
Because that was a passion project for Kathleen Kennedy herself. Personally, what I heard from completely different sources was that this was something that she was given to shut the hell up about losing influence over Star Wars. If she now lost that too, that's significant.
They don't care about her at all. I mean,
that is significant.
So then why keep her? Why keep her then? Is it just for show?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
I don't know if it's that or they just can't get her out of the contract, but
one or the other or both.
And here's for Kamran.
Yes. I fucking knew it. Oh.
Because Kamran, before you go, T Neil 89 says for $5 to Kamran Pasha 72. To your point, is editing in post that much of a time drain in addition to being expensive?
It shouldn't be unless you have a disaster in the underlying material. Unless you don't know what you're doing. I mean, we always say we'll fix it in post, and I didn't understand the power of post-production and editing until I got into this business. But they're literally magicians. We got nothing here, and they make it work somehow, right? We got the underlying footage is garbage, and they put it together. Like, that's a good thing. How did that happen? But sometimes the underlying stuff is so bad, and the director you're getting, especially if the show was recut from a planned 8-episode distribution to a 7-episode, there's likely things that are being cut out that they can't fit in, which is making logic problems and making consistency problems. So,
I still think it would have been better if it would have been seen as a movie, like if it would have been dropped all at the same time and binged as one whole.
It probably was written almost like it's probably the old script just kind of reworked. And that's why all this stuff is all stretched in the beginning, and then the story will kick in the last 4 to 3 episodes, if that. But like, I don't know, it just, to me, it's like they're losing their shot here. You've lost too much of the audience, and this should be a character that brought a lot of butts and seats to watch the show, and it hasn't.
One thing I will say is when I started personally coming to the opinion in the fall that really Ms. Kennedy, in my opinion, this time was up or was ending, I actually reached out to my agents saying, hey, can you get me a job on one of these shows? Right. And they're pretty much his response was like, yeah, they're not really hiring. It's all internal. Right. And that means that the problem is still you've got these leftovers, these graduates of this dysfunctional story group who are essentially still being relied on. You know, maybe politically, Mr. Favreau doesn't have the power yet, to completely remove all of those people. I think he would benefit if he started hiring better writers. I hope he does it this year.
I would love to send him my portfolio.
Yeah, certainly, because so far, I mean, this thing right here, because I really think that Robert Rodriguez himself is not responsible for what's going on here, but still, I think he just came in and he holds the camera and he shoots it, and he does that cheap, and he does it fast, and he does it reliable, and he has minimum creative input. And that's unfortunate because this is backfiring on him now, and we know he can do better than this.
It is backfiring. I mean, I've been going over this, and I was like, the 2 episodes that were one middling and one bad are both on Rodriguez's shoulders. And I'm like, I adored this.
Oh, I know better than that, because you can give Rodriguez a camera, $10, and full reign to do whatever the hell he wants, and he'll bring you back something that's entertaining as fuck.
Then how did he bring this back? That's what I'm
because
not.
I'm blaming it all on Favreau and the writing team behind it. And maybe it's influence from above. I don't know. Maybe they're floundering, like Kamran said, that maybe Gina was supposed to have something to do with the show, and now that left them with a void they had to fill. I don't know.
Okay.
I wish I had an answer for this.
It is inexplicable because The Mandalorian was a good show. People can say
I love
it was a good show.
Well, maybe that's the problem, Kamran, is that, Mandalorian, let's be real, like, that was my first thing about after the first episode was you could have just inserted Dijon mustard into this show and it would have just been another episode of The Mandalorian. Like, maybe that's their problem, is like, crap, we've had too much of a show that's just like Boba Fett now for 2 seasons. What are we going to do to differentiate this character now? Because basically he was like generic Boba Fett for 2 seasons.
Except
like, that
was good.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I pictured Boba Fett would be like, right? Like, you had that little chipping away of the whole, like, man with no name kind of thing that character had. That's what Boba Fett should have been from the start, I guess.
Yeah,
like,
you're right. I mean, they have trapped themselves, and I think they laid this trap that you're pointing out in the Mandalorian series when they brought in Boba Fett. And even then, we're all like, this isn't exactly the Boba Fett we know. He's like kind of this good guy. He was helping them out, right? I mean, but we're like, okay, well, it's been a few years. Who knows what the hell happened to him? Oh, now we get a chance to find out what happened to him. The problem is then they don't really show that journey of the old dude to this guy. It's just he's kind of that guy from the beginning. I'm like, no, this guy was shooting at Luke Skywalker yesterday. He's shooting at Luke Skywalker yesterday.
And before you have to go, Team Neil 89 says for $10. To Kamran, I want the script doctor and Kamran Star Wars collaboration heading the writer's room. Henceforth referred to as the Scrumran Collective. You guys would actually do it justice. Oh yeah,
that sounds like a great victory. Instead of the Yuzong Vong, whatever those guys were from the other galaxy, right? Instead of those guys, it's a Scamran Collective shows up to fight the united forces of the Sith and the Jedi. It's great.
Oh yeah, I mean, with Kamran, with your knowledge of history and cultural history and stuff, and my knowledge in science fiction, there could be some really good stuff there, like some really, really good stuff there. Thank you for that.
I think one day we will collaborate, Skip. I think that day will come.
That'd be awesome.
Joey has a great comment in the chat here. He says they should hire John Carpenter. Disney presents John Carpenter's Boba Fett. Look, John Carpenter is probably never going to come back to directing. He's probably happily retired. Oh, he's old and just happily retired. He hasn't made a movie in like 10 years, I think. So like he's just happy to sit back and collect checks. But no, that's how they needed to write this. And Rodriguez is like he could make a John Carpenter movie, right? Like most of his movies feel like John Carpenter movies almost. Like, and I agree with this. That's what they should have like went after. This is like that kind of a tone. Like, what would John Carpenter have done? This should feel like Big Trouble in Little Mos Espa.
Yeah,
it should feel like Escape from Tatooine. Yeah.
And Kareen, not Karen, says for $9.99. Kamran is always right. Sorry, Tom. Still love you, though.
No, don't say that. I am often right, but it's actually really important that because I can become egotistical and say, look at all these predictions I got right. I can be very wrong about things. I'm just as human as everybody else. And it's very important that my aggressive, loud voice can be challenged by somebody who's going to say, I don't agree with that. Because that's the only way we can find what truth is. And that's what this channel is dedicated to.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that, Cameron. What am I not agreeing to? I don't know.
Yeah. But before
by the way, I wanted to lovingly say there's someone in the chat. It wasn't a super chat, but I will respond to it. Someone's in the chat said very nicely, Cameron could just crowdfund a movie right now, but he still wants to be in Hollywood. I'm like, you're right, and I still kind of want to be in Hollywood because I think that's what I came here to do. That's what I'm still doing.
Well, going off that comment earlier, I think it more speaks to the fact that you've been kind of blacklisted more than anything because
I've certainly had.
You could have clearly used your a lot of things to your advantage to get jobs in Hollywood right now, as a lot of people have. And you didn't, and that's.
Well, I'm also not the right. When it comes to categories. The problem is, on one level, I'm the right category because I'm brown, I'm Muslim, and all that stuff, right? But the problem is, I'm very openly about the fact I'm a traditional religious Muslim. I'm politically conservative.
And you don't conform, exactly.
Yeah, I don't conform. And so, my friends who are sort of the purple-haired Muslims who are like gender fluid, they're doing great right now. At least they're getting work, And so, but no,
and that's my point is you didn't buy into that shit, and that's why you're not getting your ass kissed.
Yeah, I mean, I have had obstacles, but I am still in the game, and that's what's eating me alive. Is I want to share some stuff with you guys, but I gotta wait until it's in the trades, right? And
it's worth waiting for. I can tell you that it's all worth waiting for.
Because and it is. Look, we talked earlier about that woman, having to swallow. So people have, on chats made fun of my religion. I know it irritates me when people say things like, well, Cameron, if you're a real screenwriter, you wouldn't be on YouTube. I'm like, I very much enjoy everyone I'm meeting on YouTube. I love this community. Came to it because The Last Jedi was so bad and I had to find somebody to talk to, right? But I actually do have a job. And
I can tell you right now that Cameron is making a movie about dinosaurs with nunchucks. There you go.
That'll be front page of Friday. But it's
I am the executive producer, the director. He's the writer. Script doctor is also helping. So
yeah,
cool.
I thought I was working on this Karate Monkeys thing.
That's a totally different thing.
But I'm enjoying my time here because the things that Andre knows are in the works for me will make it likely that once they are fully realized, I'm not going to be on YouTube. I won't have any time at all. And so I'm going to enjoy the time that I've got with this wonderful community.
Exactly. And when you are busy, then we'll be very, very happy to see you busy. And when you do have the off day or something, when I say off day, I mean like the day off, Then, of course, you're welcome back anytime. Before we go, Mr. Tickle Trunk says for 10 Canadian dollars, Kamran, most of the audience understands you both get heated because you believe in what you're saying and you respect each other enough to be real, honest, and 100% open. This is why I love it here. Exactly. That sums it up perfectly. It's a mutual respect where we can... where we actually can have debates where we challenge each other.
Absolutely. And that's
so
I do need to hand out about a minute or so. Is there anything else I need to address?
Yes, real quick. Yes. Before there was, let's see, Blue-Eyed Roof Korean the Based said for $5 to bounce off Kamran Steve Okifying Disney. The UN has dialed back on the Agenda 2030, pushing for 2050. Apparently, they realized they pushed too hard, too fast.
Well, I mean, we don't need to get into global politics here.
Yeah,
but I will say I do believe there's a cultural shift that is happening in the United States and the world towards perhaps a more middle of the road approach to life. And let's enjoy that for as long as it lasts, and let's maximize it.
Absolutely, I could not agree with more. And let's get not get.
And I see all these people talking about T-Rex hitting himself in the face with the nunchucks. First act, people. Problems need to be overcome. Like
that's what Script Doctor is here for.
That's his motivation.
Tom,
spoilers, longer chain.
Tom, you know how to work a nunchuck?
Absolutely.
I need to see that video.
Oh fuck, man! Don't fuck with me and my chucks.
I'm challenging. I'm nunchuck fight. Let's go, dog.
We gotta let Kamran go before he gets.
I do have to go. So
no, not right now.
And I also thank you for being here with this incredible energy that you bring. Just one lovely, intelligent woman changes the dynamic of all these dudes, and I want to always thank you for being
Kamran,
here.
thank you so much. It's a pleasure
Thanks
to be
to all.
here.
I love you all. I will all talk to you soon. Love the chat, and God bless, and we'll talk soon.
Great to meet you.
Take care, sir.
Take care. What a pleasure, Jordan. God bless. Bye bye.
And now I'm looking for one more super chat here that I'm probably going to find just a few seconds too late. But I'm looking for it anyway. It's difficult to catch them all as they come, and I'm going through them all in the background.
I got them ready to go in order.
Yeah, I'm looking for. Here we go. Darren Hughes said for $20 on other channels, a 9-person panel. Everyone speaks over each other. Midnight's Edge and the morning panels always show respect for when someone else is speaking. That's amazing in this day and age. Well done, Midnight's Edge in the morning. Hail. Well, thank you, Darren. We do try, although, of course, there is some level of speaking over here as well. But you know what? That is unavoidable because what you see, you that are watching, what you see is you get a delayed reaction. It's like from anywhere from 3 to 9 seconds delay, depending on where you are. But here's the thing. There's a delay with us, the panelists, as well. Not as long a delay, but there's easily a second or two delay, even internally between us.
Yes.
Sometimes when we have like that, when we talk over each other, it's a simple matter of we didn't mean to, but that's how the delays come into the picture. Sucks, but that's how it is. Max relaxes. Andre lives in the future. Well, yeah, if you're in the States, then I am in the future. From 6 to 10 hours ahead of you, depending on where in the States you are.
Yeah, that was like when we first proposed this show. Like, I came up with like, oh, how about we call it Midnight's Edge in the morning? Like, it's kind of punny. He's like, yeah, but it's like late at night where I am. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like, most of the people watching, it's still going to be morning for them. He's like, you've got the point. And it just rolled off the tongue. So it was
just trying to get Andre to organize, to do a little separate video is I gotta think the future.
Well, to be fair though, we were able to pull it out pretty fastly the last time.
I'm sorry, I was in the future.
It's just this time was difficult.
Yeah. No, totally. I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
Man.
I didn't know which time you were talking about, but okay.
Yeah. And also Jason Gray, my fellow Norwegian, who's been on this board several times before, even said he compliments your imitation of me, Tom.
I do a pretty good Andre.
Yeah.
I do. Joe paid. Well, you listen to his voice as many times as I have to. Yeah, you get kind of used to it.
And Doomcock does pretty okay as well. Although there is much.
He always
Bela Lugosi.
I was gonna say, yeah, it always goes Bela Lugosi, and then when I'm hanging out with him and I'm hearing his, mine always turns into him because I'm I do voices. I'm an imitator, so it's like I just pick up on things, and it's like then when somebody else does an impression, it'll start to delve into their impression of it. So it's like, yeah.
It was fun when we were on his stream and we had who can do the better Andre or Doomcock competition. That was fun,
and I won.
Yeah.
He did the competition. Joe Pat 87 sent us a super chat well over 2 hours ago. Sorry for that. Says sounds like a golf clap. That's not so triumphant. Of course, talking about the G4 video and then them clapping like little seals.
Yeah. And before we move on with the super chat, I believe Script Doctor, you're also.
Oh, does Script have to leave us as well?
Yep, I have other obligations, but I was so happy to be here with you all today. The chat has been on fire, which has been awesome. Thank you so much for listening in and participating with us. And yeah, I've got to be off, but I'll definitely be back when invited.
Yeah, and that's
you're always invited, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You're always invited, so that's a really.
I couldn't do half the shit without you guys, so whatever.
Yeah. And yeah, of course, everyone go follow Script Doctor as well. Link to his channel is in the description, as is the channel of all other panelists, well, except for Paulie and George, but that's only because I haven't had the time to add that yet, but that is coming.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Great talking with you again. Tom, Andre, Paulie, as always, much love. George, love talking with you too, sir, when you return. And yeah, take care, everybody.
Have a good one, man. And then, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, no, I was about to say that. And Tom, you, of course, you have the overview of a remaining super chats.
I do.
Perfect.
Brightest Day says you don't have to exist to be eye candy. You know what? Leaning into it and accepting it will work to your advantage. Exactly. If you guys want to think about me and masturbate, go for it. Like, I'm not going to stop you. Like I always tell everybody, you're someone's reason to masturbate. So there you go.
You're so brave.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this amazing, generous super chat from Ariel Koto.
And about an amazing topic as well. So
go ahead,
Ariel. Yeah. Ariel Koto says for $50, after hearing we are going to get a female Zorro show, I decided to add to my list of projects a Zorro-like story that takes place in the modern era where a young girl is looking for her family's killer. Maybe this one might be better than CW.
You know what the beauty of it is, Ariel?
That is the CWs.
I was just going to say that is the CW, but you don't even have to make it a Zorro-like show. You can just make it Zorro. Zorro's public domain.
Well, you can try, but you're gonna get a very nasty sounding letter from Zorro Inc. if you try to do it all on your own.
It's not totally public domain.
I thought it was public domain now.
Nope.
No, in the story, some of the stories are public domain, and so you can argue to exactly where they have the license to make a new product. But if you make a live action Zorro product in the US, you can, of course, try to do it all on your own and argue that this is in the public domain, but you're going to get a very nasty letter from Zorro Inc. They're going to sue you, and then we'll see who battles it out in court. Or you can just buy a licensing fee from, or send a licensing fee to Zorro Inc. They're not that expensive. That's why you get so many Zorro projects.
That's why there's so many right now.
And then it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So $10.
So add a couple of zeros to that, and then you're not wrong.
But yeah, on the whole note of we got like 3 projects coming out, and Paul, you've been covering these, and we actually talked about the Robert Rodriguez project a year ago, but it was at a different place then.
Yeah, we spoke. We actually, because if you go and check out our Ultimate Zorro retrospective, we make reference to it there. That next time someone tries to bring out another female Zorro project, whichever, if it's the Rodriguez one, actually it's a sister of Robert Rodriguez. His name is only there for marquee and financing purposes, but it's a sister's project in reality. But whenever someone tries that, remember, this is nothing new. This is nothing groundbreaking. there was a female Zorro in live action 80 years ago.
There's been different iterations of.
So yeah, there's been a few actually. Yeah,
female comics and
yeah, but to include comics and books, we're at least at 5, 6, 7 female Zorros by now.
You might beat me up for.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, Andre might beat me up for saying this, but on the original version of the Zorro video, he missed one of the female Zorros, so he added it.
I did, yeah. That's why we did a Redux version, or that's
one of the reasons
why we did a Redux version.
So
Afterwards,
so this is nothing new. There's just two things. It's just a bad week for Rodriguez, and it's set in the modern era, which then is it what kind of Zorro are we gonna get?
Zorro, man.
Yeah.
Why can't you just have Antonio Banderas training the next Zorro? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that would be the perfect thing. Actually, that would be the perfect way to do it. But
I don't care if it's a woman or not. It don't matter to me.
But only Sony can do that.
True.
Because that would require Sony to pay for the...
Yes and no. You could do it as long as he's 25% different, Andre.
Yeah, that's true. But it would be easier if it was Sony.
You just can't refer back to any of the shit in those two movies. That's all.
Exactly, which is why it would be much easier if it was Sony that did it.
But now if it's something that happened in the movies that happened in the books.
But the one that looks most interesting is honestly the Vilmer Valderrama. That has the best potential.
Now, is he going to play Zorro though?
I think so.
That's his side because here's like the thing. It's
so this is his
for
own,
those that don't
vanity
know what I'm talking
project.
about, this is Fess from that 70s show who has on his own accord initiated a Zorro series that he hopes to get started for Disney Plus. He has acquired the Zorro license, so he has the backing of Zorro Inc. Again, that's just to pay a fee, and you have that. And then he's right now trying to pitch it to Disney Plus and see if he can get them to go back to the days when they made their live-action Zorro series back in the 50s, which was a huge hit for them, only this time with him as the star and the showrunner. If he'll get all of those things, I don't know, but I agree that of the projects, apart from the movie by Fede Alvarez, that's the one that has the most promise. Although I'm slightly intrigued by the Fede Alvarez movie that has been announced. We'll see if it happens, because that is meant to be a new take on the Curse of Capistrano. But between them, we have, to my count, 3 different Zorro projects completely independent of each other at some stage in development. Those are then the sister of Robert Rodriguez, female Zorro. It is the potential Disney Plus project, and it is the Fede Alvarez movie. And on top of that, although it's probably actually, we also have a 4th one. We have like the future hacker Zorro, don't we, Paulie? We covered this one on Midnight.
That's not the Fede?
No, that's not the Fede.
Oh, you're right, man.
So then we have
someone
4.
said to me 6, but okay, I only counted 3, but now you're right. That's 4.
Yeah, that's
let's
4.
make one ourselves. Fuck it.
That's 4. And if you want to include a 5th, because this is one that might be brought back again. I forgot his name
Paulie,
now.
I got it. We're gonna make our own, and we're gonna hire Cholo to play Zorro.
Yeah, well, he's gonna be busy being Blue Beetle in La Bamba.
In La Bamba? Are you sure?
We got to make a prediction, man. Remember, like we did last year.
We'll make him Zorro first, then La Bamba.
But anyway, I count 4 Zorro projects in active development, at some stage of active development, plus 1 more that might be brought out of hibernation. Although technically, that's the one with Bel Garcia Bernal. I forgot his name right now.
Oh, Gael,
thank you. And that's the future Zorro, the cyberpunk Zorro.
I like that in the chat. Midnight's Edge presents Zorro and the Curse of Cecil.
You know what? With all of these things, this is where you can do the into the Zorro verse.
Yeah.
Everyone, Zorros.
Yeah, that's great.
That's the Midnight's Edge Zorro. Into the Zorro verse. Bring them all back.
Hello, how you doing, Zorro? I'm
Picture Zorro right now. Picture Zorro.
Yeah.
Pitch it, guys.
With Antonio Banderas, with Duncan Regger, get all of the Zorros who are still alive.
Topless Zorro, I like that.
Yeah.
Even the gay blade Zorro. What's his name?
Even of course, especially the gay blade Zorro. Hey, wait, but even bring in the Turkish Zorro and the Mexican Zorro.
There's a Turkish Zorro? Great.
Yeah, there's a Turkish. There's one. There's multiple. I mean, there's been like 50 Zorro movies over the years. Most of them unofficial.
Yeah, you go into other countries and there's like so much. That's
no, into the Zorroverse. That would be the Midnight Zed Zorro project.
I know. Brightest Day. I know. I said topless Zorro. I apologize.
Why not? What's wrong with that?
Oh, actually, there is one like that. There is this Zorro erotic movie as well. So
yeah, what about the Telemundo Zorro and all that shit?
Yeah, that one too.
Get them all.
You get them all in.
And then Anthony Hopkins will die.
Yeah, he'll make the Ben Affleck like
sacrifice himself to save the rest.
In the Zorroverse.
Yep. Merlin Zid said it's a cheap trick that toxic women use. Blame the whole gain control through collective guilt. Yeah, I feel like she hijacked the topic. I don't think I'm wrong in that. I could be, but I think it was more about the reviews and she turned it into a me thing. What do you guys think on that? No?
I think that I don't think that she alone was part of it, but yeah, I think that she might have turned it a little bit more into a me thing than what was planned to begin with. Absolutely.
Are you discussing the G4?
Yeah.
I don't know why some hosts, some anchors believe that it's their responsibility. It's the similar problem that we face in cinema, where they believe it's their right to turn the show into their personal political soapbox. It's contrary to a show. Like if you're going to watch about video games or cinema, and you take how do I put it? It's like all of us, we're sitting here, we're discussing whether it's the Book of Boba Fett or something else. We all tell our different pieces of our stories, but we don't make it about our individual selves. We can say, well, I have this experience from this and this and this, but one of us wouldn't sit here and all of a sudden start ranting, well, did you see this and how it impacted me? And this is all, it became, we talk about our politics sometimes, how it impacts a certain narrative. But it seemed like she removed herself from that equation and turned it into, it's not G4 anymore. It's the me show.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, that's what it felt like to me. I think I could be wrong, but.
And you isolate fans.
Yeah.
Fans, both of the show and people who might even agree with a person's statements, because they're like, wait a minute. Am I going to take the chance that every time that I watch this particular segment, that I'm going to be attacked? What if I think of something wrong? What if I send in a tweet or I send in a DM or I post something? Is it going to be? And when you start doing that, you're attacking the fans. And I don't know. It doesn't seem to have worked out too well for Hollywood recently by attacking.
As I said before, like the success rate of that particular strategy is 0.
Exactly.
It never worked.
Kelly Sue DeConnick, did it work for her?
Yeah, no.
If you don't like my politics,
nor did it work for her employer, I might add.
Right, but there's something before I had come on, and I wanted to share that with you. There is a Vice piece. It was from they're talking about the Star Wars Book of Boba Fett series, and they took a clip. Someone said this from Screen Rant, and they have someone from Vice, and this to me quantifies exactly what has been wrong. It says, similarly, Vice dismissed fans' criticisms about the Book of Boba Fett because they were all talking about the Vespas. People making fun of them. It says, arguing that deciding what is or what isn't Star Wars isn't up to the fans. So it's not up to the customers who pay you, who support you, who build your kingdoms, because that's the story.
That's a fancy way of them saying, oh, you didn't get what you wanted, which I am so sick of that argument. It's like, look, I know not every goddamn thing in the movie is going to be exactly the way I want it to be. But I clearly will give credit where credit is due. Correct. Like a prime example is Ghostbusters. Would I have loved to have had more of the guys in the movie? Oh, sure. Who the fuck wouldn't? But at the same time, I still won't take away the fact that that movie managed to hit every single note that it had to hit. And I thought it was a very well done movie. End of discussion on that part. Like that movie was it exactly what I would have done with the part 3? Oh fuck no.
Right.
I would have gone a completely different direction, but that's me. I can still judge it knowing that's not what I wanted or exactly would have done, but I still enjoyed it. That is one of the biggest gaslighting fucking arguments I ever hear from these people. It's like, oh, you just didn't like it because it just wasn't what you wanted.
No.
And I mean, I have gotten to points in arguments with people where I know that is a truth, right? Like that does happen from time to time. But it's generally when you get down to a point where you're literally getting a person where they're like laying out all these things that they would have done. It's like, okay, I get your problem now is it's just not what you wanted. It's not what you would have done. And there's nothing I can say that's going to change your mind or get you to understand my point of view on it. Right. That is exactly what they're saying, but they're doing it in a fancy, hidden kind of way.
Right. It's similar to my problem is it didn't feel like Star Wars to me. Is that the Vespas or certain other scenes didn't feel like Star Wars. It just didn't. It's all you have to do is read the entire canon or even read a piece of it or not read that, but watch the shows. Have any of us ever seen bright neon colored artifacts, vehicles in the show?
It was
it would maybe on
they did in Coruscant. Exactly.
Coruscant,
yeah.
Correct. There, not in the Dust Bowl, Mad Max, Tatooine.
Well, they could have even had a throwaway line like, "Oh yeah, we just picked these up in Coruscant, or we got these from a gang that got them in Coruscant." Something, but
or they just came from Coruscant.
Exactly. But here's my problem with it: is it
that would have just there's certain little things that with a lot of that storytelling, one line or two.
Yeah,
even for Boba, like to have his moments by himself of like, I made a vow. Then it's like, oh, okay, we're gonna see something here, and then it falls apart. Bruce Lee does that, and he did that in every movie. He promised his mom never to fight again. Here's my necklace. Where's Boba's necklace? Where's Boba's necklace, Tom?
Right.
I know, right? Well,
it's odd. It's because to me,
I'm sorry. Like right after he came back to that camp, I was expecting him to go kill a bunch of motherfuckers.
So was I. I thought he was going to go right back to I thought that here we go. Here is that inciting incident that's going to start to turn him to put him on the path. Like, I'm going to go kill all these people. He's going to talk to the last guy dying. It's going to be, we're going to wipe every Tuscan out. And he's like, okay, I got to become Lord of, who did this? Oh, Bib Fortuna is working with, because that would start to connect everything for me. Like, why I just walked in and whacked Bib Fortuna. That would make sense, but I found a lot of those continuity. I call them continuity errors in episode 3 where they just didn't make sense to me. And I think this time of attacking the fans has come, and it's, time of the dinosaurs. It's got to go away. You can't attack your customer. You can't, because they do not exist. I remember actors in the old days would be like, we're only here by the grace of God and by the customer.
Yeah.
Period. Without you liking what we do, we don't exist. Just like I don't have a YouTube channel without my audience. I say what I like and I'm passionate. But if I were to turn around and go, guess what, everybody? I hate your guts and I don't care if you like what I like. They're going to be like, huh?
Well, it's like old movie cliche, right? Like every time you hear the actual, like Batman Returns, when Batman plays the audio of, the penguin going, I'm going to play this town like a harp from hell, like. That's a cliche, like they really feel like. No, honestly, and getting to that point is, yeah, you're right. If it wasn't for the audience, we wouldn't be here. Same thing with Star Wars, and that gets me to this super chat here because we thank Steve Finch for this, because if it wasn't for this super chat, we wouldn't be able to do this. He says, and this gets us back to the other subject, and on the same subject at the same time. While I don't judge a host on their appearance, but on personality, sadly, Forskerin, or I don't even know how to say her name.
Forskerin.
I'm not going to say it right, so don't matter. And her other hosts
doesn't know how to say it either. But
and her other hosts have none either. Neither. Yeah, that's the thing. None of these guys have the appeal of the original crew.
If I could say something really quick, look, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? But what Chris said was that that she's a beautiful woman physically, right? And let's just all agree. Okay, yeah, she is, but her energy, man. I've never seen this person before, and and then I went and watched a couple of her videos. It's muy fea. It's like not even nice. It's like the energy can make you ugly.
Yeah, of course. It's the way you project yourself.
Well, that's the Brie Larson problem, right? Like, I mean, obviously, just looking at her, she's obviously not an unattractive person, but her attitude, the way she acts, the way she carries herself, makes her very unattractive to a lot of people. And not in a sense of like she's ugly, but just her personality makes her that way.
Right, and I'm just saying, like, I know people are saying physically, like they don't agree that she's pretty. That's
why there's
fine.
taste. That's why there's ice cream in every different flavors.
Right. Well, and that's fine.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I'm just talking about how an energy can make someone unattractive.
Oh yeah.
It's like when someone's mean or they got what they say, the resting biatch face. They don't look right when they smile. It's because their energy has arrested them for so long.
I know I'm not as fuckable as Paulie, but
wow.
Like, I mean, why would I even say that? That's the point. Right. I'm making a joke, obviously, but like,
but there is something though. I think we have to admit, or at least, okay, I'll say this for myself.
Just talking to energy.
I know for me, when I watch a movie or whether I go out or to a party, I think the way we're designed evolutionary, we haven't reached that point yet where we go, wow, that her brain in a 90, whoo, that's sexy. I love the care. We don't. Someone doesn't say that about me. You don't know that until you have that attraction, then you start to get to know them. It's just the way people are. I don't view that as a good thing or a bad thing. I just think it's how we are biologically. When I look,
that's just how it is.
It's like if someone smiles, I found a girl who smiled and it just like flipped me out. I was like, wow. And someone else was like, what are you doing? I said, she's sexy. I look at her. And they're like, are you high? I'm like, no, look at that. She's got that confidence. There's something about her. But that's why it's for everyone. When she comes across, that's why I understood what Paulie was saying. It was kind of like I felt more of an insecurity, anger, like, I felt like she had issues that she decided to share and project with the world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you're of course right, and it fits right in with what she has already made public, namely that she has borderline personality disorder, which, as I said earlier in the show, is one step away from having the actual diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder.
Right.
And one of the things that the two have in common is heavy on the projection.
It's just sad. It's just sad because that can so derail. Like, what if she was on a better day? That's a good point. Valiant says that right there. It's the way someone also dresses. If I were to show up like I rolled right out of bed, people are gonna be like, "Get away from me! What's wrong?"
No, that I disagree with.
Come on,
that's a general. It's a TV show. Gamers, they're she actually has for me, she has a cool look. I mean, because that's
okay. Also, she's not dressing to attract any men.
Right.
Again, this is someone who finds the male gaze to be problematic and doesn't want it.
Maybe that is a generational thing.
Well, also too, I think it's also where she who finds her attractive. I could see people in her community that find her attractive, just like Ruby Rose.
Yes.
Because which surprised me. I asked a couple of friends, and like, oh yeah, Ruby's hot. This and that. It's like, oh okay,
Ruby Rose, Batwoman.
Yeah, Ruby Rose.
Well, let's be clear though. At the same time, Paul, I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you. Like I was going to say, it's not our fault that she made herself look like an anime character, but she's the one bringing up the fact of whether or not she's fuckable or not. Right? We didn't put that on her.
I never would have thought about that until she brought it up. I was just listening to the show.
That's my point. Exactly. Yes. Like before that, it was never even a deal until she brought it up.
No, what she said, I mean, for me, that rant was just bizarre. Like, you know what? Something must have happened to her. Like, did she go through a bad breakup the day before? Algo. I'm serious, man. I'm like,
no, I get what you're saying, Paulie. I totally understand. People have bad points in their life and they say or do something stupid like that. I get it. And we should read Valiant's generous super chat here. Well, since we were discussing it, thank you so much, Valiant, for the $10. It says she seems to be laboring under the false impression that her appearance is anything other than by her own design. And this is what I was saying too. And is now lamenting it. Haircut, clothing, metal in face, wasn't born that way. And exactly, it's her
Oh,
choice.
That's what I was saying.
No, but a lot of people find that look attractive.
I'm not saying
that. Not general though. It's not. But I think when you have when you have a look that you've defined that isn't, I don't know, part of the everyday. Like if that's not every day, that's a certain segment. I have a lot of friends who are like that, but that's a choice. They don't go around being insecure about it. That's who they are. Therefore, they're happy with it.
Okay, there's two separate things here, George. There's two separate things, right?
Right.
What is attractive in the LGBT community, and then how do you hold yourself up? She clearly is there's something very she was something rocked her confidence. I don't know what.
Okay, I give you that.
So that's what I'm saying is that even whether that rant was written or not, it was just bizarre.
Do you think it could be written? You mean like pre-planned?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It looked like she was
really
like. I think there's
you can tell the point when she went off script and when she's actually reading from the teleprompter.
I also felt that the responses from the gentlemen around her were not natural responses.
Now that was odd.
Oh, the guys?
Yes.
Oh, that was BS, man.
Yeah. I am looking forward to Chris's documentary on that. But on that note, Ramza Bull for Life, if I'm saying that right, says Good Bad Flicks has a good video documenting the history of G4. So there you go. If you want to get up to date on what G4 is all about, that's probably a good place to start. Hear that, Andre? Then Steven, aka Deleted Scene, says, "Hey, hail Andre, Tom, guests, mods, and chat. I've been blocked by anyone from G4. I'm feeling left out." Or I haven't been blocked. I haven't checked yet.
I'm gonna check now that I've talked.
I don't really give a shit. That's
right.
Well, what did Chris say about it? Because that
now they're like relevant. The
he
last
just
couple
kind of
days.
backed up a lot of what we were saying. Is that they don't do a lot of anything over there unless it goes through a million hands, and it was just shouldn't have done it. Stuff like that.
Does anyone think maybe just popped in my head curiously? Could it have been to increase ratings to bring eyeballs in, like someone's bad attempt at PR?
Well, a few of us kind of hinted at like
we did hint that we weren't, or most people weren't even aware of the channel being brought back on YouTube. Now everyone is, although for the
wrong reason.
I'm still on G4.
The only reason I knew that it was coming back is because Chris had said something, and it was because he said he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And this was months or a year ago almost now, or whatever it was earlier when we first had him on.
And I also see like One Bridge 11 says in the chat, G4TV lost 2,000 subscribers yesterday.
Ouch.
That's
pretty impressive.
They're going for
like
collider level. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the most we have lost when we screwed up the most is, I don't know, I think it was 200 once, maybe.
What's funny is like how many people went after you for your one review that time on what was it? Was it WandaVision? It wasn't even a review. We did a video about WandaVision, and everybody just went after you about it. And then a few weeks later, like it came to be completely like everybody, like, the whole show fell apart. I'm like, you should have just left it alone. Like, whatever. But like, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, well, I was right in the end, wasn't I?
That's what I was saying. It's like, yeah, you should have just left it alone.
No, I shouldn't. I'll never censor my opinion just for like if there's some people that decide that they want to unsubscribe, then you know what, go right for it.
But that's why you have principles. That's what draws people to you, Andre. That's character. That's what many lack today, and I respect. That's why I love y'all's channel. Everyone, that you have a personality and a character and an honor code, and then you go, that's me. Like it, don't like it, don't like it. But you don't attack people who go, hey, well, I disagree. I like it.
Exactly.
And Simon Butterfield says, I never heard of this channel before. Reactions to this popped up on my feed. She's not unattractive if she puts an effort, but patriarchy. Well, it looks like you're in the right place, Simon. You'll fit right in here. You got the sense of humor for it, it looks like. So you're definitely in the right place, and we welcome you with open arms. As my buddy Jesse of Midnight's Edge After Dark likes to say, welcome to the cult. He's still in the chat. So yeah. And Mike is back as well. Look at that.
Oh, hey, Mike.
Oh, Mike.
Hello.
I'm back.
We noticed.
I'm behind in the stream. I heard people fighting, and my feelings got hurt. I want everybody to hug it out and love each other.
Yeah,
we already did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
We're getting you a pony, Mike. Don't worry.
Oh, no, I want to do the Zorro, Mexican Iron Zorro.
Oh, that's right. You haven't had a chance. Well, he has. Mike's been holding this in, actually.
Yeah, but okay, but here's like the thing. We already came up with the perfect idea. The Midnight Edge Zorro into the Zorro-verse.
Ooh, I like it.
With all the different Zorros from all the multiverse. Because
Paulie's tall in person. He's like 6'2" or something. He should be like Lone Brown Ranger.
Does anybody remember Zorro the Gay Blade?
Yeah.
I watched that as a kid.
No, Paulie's not gay.
No, I love George Hamilton in it.
No, George Hamilton's got to be in it too. Absolutely. But no, Mike, I know you were holding something back about this whole Zorro thing. I think we should let him rip, Andre. I know he's been holding it in for a few days.
I thought I already did rip on it.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, you were away from Mead on Tuesday, and I ripped in, and you were away from the mic for about 2-3 minutes. But yeah, I ripped pretty good.
Never mind then.
Yeah, and the reason why he was busy, you saw earlier today when we dropped the most recent He-Man video. Everyone who's still watching, if you haven't seen our He-Man video from earlier today, please go check it out.
God, I learned 2 or 3 new things about He-Man I never knew in that video this morning, and it explains a lot. Golly, are we talking about that yet, or we already did that?
No, we haven't spoken about it.
And really quick, if anyone hasn't checked out Midnight Edge's coverage on Zorro as well, and Midnight Edge Espanol, even though it's pretty much bilingual with Andre, we did a really cool Zorro watch party.
Yes.
Yeah, the watch party was fantastic.
See, that's the kind of watch parties I want to do with Andre, where instead of like, Mike, go watch He-Man episode 5. We'll be right back. Versus he shows me Zorro, and I was like, he gets to watch me like joy and yell for glee, and
it was much more fun, like seeing your reaction to the stunts of that movie. And if you think that stunts are something to seriously go watch the Mark of Zorro. Better yet, just go head on over to Midnight Espanol and watch that watch party because it was so much fun. Some of the most fun I've ever had on Midnight's Edge was that watch party.
Well, can I talk about the He-Man? The 2 or 3 things I learned?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
All right, so I remember playing with the kid as a kid, and I remember my youngest cousins who were like sisters to me because we all lived together. I mean, when you're young Mexican and poor, like all the families live together. So like we shared a house, you know what I mean? Like 3 bedrooms and like 9 of us, right? So, and I remembered when the She-Ra came out, and I remember 2 things. One is that we never really played together. I always still played with my friends, like the He-Man adventures. And like she would, and then the other thing is that we didn't do very many stories together. Like we just never played together. Like she had some, like they had some, my 2 cousins, Maria and Cynthia. But and then the other thing is that they actually would play Dolls in House with them more than they played like any She-Ra like stories. You know, like they would like mix them with the Barbies, and there would be Barbie She-Ra adventures, and I always thought it was weird. And then I remember that part where I remember going to the store with my mom and seeing some of the action figures, and I was having a trouble, like God, which one was that guy in? And I remember losing interest in buying more action figures, but I love my original set. You know what I mean? Like I love my original set, and watching your video, I'm like, holy shit! These are the things that were happening behind the scenes that resulted in me as a kid experiencing those things. Great video. Good job.
Oh, thank you. No, because before we go on with the super chats, yeah, that's one thing I'm really happy about with those videos, because there are a couple of really cool documentaries on He-Man and the history of He-Man out there already. There's some on YouTube. You have the one on Netflix, and of course you have Randall Loeb's documentary, which is kind of the definitive one. Actually, it's called definitive, so obviously. But all of them gloss over a couple of things. They gloss over the origin and exactly the legal issues with how Mattel they really sabotaged the Conan movie. I mean, that was an act of overt sabotage, and they got away with it, and we break that down. And also how the whole thing came to a crashing halt in 1986, and this is where we cover that. Everyone else has just glossed over it because they don't want to get into the nitty details, because that's not politically correct, whereas we break it down in detail.
Right. And the last two comments I'll make real briefly is that there were the origins of that third wave or fourth wave, I don't know what they call it these days, feminism within the company of the competitiveness between the male action figure, between He-Man and She-Ra, and that, you know, that video, that little 2-minute spot you had in there, that was fascinating to me because it didn't work then, and that kind of thinking doesn't work now. You know, it didn't work then, it didn't work now. In terms of being competitive, of, you know, in terms of like, you know, we're not going to have the men do better than us, blah, 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 blah. And then I want to compliment Tom. Tom, your editing on this series has been amazing. You have gotten pictures, graphics. I don't know where you've gotten a lot of the stuff you've gotten.
Yeah, Tom nailed it. I was really
Tom,
really
Tom, you've done some great work on this channel. Good God, these last 3 videos have been just unbelievably amazing, and I want to compliment you publicly. And as a He-Man, hardcore He-Man guy, I want to tell you, bravo, sir, bravo.
Well, thank you. I'm kind of pissed at how YouTube compresses some of it, but yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go watch the
that's
video,
cool.
everybody.
And just wait
yeah.
until we have a retrospective on the movie coming, because we found some cool discoveries on that one too. It's amazing what you find when you look. But Tom, let's get back into the super chats.
Yes. Callum Lyle was next and says, no offense, but are women the problem now, like this and KK Banks and the Larson and the Gamergate people everywhere?
Well, to be fair, it's not all women. It's just some women. It's the women
Right.
like that. And behind those, you have very typically men enablers. I mean, just look at that video with that horrendous slow clapping and everything like that. I mean, those guys, they're as guilty as anything else. They're worse. And if anyone is like jacking off to the female host and stuff like that, it's them.
It's one of them.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, most of the time, most of these allies that try to prop women up like this, 9 times out of 10 got more skeletons in their closet or are doing it for their own self, you know, bullshit. Like,
just look at Joss Whedon, proclaimed
exactly, yes,
male feminist. Look how well that turned out.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's for all women as long as they do what he wants on the casting couch.
Yeah.
And then Alcunin 1876 says, I'd love if the opposite sex found me attractive. Well, yes. Most of the time people do. Or at least the one that you want. I think that's the main thing. And then we got a Mexican Iron Man in the chat as well.
Wow.
Sends in $30. Since he's here, why don't you read this yourself?
Okay, G4 was how I found Chris. Oh boy, this is in the first 30 minutes of the show. G4 was how I found Chris Gore and have been his fan for 2 decades since. By the way, this was before I knew Chris was on the show. In 2001, I co-ran 200-man PC LAN events and been gaming ever since. F this G4 relaunch. I like to pull her by her nose ring to the gamer principal's office.
Bravo, Mr. Mexican Iron Man. Callum Lyle says, I wish I can share links in the chat. There's a video called Skeletor Breaks the Sword to try and get you to watch CGI. I hope you watch the clip. You're still really trying to get me to watch that show, aren't you? just you can't let it go. I'll tell you what, Callum, one of these days when I actually have some time on my hands, I'll sit down and try and watch at least 2 or 3 episodes, and I'll give you my honest opinion on it. All right, you've really made it clear that you really want me to give it a shot, and I might even try and talk Andre into it. How's that sound? But I can't guarantee anything. And again, I'm not trying to say the show is bad. Just to me, it doesn't have any of the things in it from, the trailers and everything I've seen that make me think of Masters of the Universe. But I will give it a shot.
All right, if you do it, I'll do it too, Tom. And
I'll have you.
Then,
I know.
Then we'll have someone to talk about it too, because I resisted watching it myself for the exact same reason.
Well, who do you think is going to hold my hand through it?
Probably me. All right, I'll start
exactly.
it next week. All right, we'll do it. Let's go.
Then Pablo Papano says, I wish women in Hollywood would lash out at the producers and other male feminists who took advantage instead of blaming men as a whole. There you go. This is just kind of what we were talking about. Is a lot of the times these people that are egging them on and doing the seal claps in the background are the ones who keep them down to begin with.
Wow.
Yeah. And then Uber B-Man says she could be considered cute if she didn't come across as insufferable. Inner beauty is eventually what wins, and you hopefully end up with who you'll grow old with. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. I would never even talk about her appearance. She's the one who brought it up.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it was weird.
Well, that's what I hate about this whole like pronouns business and all this other shit. Nobody gives a shit who you want to fuck.
Nobody,
right? Like,
this isn't the 80s. No one, it's beyond that. But I think that's what sometimes bothers people is that it's moved past that, and they don't want to move past that, or they want to feel entitled is the wrong word, special, or.
And I know that pronouns don't exactly have everything to do with sex, but in a roundabout way it does, because it's like if it didn't, it's all kind of about like how you view yourself in that respect. But anyway, Ticker 610 says in Ryan's video he showed a skit where Froze is touching him. Oh, we got this one, I think. But yeah, we saw. Yeah,
we did. Yeah.
And yeah, I also brought up how they used to do all the skits all the time too, and even Chris brought up the skits and all that stuff, you know. So yeah, I feel like that's a lot of it too. Is she just feels like there's an expectation, perhaps, and maybe that's what she's commenting on.
I would really love that host to go watch like the old Don Rickles show from years ago, or different shows like that.
These kids couldn't handle like Don Rickles or George Carlin.
Oh my God.
They could never handle anybody like that. Well, that's like we bring up all the time how some of the greatest directors of all times would never make it today. They would be ousted.
Mel Brooks,
Kubrick. Well, not just that, but like Kubrick, the way he treated people,
right.
Friedkin, a lot of these great directors that, you know, got some great performances out of people. They would have been, you know, cried right out of the system.
Talk about you remember Kramer versus Kramer with Hoffman and Streep?
There's another person who wouldn't have made it.
Dustin Hoffman. You know when Hoffman, like right in the middle of the scene, he broke the glass, which was improvised, and he slapped her because he told the cinematographer. Was it the cinematographer director? He told him, he goes, "Keep shooting what I'm about to do." You know that whole big thing that blew up because he said, "We're going to do the scene, but I want you to keep shooting her reaction. Do not stop." And he actually did it. And she was like, after it was done, she was like, "What the hell did you do?" He goes, got a good reaction at it. It's like, she's like,
as I've said, Dustin Hoffman is basically the character he plays in Tootsie. He is that guy. And he would not make it today. Like they're even going after Richard Dreyfuss and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Richard Dreyfuss.
Richard Dreyfuss is one of the, like, yeah, somebody claimed he made some off the cuff remark to her about her in like fucking 20 goddamn years ago. Wow. And he's like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like, it's like he's like one of the most benign guys in the world, for fuck's sake.
Wow.
Like, Jesus Christ. And then Tanneru says, "Where's Tinkerbell cosplay?" Oh, that's very true, Tanneru. Hyperguyver says, objectification is not the same as sexualization. This is that's a longer conversation, but that's the thing is that's where I was trying to say with the whole nuance thing is like, to them, it is all leading to sex. To us, it's like, I don't give a fuck, right? Like, we didn't care who you were fucking before you brought it up, you know, like, or who wants to fuck you. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Oh, you say?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike. No, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, sex is part of our lives. When a chick checks out a guy, he's either a Chad or he's less than a Chad. If me and Paulie are walking down the street and there's some chicks checking us out, they're gonna look at Paulie first. He's taller, he's thinner, he's in better shape, he's got that California tan. You know, I mean, it's just life. It is life. Women check out men, right?
Yes.
All right. And guess what?
The
first thing I check about a female is whether or not she's attractive to me. Now, while it's true that personality and attitude goes a long way with me, because I've had smoking hot asshole bitch, and I've had like not as smoking hot but sweet and tender as pie. Boy, personality goes a long way for attractiveness. But before we get to personality and heart,
you gotta be attractive.
I mean, I'm gonna look to see, you know, hey, who am I physically attracted to? You know why? Because we're animals. We're all animals.
Thank you for saying that.
We're all animals on planet Earth. We just happen to be able to think and talk, unlike Bambino here. But trust me, when Bambino goes to the doggy part, Bambino is a little Latino Chihuahua. He's checking around. He's looking around. And Bambino is not banging the other dudes at the puppy park. He does it. Okay, I don't know how I got there, but the
No,
point is,
but you're right. But you're
right.
right.
Yeah,
you're right, Mike. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Is like when we look at someone, we don't like say, hey, like I said, their character is hot and broad.
Wait,
No,
here's
you
a-
look
here's
at
a
them, you're
fact.
excited, and you go, I want to get to know you. That's because you're attracted to them, and then
here's
you
a
go.
scientific fact, and this is the truth. Women think more about body style and stuff like that than you'd think. Like the first thing when they judge a man sexually is they'll start to think about what, certain features they have, if they want their children to have those features and all that kind of shit. Men don't think about that shit. None of that shit comes to their mind. Their first thought is she gonna bang me?
Breast. My first thought I was always like breasts, boobs.
No, I'm just saying, I'm being
I know what you
facetious,
mean.
but no, like women go through this whole, and I'm sure she's laughing because she knows I'm being honest here.
Yeah,
they go through this whole fucking process that men don't. When it comes to am I attracted to this?
It's not our
individual?
fault, okay?
No, it's completely biological. That's my point. It's yes. And then you go to the next set. Is it somebody who can provide for me? And if we have children,
absolutely.
It's, there's all these different things that go through a woman's mind that don't go through a man's mind. And that's how men end up with crazy fucking women all the time.
Yep. We've all been there.
Yes. And it's just, and that's also how sometimes women can wind up with the wrong man because they're also thinking with the wrong end.
Right.
It happens. There's a reason why they go for that sexy bad boy and they think they can change him. Right. Like there's a whole, it's a whole thing. And I like, she's just backing me up on this without saying a word. Just with
a lot of it is very true, and there's a lot. We certainly are thinking about sex, probably as much or if not more than a man is thinking about sex. That's absolutely true.
Right.
And in different ways, like I said, like as men, it's like where, and like with women, it's like I said, they're thinking about a 10 steps ahead of that.
Correct.
Yes.
So, that's why her arguments were flawed, left, right. It's all about insecurity.
And as Rave Girl here says, this outburst is so 2016. I agree.
Yep.
I guess G4 hasn't got the memo that the public will withhold their money and not support a company that lectures them. Yeah. That again, I think after watching the video a few times now, the whole point of what this was people were probably questioning their reviews. Okay. And I think that was the scripted portion, but she went off topic with the whole, I'm not as fuckable as Olivia Munn bit. And yeah, that's why that guy's like, well, I didn't think we were going there, but like, yeah. And then of course, at that point, what are they supposed to fucking do? Right. Like, and I'm not giving them any excuse. I'm not. They should have totally not, been like, if I was them, I'd just been like, yeah, and moving on, like I would have just like not acknowledged it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then after the fact, maybe dealt with it. But like at that moment, them acting like fucking seals just makes this whole thing worse. Cause like, as everybody was saying before, now they can't fire her, right? Like if they do, it's just going to make them look bad.
Right.
Chicks can do stuff now.
Chicks can do stuff.
Just so weird. It was just so weird.
Well, it got the attention. I don't know if it's the one stuff they wanted, but Mecca J sends in a very generous $20. Thank you so much for that. It says G4 host Adam Sessler recently tweeted out some not so nice things about Republican Party and wished some very bad things on some of the Republican family members. Yeah, we brought this up too. Sounds like the people working for G4 have some serious issues. Well, and the bigger issue is just one of the notes we keep hitting on here is like, this is something I hear behind the scenes, and I know I'm sure some of the other guys and lady maybe have even heard some of these kind of things too, is just that it's not so much that everybody even agrees with a lot of this shit. It's just, and I'm not saying Adam is like this, so don't get me wrong. He probably is, he probably believes what he's saying here. But my point is this, is a lot of people are putting on this facade because they know if they don't, they're going to get shit canned, right? Like a lot of the people that we hear from, or at least that I know I hear from, like Kamran was talking about earlier, are people who've been part of these companies for years, but they're not up on the level to where they have, the pull or the power to where if they were say, well, I don't agree with that, or were to post something like Gina Carano did, that they know they would be gone tomorrow. right? Like, and they're afraid for their jobs, and that's what they say is they need people to speak out more. They need more Dave Chappelle's. They need people like Jon Favreau to go, enough's enough.
But see,
right?
that's
Like,
what I was saying.
yeah.
Favreau and Rodriguez should have stepped up. They're huge names. If they would have said, no, this is not acceptable. That's why I was let down by them.
I just wonder if it was Favreau picking his battles at that point. I don't know.
But Crash, I know, but that was, again, if he picked that, if he chose to walk away from that battle in the 3rd episode of a 7-episode series, they chose unwisely.
I heard some very, like, and I don't know how believable it is. I heard that Favreau wanted to speak out on the whole Gina Carano thing, but it was more of a pick your battles kind of thing at that point. And again, I don't know how accurate this is. It was just rumor, but he also, his people told him it would be a bad look since he was Jewish.
Oh, what? That would have made more sense. He'd have been like, she's talking about something, so it
I know, but
that's the point.
I know. And what made it worse was when where she went and then having what's his face.
Pedro did the same thing,
you know,
but he was in a different. But then
and that's why I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And again, I do stress that this was one rumor I heard from somebody. I have nothing to back it up with.
Correct, but then what happened then with if he's picking his battles and he walked away from that one? Then what happened with Boba? That's where I'm like,
I talked about
fighting it. He's not fighting at all.
I don't believe that. Well, okay. One is that I think we need to let go of this Gina Carano thing. It's been a year. She ain't gonna come back.
I agree.
She also wasn't fired. She was not renewed. Let's let it go and let's move on. And she ain't coming back and ain't gonna come back. Let it go. Let it go.
I agree with you, Mike.
It's time to let it go. It's been a year. Let it go. You know,
well, I don't think she's coming back. No,
because we're like, you're trying to turn her into a martyr. She doesn't even do that herself. She's moved on.
Beyond moved on. Now, beyond moved on. And as far as Favreau being a fighter, come on, really? I think he's the kind of guy. I think he's gonna find the easy, convenient battles in a discreet way. We know how this guy is. Look how he got Luke done. He kept the lid on it. Kept it quiet, and then it happened. It's not like he walked into the boardroom and said, "This is the right direction for the future of the Mandalorian." And look how he writes himself, and look how he acts his own character happy. He acts like a beta, you know. So this he's not an alpha male. He's not a fighter. He's a guy who has things that he wants to do, and he meanders through to try to get them done. Surviving in a shitty ass company called Disney, in a shitty ass environment with someone like KK, with shitty ass underlings to try to get done what he can get done. Now,
so is there a difference between him and JJ then?
Well, let's see. One's an ass kissing. Yeah, JJ's an ass kissing entitled Hollywood brat who inherited a lot of the breaks that he got and is basically a dick and an asshole. And Favreau is well intentioned, but doesn't come with all of that pedigree. And he's trying to get done what he's trying to get done. That's the
I'll give Favreau this. Favreau worked his way to where he's at, right?
JJ did it, and JJ did it.
JJ was babysitter for Spielberg.
But in that respect, and this is other things I've heard, is that Favreau is not somebody who's in a position where, even though we know who he is, and I've gotten this argument with Jeremy and other people, Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers, but I have had to point out, like, he is not as big a name in Hollywood as you think. He has not had all the hits that you think he has. Yeah, but for every Iron Man he's had 5 flops.
I know, but the first phase 1 through 3, most people consider it's because of him.
And they drove him out of Marvel. They would not let him direct Iron Man 3.
I know, but my point is, if he had actually gone to the media, let's say with the book of Boba Fett, if he went and said no, and Disney said, well, we don't care what you say, and he went directly to social media, then went into interviews one after the other, you don't think that Jon Favreau and Robert Rodriguez could create enough stink where they draw a line in the sand and it would push them into a public relations nightmare? Think about it. He has enough pull to get the media to talk, to have him on their shows. He would do an entire Sunday show or the rounds. I think he would put them in a very bad position where they would have to pick him because he has that type. He's Happy Hogan. Yeah, I agree with Mike. He's not an alpha male, but he has something that he could move the needle.
I think that's the bigger thing is he's afraid to rock the boat.
So that's why he's not an alpha male, and that's why Mike was saying. But that's sad, because that means he's going to go along and get along, and that's a big problem we have today in the whole world. Forget Hollywood. Too many people do, go along and get along.
And since some people in the chat are telling me to F off, I just want to say what I'm talking about, forgetting about. Let's not forget that Disney did this to a good woman who didn't deserve it. I mean, let's forget about the fact that she ain't coming back, because she ain't coming back. And there's no sense in holding on to any kind of hope or discussion about whether and when she's going to come back. We need to let that one go. But we don't need but we shouldn't forget what this fucked up company, effed up company, did to this actress who didn't deserve it at all. And that I shall never forgive. And that's why I'm literally wearing a Rebellion hat, and I own like a ton load of the Rebellion gear from Drunk 3PO. So,
yeah, well, I would like to believe that he would, but Lost for Words says there are loads of independent reviewers on YouTube that are better informed, have more knowledge, than anyone on G4. Desperate attempt to keep relevant. Yeah, that was my other issue. Is outside of Adam, I don't know who any of these fuckers are.
Right.
Like, why should I care? When I think of G4, I think of, like I said, like the original people and Chris Gore and shit like that. Yeah.
Olivia Munn, Adam. I don't know any of these people.
Yeah.
I've checked it out twice, but I just didn't know. I checked it out because I thought Chris was going to do a show up. I didn't know he wasn't involved anymore.
No, yeah. He told us, gosh, like I said, almost 6 months, a year ago, whatever it was, on one of his first appearances on the show, because that was when we talked a lot about G4. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he said that they are coming back, but he has nothing to do with it. So he just wanted people to know that right away. But
he's doing a documentary on it, right?
Yeah, that's another reason why he said they're probably not going to be too happy with him.
No, I know he was doing the documentary. I just thought they were going to have him back as a cameo because he was the original.
I think he's too problematic.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He's somebody who just doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, you mean he's honest.
Yeah, he does not. He has basically said, and that's what I love about him, is he basically said he didn't give his fuck away into a job because he just didn't care if he got the job. He didn't care about any of that shit. Next thing you know, he's on G4 on this nationally broadcasted cable channel, right? Like he just happened to just kind of like stumble into it almost. Like he just didn't give a shit about any of it. Didn't care if he got the job. It was just whatever it was. And next thing you know, he was on this wild ride for years. And, you know, I love that because he never lost that attitude, right? And he doesn't care. He will tell you exactly how he feels about shit. Mm-hmm. And he has never candy coated shit with me ever. And I love him for that. He's always the first one to be honest with me about his reviews of a movie. He'll come and tell me, and I know certain other people right away about stuff and how he feels. And, you know, so, you know, I can back him up on a lot of that shit. So
I respect the hell out of it.
Absolutely. Like, well, I mean, I joke around and say I want to be like him when I grow up, but I'm not kidding. Like, I aspire to be like guys like him and Robert Meyer Burnett. Like, they are kind of like, you know, the type of guys I want to be more like if I could be, you know. And then Mike, again, in the chat, says, I can't think of anything could do to objectify me or degrade me, but I'm willing to sacrifice myself for such a noble effort.
Oops.
I just figured it'd be better coming from me. It wouldn't be so awkward.
Oh God, I'm so embarrassed. That was like an hour and a half ago.
That's why I said that.
I wasn't even on the screen when I said that.
Cinema Journal says.
Oh shit.
Change the subject for you. To say nothing, of course, about child. Well, yeah.
What?
Well, that was what I said earlier. It's probably referring to the whole like thing I was talking about. How they make such a big deal out of those individuals who are the problematic male gays jerking off over comic book characters and cartoons. I said, yeah, but this is coming from the same people who defended cuties and trying to normalize certain lifestyles. But anyway, Chris X14N says, hey everyone, gotta love the double standards of the entertainment industry. Stop objectifying me. Meanwhile, if you don't look like Jason Momoa and Aquaman, we won't like you. Exactly, Chris.
Right.
No, and see, and that's the thing is they love to like pretend like this was always a standard. Like, no, yeah, we had certain movies and exploitation things and all these things in industries have always existed, but great actors and actresses have always been able to act. Right. Like Sylvester Stallone is not a great looking guy. Like, let's be real.
I think he has a fantastic physique.
Well, that's my
Hey.
point. Is he?
Hey, what are you talking about? I'm not a great actor. What are you
I didn't say shit
talking
about how
about?
much of an actor he was. I said he's not a.
I'm a
And his
fantastic
brother
actor.
Frank
Oh,
was a
you better
good-looking
believe
guy,
it. I
so
know
I
how
don't
to
Frank
act.
is a much better looking guy. Yes.
I know how to be present. You know, what do you know, who are you? Who are you to take away my rights?
That's right. You got
as an
Paulie a
actor.
present. You
You
got him a
know,
robot.
you know, it's unbelievable what a great
And you
actor
was
I
so
am.
embarrassed you had to cut it out.
You know,
You know what I mean?
You know, this is not kosher.
Yeah.
He's attractive. I don't think many women would turn down a date with him. So
I'm not saying that, but he's not like the conventional attractive. Like, let's be real. On the other end of it, Arnold Schwarzenegger he was completely attractive. That's why he became a movie star to begin with. He was never a great actor.
No.
You know.
Well, I think what you're talking about, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
And let's be real. I'm much more beautiful than you are. Yeah.
I don't know. They're getting kind of pudgy there along in the tooth there. You know what I'm saying?
I have sex for breakfast. Immortal Remus is here and says, my friend told a kid that friend requested him on Xbox Live. Affirmed no because of what we talk about on the comm, which is not for young ears. A day later, he got a ban for age discrimination by XL.
wow, that's surprising. I mean, I was talking about this earlier that a lot of times when you're playing games, you know, there would be people who are, you know, under the age of 18 sometimes, you know, accompanied, maybe they're co-oping with their dad or, you know, other family members, but you're in the game with them. And everybody would always say, watch your language, you know, because there are younger people, but I've never heard of anything like being a ban for age discrimination. I've never heard of that before.
Wow.
Are you kidding? I learned most of the new swear words for my kid and all his friends on the Xbox. I'm kidding.
What are you talking about? There aren't no new swear words, are there?
Well, they could come up with some good ones.
Okay.
Where do you think I come up with shit like dickhole and fuckstick from?
Oh, well, those are combinations.
Yeah, the great combinations. Yeah. Meredith, I can't even say half the stuff they say on their gamer words. Meredith G is here and says the G4 Meltdown looks like a calculated attempt to create to the next Gamergate. Tread carefully. Yeah, we even kind of commented on that, and that's clearly a where she was going with this for sure.
Because she wants it to be picked up by the network, so then it can get everybody's attention and get some free. At least that's my thought, so she can turn around and get free publicity.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Then we got Rod Thunderheart in the house, and he says, "Hail, Andre, Tom, Script, Culture, Cameron. I think Culture nailed it. It doesn't feel natural conversation, and she's just virtue signaling for clicks." Yeah, kind of like what you're just saying, George.
Buy Rod Thunderheart's book. I'm halfway through it, and it's excellent.
Cool.
Indeed.
All right.
And then Harrian Gaming News sent us a super sticker. I can't see what it is, but thank you for that, Harrian Gaming News. Appreciate the super sticker. And let's see here. Where are we? Keep going. I love that we have the ability now to go back to all the super chats, but I wish there was a different place to go get them so we didn't have to go through all this stuff here to try and find them, because then I always end up missing one too. It never fails. Dub John is here and says YouTube likes or without dislikes was the motivation G4TV needed. Yeah, and then somebody sent me an article. I think Six sent me an article earlier about the whole dislike button being removed. There was a couple of articles we wanted to get to today and didn't get a chance to get to them yet, so they'll probably get saved for later. Andre's gonna have to change the title of course as well. That's nothing new. But yeah, thank you for that, Dub John. And then Rod Thunderheart says, I've seen a t-shirt that said anti-hentai club. Okay.
Was that what was that in regards to?
I don't know. It was so long ago.
The girl
today.
I don't know.
Hentai,
It was like
hentai.
from 3 hours ago.
What's a hentai?
Or was he talking about hente? Like the hentified?
Oh, that was probably when you guys were talking about hentified. Yes.
I've seen it.
What's a hentai?
The Japanese.
Why is everyone laughing at me right now?
The Japanese.
I've seen a T-shirt called anti hente club. So anti people club.
But what's,
Okay,
what's
gotcha.
a,
There you
what's
go.
a
Hentai. This is
Hentai is
Yes.
a group of people in Spanish. What's a hentai? I feel like an idiot. What is that?
I think
It's
he
anime
just.
porn.
Oh, oops. Okay.
Oh my god.
Well, I
There you
didn't
go.
know. How am I going to know? I don't watch that.
Dr. Coffin Nails points out that sleep is for closers, Tom. Yeah, like I said, sleep is for women, babies, and puppies.
But not Tom. We got to get you a shirt.
Tom.
I do not sleep.
Sleep, no, this is what I say. Tom is what sleep does when it rests. Too Much 77 says unrelated topic, but what in the hell is Jason Aaron doing writing the new King Conan? This fool has already ruined Thor and Punisher. I was under the impression Frederick Malmberg had our back. Hail Crom. Andre, where you at, my friend?
Andre's not back, I think.
Yeah, I think he might be.
He's not back yet. Don't we have
I
more super chat?
No.
I think that's the problem is they go, well, he ruined two things. Why as well go for a hat trick?
Well, hopefully Andre can come back. We'll bring this one back up when Andre gets back here. Your Muslim uncle says Righteous Gemstones, Holy Roller, Preacher Family, starring Danny McBride, the guy from Workaholics, and John. Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, that's
John
what
Goodman
the
is pretty
HBO
well.
show.
Okay.
That's the HBO
Yeah,
show.
I seen an ad for it.
Now I saw the ad for it. As soon as he said Danny McBride, I was like, oh yeah.
Obviously, it's a very badly named show.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have
It's not
anything to do with gemstones?
Or hentai.
Okay, you know what? I feel like you're making fun of me now, Paulie.
No, not at all, brother.
Man, if you watch Ricada, you're gonna learn. Mike, if you watch like Ricada's live streams, you'll learn a lot about Japanese anime.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's
I've never
about
seen it.
where I learned the most from.
Yeah.
From Brigada Law?
Yeah.
He talks about anime?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He throws it out once in a while. I learned stuff. I'm like, I had no idea existed. I'm like,
some
wow.
very interesting shit out there. DZV Titan says this chick is full of themselves and hilariously admitted they are easily replaceable, much like the aforementioned Congresswoman. Yes. Yes, indeed. This is a good point. Then Samurai Vader says Kamran always right. And that was when Paulie was laughing too, I think. Or not Paulie, but Mike was laughing. They told me I should isolate your laugh and use that at the end of videos, Mike.
It got memed, that laugh.
They did?
What?
Already?
What are you
Yes.
talking about?
Your little
Oh, you didn't see on Twitter?
I can't even do it.
I haven't been on Twitter all morning except to grab the link for the stream.
Well, there you go.
I can't even do the laugh.
It's pretty dope, actually. It's actually really cool.
Who did
You're
it?
gonna have to send it to us.
Here, let me grab it.
And then Rod Thunderheart says, "Hail, Midnight's Edge in the morning. I absolutely love Dune, and I think I saw how it possibly influenced Star Wars, but I'm really getting sick of the sandy desert planets."
I even saw another, like a knockoff film called The Dune, or like a knockoff film of it.
Oh, that I seen that.
Yeah.
I didn't see the movie itself, but I saw the thing.
Do you think it was? Do you think he took something from Herbert? I never thought about. I thought it was from Hidden Fortress.
Some of it. Oh yeah, George took a little bit of Hidden Fortress, a little bit of Dune, a little bit of John Carter, a little bit of oh gosh, what else? There's all kinds of stuff. He kind of just took little bits and pieces and threw it all in there. But yeah, a lot of influence from a lot of different things. Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina says, "Congrats, Kathy, but we know it's to shut you up." I hope so. I hope Cameron's right. I really do. But I just have more. I find it easier to believe that they're giving him the award, and then she just gets to tag along. More so, but I could be wrong. Then Steve Fitch says, notice that the cyberpunk gang in chapter 3 were the cleanest people on Tatooine. This is true. Who also had access to colorful clothing, apparently. They fit in more, if not on Coruscant. Yeah, we were talking about this. They fit in more on Coruscant than they do on Tatooine. Exactly. I agree with you there. I did notice they were abnormally clean.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like for supposedly like middle lower class citizens of this town or whatever. Yeah. They were living on the streets and all that shit. DCB Titan says, speaking of AOC, someone really needs to tell her no. The Centaurs had their time and nobody wants to get with her and bring them back. I'm not going there. Christian Corraleo says, off topic, but have any of you seen Elmo's meltdown over Rocco the Pet Rock? I can only imagine his reaction to Geo the Rock from High Republic. I've not. What is this about?
It's funny. It's because I don't remember the other character, but there was a pet rock and they were giving out a cookie, and the one puppet was telling the other one, he's like, "Well,
so like Rocco the animated show." Okay,
yeah, he's like, "I want the cookie too." She's like, "No, that's Rocco's. That's the Rock's." And he's like, "He's a rock." He's like, "I want his cookie." She's like, "It's his." And he's like, "But he can't eat it." She's like, "Yes, it's his." He's like, "He's a rock." And he starts, going crazy.
I have not seen it, so there you go. Michael Miller says, is this part of her goodbye tour? If so, by when? I hope so. The only reason I think Kamran might be right is because of the whole blood and bones thing, but we'll see. Definitely have to see how this goes. Valiant Renegade says PGA Awards partially tied to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Lucasfilm. DS Ford says, Tom, I remember when Kamran was predicting this last year and I was in the chat and we got this one already, but yes, thank you again, DS Ford. Michael Miller says KK and Kurtzman should co-start a piece of crap studio and hire JJ Abrams to direct everything.
Jesus. They'll go bankrupt.
Well, he's just got 9 lives. He just knows when to get good.
Yeah, but he always seems to slip in, grab all the money, make something shitty, and then slip out, and everybody else takes the blame.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. He knows right when to get out. But speaking of getting out, it looks like you have to leave us, George.
I do.
So thank you for being here and dropping in. We appreciate the time that you can join us. And I want to let everybody know to check out your channel, George the Giant Slayer, as well. Anything you want to plug real quick on your way out the door?
No, I have the episode 3 review coming out this weekend, but there's a big surprise. It's not going to be like the other 2, but there's also a surprise announcement, so pay attention to it. It's something that
I win a PS5?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know yet. I don't know. Once we get to 3,500, then I'll make the announcement because we have to go through the picker. But no, I want everybody to pay attention to it because I'm going to do it. There's going to be a really big surprise in that video. It's to show. It's kind of like to show Disney. We're going to try to show Disney how something is done. And Mike and I are working on it. I already told Tom.
I remember. I don't want to spoil it. So.
No.
Okay. We can't spoil it. We got too much work to do. And ladies and gentlemen, the chat stream. Major announcement. It's going to be epic, George.
It will be.
Job. Thanks for coming on, George.
Love you
Appreciate
all.
it.
Adam, Andre, when he's back. Paulie, Tom.
Bye, George.
Bye.
Have a wonderful day, my friend.
You too. Bye.
Kostas Lavranos says, Tom, buddy, I've been watching you guys for a long time. I was reluctant to have hope about KK's defeat, but as much as they can telegraph it, I think they have. She's out, man. Join me in the victory dance. I want to, Kostas. And I'll be joining you guys shortly if it's true. Trust me. I'm that guy. I'm the last guy to the party. I'm just that way. We'll celebrate though when it does happen, my friend. I guarantee it. Guaranteed. Let's see here. I hope Kamran was right earlier, and I have the whole you were right, blah 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 moment. I totally do, because that would be super cool. Let's see here. What do we got? Is Andre back yet?
Nope.
Because we got to get that one super chat from him. Because I know a little bit, but I don't know enough. And if I say the wrong thing, I'm going to get yelled at.
Right. Well, if you want to jump down, we've got an upgraded member, Paulus Plain.
Awesome.
Upgraded to Edgelord.
Well, that is amazing. Thank you so much for that, Paulus Plain. And then Kostos Lavranos has another super chat here and says, Andre, great video on He-Man. Too bad he's not here to hear that. Fall of an icon. But yes, I can tell you, we busted our ass on this so far. We're still not done. We're roughly halfway done. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of it. And I'm glad you guys have enjoyed it so far. And yeah, it's been a fun deep dive into the Masters of the Universe franchise. We're just halfway there so far.
Is it, Tom, is it part 3?
Yes, now we're on part 3. Yep. Okay. Yep, the first part was basically introducing how Masters of the Universe came to be to begin with. Part 2 was the introduction of She-Ra. Part 3 was the downfall of the franchise. And then part 4 is going to be a massive dive into the movie. And I'm sure we'll probably cover a little bit of 90 and the 2000 reboot, but those were kind of non-starters, so I don't know how much they'll really factor in overall. But then we get into the good stuff when we get to the She-Ra reboot, and of course, Masters of the Universe Revelation.
Yes.
So look forward to that. Hopefully, Darth Tony 1976 says, "You are up there with the greats of the old G4, Chris." Well, I wish Chris was here to hear that, but I will pass that on to him, Darth. We appreciate that. And we always give him praise anyway, because he is awesome. Heron Gaming News says, Jay and Silent Bob also beat up those trolls, Chris. Sorry we didn't get that one right away. But yeah, that I'm sure that was Kevin Smith working some shit out for sure. We've seen how he deals with people. He just blocks them. So I doubt he'd want to face off with me.
Blocked you.
Blocked me. He did.
Block all kinds of homies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw those pictures. Those are cool. We'll have to show those here before we go. I'm one who used to enjoy G4, says Just Nova 1138. It was fun and exciting. Without a thought of political or social drama. It's sad G4 has a different tone now. Yeah, and exactly just those last two things that you just said are exactly what's wrong with the show, or the channel, I should say. Floral from Under a Rock says, if G4 fired her, it would look good and be better. I know what you're saying, Floral, but no, the woke press would just have a fucking field day with them if they fired her right now. It would not exactly look good for them on that end of things. Now, they would probably gain some respect from some other fans, but they're not going to optically do that.
Did Netflix ever rehire those people that spoke out?
Nope.
And did those things?
Nope.
You mean against
Chappelle?
I think they hired the one back, but then she ended up quitting or some shit anyway. After the fact.
I mean, and they got what was the worst that they got? They got a protest of a couple dozen people, and a week later it was all forgotten.
Nobody gives a shit.
So just saying.
No, you're totally right, Paulie. Low Key 07 says, I love how the black guy next to her was low-key agreeing with her about not being as bangable as the previous host. That's right, you tell him.
That's right, you tell him. Ain't no one want to screw you. Oh, damn.
Oh, Lord. Blue-Eyed Groove Korean, let's see here, says, any company fearful of its own employees gets what it deserves, and catering to the vocal harpy minority is what gets us in the situation we're in now. I agree 100%. We've given too much rope, and we're gonna hang ourselves if we're not too careful here. Let's see here. Black Wolf Inc. says, salute and hail Midnight's Edge, Kamran Pasha, and DVD Tuesday, Chris Gore, Attack of the Show, and X-Play were my jam in college, and it upsets me that the woke BS is constantly being infected. I hear you, my friend. Like, I worked in an ISP when that show, like those shows were on, and we had that shit playing in the background constantly.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was like a soundtrack of my life for a while. Next we got Daniel here. Says, how is telling half of society that you hate them or even want them to die? How is that signaling a virtue? That phrase isn't even a pretense. No, I totally understand what you're saying, Daniel, but that's what they see it as.
That's
right?
what they've defined it as.
Exactly, yes. But I do get what you're saying, Daniel. Totally, 110%. Then we got STR Red Wolf, who said, question for Chris. Are you interviewing Leo Laporte, if I'm saying that right, and how the old screensavers spawned the TWIT podcast network? If so, I want to see your film. Sorry we didn't get that question for Chris. What I will do is screenshot that and hopefully remember that the next time he's on, and we'll ask him. And then we got Little Dan. Let's see here. Darren Hughes, who says on other channels, 9-person panel. We got this one already, but thank you again, Darren Hughes, for that. Callum Lyle says, no, she's
we
not.
We got that one, man. I'm going to speak over you. We got that one.
We got that one? Okay. Well, hello, Kitty. What is wrong with you? Sadie, quit being a meanie head. Sorry, dog's attacking the cat. Troy Pacelli says, attractive presenters, why can't more of them be like, attractive?
Goodness, thank you, Troy.
Attractive knows it, though not conceited, and radiates it naturally with class.
Hear,
Thank you
hear.
so
Hear,
much,
hear.
Troy Pacelli, thank you so much. I so appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yes, you guys. Come on now.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Anyhow, I think we're getting close to caught up here. Maybe. Let me see where we're at here. Let's see here. Mr. Tickle Trunk says that G4TV once displayed Olivia's panty pile long ago. There's good people behind G4TV, but the internet had already made the show irrelevant. It's unfortunate they added another nail to that coffin. That's a very good point too, Mr. Tickle Trunk. There's just so many different YouTubers and personalities that you could choose over them that are doing basically the same content. Yeah. Is Andre back yet? Douglas A. Burton says, as a man, I've never been judged or sized up by women. I've never been unfavorably compared to other men. And when women are forced to judge me unfavorably, they have never done so by being publicly blunt or crass. You've definitely been judged or sized up by women. They just didn't let you know. But no, the rest of it, I'm glad to hear for your sake, Douglas, that you have not had any problems in that department. So there you go. Paulus Plain says Olivia Munn was hot in the newsroom 2012-14. There you go. Let's see here. I cannot argue with that, of course, Paulus.
Yeah, she's still hot in my book.
Yeah. Darius,
back then she was just, she was a spaz. She was awesome on G4. It was that's her and Chris is what all I remembered.
Right. Darius Munchausen sends in a super sticker. I bet you it's popcorn, but I can't see it now. But thank you for that. Peter Spigelski says everyone has to remember that old school BF actually had Wookiee scalps as part of his outfit. That is true. Boba Fett, of course, he means there. So yeah. We got Stony D as a new member. Thank you so much. Stephanie Janicek is in the house. Says for Cameron and Chris, sorry I didn't get this right away. I feel like the show was rushed, hence the off feeling that being said, I like it for what it is. Yeah, maybe we did get this one.
I think we did read that.
Yeah, I know we tried to get the ones that were at Chris and Cameron.
Cameron related, yeah.
Sean Carter says, I keep seeing people say at least Boba doesn't suck. But that's like going on a boring date and saying, at least you didn't kick me in the balls.
Oh,
yeah, you got a point there, Sean. That's kind of like when people give me the review of, oh, well, it wasn't woke, but I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it wasn't good or was good, or like that doesn't tell me anything. Like, yeah. Planner Aspects is trying to keep Disney Plus kid friendly is sabotaging it. Yeah, could be. But then again, they get away with a lot on the Marvel shows, so I don't know, or at least they did on Hawkeye. Master Clockwork says, what I was expecting was a gritty crime drama with Book of Boba Fett. What we got was a sitcom. This feels like it should have been a cartoon. Yes, it feels very cartoony. I agree. I don't know if anybody else shares that sentiment, but Tennille89 says Boba Fett just seems so unfocused, trying to juggle a lot of balls in the air. He said balls, but forgetting it's standing under the ceiling fan. Exactly. Fortunately, the audience is largely out of fucks to give by now. Yeah, the ratings seem to be showing that. I wish Culture was here to talk a little bit about that because he keeps up to date with that stuff. But yeah.
I think Andre has returned, Tom.
Oh, yay. Andre, there was a specific question for you about Conan a few back. Let me see here. While I'm looking for that, why don't you read Master Clockworks here?
Yeah, absolutely. Master Clockwork says for $10, so thank you so much for that. Genuinely pissed at Book of Boba Fett because this isn't a bad concept, but the dialogue is terrible and the humor is awkward. I've never seen a better example of writing by comedy. The show lacks a clear vision.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't totally agree with that, but you're not wrong.
And this is where,
like
you
that?
know, too many, like having a writing group and all that kind of stuff can sometimes, I mean, I know you want multiple people when you're writing on a show, but something like this being as small as it is, it almost needs like a singular vision. Right.
Well, I thought, and I thought that threesome really had that locked in, but so far I'm wrong.
Yeah, I thought so too. I'm having a hard time finding here, Andre.
You know what? I'll find it. Try not to lose the place.
I'm way off now, but yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I look for it here behind the scenes. You try get back to where we are, and I'll find it here behind the scenes.
All right. Yeah, it was about the comic book, and I wish I should have copied.
I got it.
Okay, go ahead then.
Too much 77 says for £8.99. Unrelated topic, but what in hell is Jason Aaron doing writing the new King Conan? This fool has already ruined Thor and Punisher. I was under the impression Fredrik Moberg had our back. Hail Crum. And I can say that I also wasn't too impressed with Jason Aaron's 12-issue run at that Marvel kicked off the series with. It was too long. It was too many issues were just the same, and it didn't really get good until Jim Zub took over the title. That's when it got good. So I was not a huge fan of Jason Aaron's run. So far, one issue, or actually the second issue, was released today, but I haven't had the chance to read it yet. But the first issue of the King Conan series I thought was pretty interesting in that it actually picks up immediately after the adaptation of Conan of the Isles. So that means that this is chronologically after the last series and like the most uncharted territory that Conan has ever been placed in. In terms of does Fredrik have our backs, I will say this. Yeah, you might have some disagreement with the writer. You might not love the stories, but you know what hasn't happened. Conan has not been demasculized. He has not been sidelined. This is the hardcore Conan that's always been. He's as badass as he's ever been. Sleeps around, chops people's head off, all of the kind of stuff, all of the stuff that you usually associate with Marvel Comics. None of that has happened here. There's been no deconstruction. There's been no subverting of expectations. You might not like the direction that they've done it in, but none of the really horrible stuff that you would expect has happened. That is Moberg having our back.
That's awesome.
And since you're back, speaking of awesome, Andre, I wanted to show you the Into the Zorroverse.
Oh, nice. Yeah, of course. That is fantastic. Love it. Thank you. Also, if you check the video description, as always, there it says in video art by #Mr. Nailsin on Twitter. So go check him out. We always have it there just in case there is some in video artwork that we put out like this. So
the great Douglas Nelson.
Yes. Absolutely.
He had the female Zorro in there. He had the gay Zorro.
The Paulie Zorro?
It was fantastic.
Paulie Zorro. There you go.
You got a whip?
Yeah.
Do I got a whip?
I'll bet he does.
But yeah, no, and I also know a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes. And Moberg really does have our back. And like people give him a bum rap for things that weren't his fault, but if you knew what things would look like without his constant quality control, then you'd really appreciate everything he really does. If only the other properties we love would have someone who watches our back like he does,
right?
Things wouldn't be, our pop culture wouldn't be in this current state. And yes, Tom, did you find back to where we were?
Yes, Blue-Eyed Roof Korean, the base, says, rumor is Mos Vespa's from Voltron in season finale. There you go. Primer says, Star Wars is just lame now. Yeah. Well, it has been for a few years. That's for sure. And while I'm looking for the next one, Andre, why don't you grab these member chats that are in the private chat?
All right, let's do that then. I just have to go for it. Paulus Blaine, he upgraded to Edgelord. That's awesome. Really appreciate that. And then I'm starting from the bottom here, going up. AJ1218, who's been a member for 3 months, says, people forget that Adam Sessler was fired from the original G4. The rumors at the time were because of cocaine or sexual harassment. Well, of course, it could be both if that was a rumor.
Maybe Chris's documentary will let us know.
That's going to be a blast, I'm sure. And Rod Thunderheart,
who's
been a member for 7 months, says, hail, Andre, Tom, Script Doctor, Paulie. I don't get it. Why didn't they use the speeder bikes that were used in Return of the Jedi? Seems to be a more appropriate visual aesthetic. And yeah, that's
time-wise, they should, yeah.
Good observation. Who the hell knows?
It's not wrong.
That's the other thing that bothers me is like as many member berries and other Easter eggs that are thrown in here. It's like you are now in a time period where we are very well aware of what it should look like, and
especially since they got the Tashi station so legit,
Well, those are the little things that are distracting to me. Like that's the point. Like, yeah, now that we could have something where speeder bikes would make sense, and stuff like that. Even though we had, a couple
like the
already.
Flashback stuff is like the best kind of Star Wars.
But enough with the motorcycle talk because we have many more super chats to get to. But first, then
member chats.
Also, Aiken has been a member for 6 months at Midnighter. That's awesome. Congratulations, Lord Trinan. Been a member for 10 months, saying, someone knock all the black pills out of Tom's hands. Have some more hope, Tom. Hope is what set Midnight's Edge apart from other YouTube channels.
Hope is not a strategy, though.
Tom can do stuff now.
Yeah. Lord Trinan also says, oh, no, that's the same one. It was just copied twice.
And Andre, I mean, can kind of attack, like, I've just had a lot of stuff that just kind of like, it gotten to this point where it's just like, man, I've had enough, right?
Well, and also, everyone, keep it in mind that we've seen so many close calls. We very often know the different branching paths that were on the table, and we've seen so many times when they went with the worst option, and it's so painful and it's so frustrating, and we can't share everything that we know, because then we'd stop even knowing the things that we can share. But some of this stuff is like heart-wrenching, and it's going to make
demoralizing as fuck.
It would be demoralizing, and you can't accuse some people of being a little bit black-pilled from time to time.
But no, I try to go in positive. Even like when I went to see Ghostbusters 2016, it's not like I went in wanting to hate the movie. I wanted them to surprise me. I would rather be surprised by something I don't think I'm gonna like than to go into something wanting to be entertained and hate it. Right? Like that's where most of my frustration comes from. And I'm not that hard to entertain, right? I come up with shit like nunchucking dinosaurs.
No.
So it's very easy to entertain me.
I hadn't seen that movie up until I tried like a month ago, whenever like a week before Ghostbusters came out. I tried to check out that.
You tried. I love how you said tried. That means you didn't finish.
Yeah. But moving on here, then we had Peter Smigelski, who says Lucas has a producing credit in 2020 for the Clone Wars animated series. He also has producer credit for Star Wars Detours and a show called Strange Magic in 2015.
Now that's the movie, yes, that I was talking about, something magic or what, I couldn't remember the title. Strange Magic.
Strange Magic.
That's the movie that he produced, and that when Disney bought it, they basically buried it.
Yeah. And then Kit Kat says, apparently G4 intends to present itself as a forum for women gamers and anti-male gamers. I don't believe there is enough of them to support the channel. I'm very much enjoying Jeremy Griggs roasting these people. And yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, to me, that's looked like a home run on every count. And Scott Christensen, he's upgraded to Midnighters. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Moldovan Allen, that reminds me, as soon as we're done with He-Man, we're going to get into that Red Sonja retrospective, I promise you. And he says, happy to be back from holiday. Wish everyone a happy new year and glad to see everybody in good health. Thank you. So glad to have you back again. Hope you had a great holiday. And Dean Yu is a new member who's become a Viking, so welcome. And Billy D has also been a member for 10 months. That's brilliant.
We just lost Paulie.
And meanwhile, while Paulie finds himself, Sean Carter says, question, do the colored speeder bikes combine to make a supersized mega bike? Saw that with my son just now and he wanted to puke.
Oh. Like nothing about that screams like cool. Like you should see the memes that are posted on my fucking like it's hilarious. But anyway.
And then most recently we have Jesus Davila, who says wanted to thank everyone at Midnight's Edge for the laughs, discussions, entertainment, and insight. Thank you.
Well,
Thanks
we're
for
glad
being...
you're here to listen. That's that's what counts.
And with that,
we have a couple more super chats here. C-Man says Disney has a motivation problem with their shows. Yes. And I think a lot of this just goes to the writing. Part of it might be too many cooks in the kitchen. I think some of it is, I wish Script was here to kind of back me up on this, but I think a lot of them just don't understand basic writing anymore. Like, I don't know if it's not taught correctly or if these people are just getting picked up off the streets. I don't fucking understand, but like, I mean, I'm not a great writer, but I at least know basic writing, and that's where I can sit here and look at this stuff and go, well, what is the motivation here? Or what is this character doing? Or why are they acting this way when just a second ago they were doing this? Like, and then you compare it to something like Cobra Kai, where these guys have kept a tangled web of relationships with these characters together for 5 fucking years now. And I'm just like, how do they do it? I don't know. But everybody in Hollywood needs to take a note from these guys because they have managed to do it. And whatever they're doing it correctly. So
I agree.
Yeah,
and in addition to the motivation that is lacking, I think there's also no payoff. There has to be something gained and move the story along, or, something accomplished. And we're also not getting that.
Exactly. Anybody else?
Moving on.
No.
Chris X14N says Boba Fett was such a letdown. This should have been Godfather-esque story or Godfather-esque like story for him, or him being a bounty hunter, or maybe becoming a Mandalore. Yeah, I agree. I was expecting something a little bit more Godfather-esque as well. And then we had Mecha J, who sent in another 10, thank you, and says, what I got out of the Book of Boba Fett was that it is either neither good nor terrible, which is true. It's just bland and boring. There's nothing about it that grabbed my attention. I agree, Mecha J. It's not like I hate it per se. It's just, it's there. And it makes the worst sin of all, which is instead of being bad, it's boring. Like, it's worse when something is boring than when it's bad. I did enjoy some things, specifically like the stuff with the Rancor. I will admit, and seeing Danny, that was kind of cool. And like, that's the kind of stuff I wish they'd get more into, is like, okay, get into this world a little bit more. I know you were trying to do that with the Raiders, but that was very convoluted in my opinion. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. I agree with you 100% about the grabbing your attention business. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that, but yeah.
Next super chat.
Yes. We got Loki again, says, turns out Book of Boba Fett is actually part of Disney's little golden book collection.
Oh my God. I remember those books.
Yes, indeed.
Awesome.
I love those books growing up.
Gosh.
Let's see here. Gotta catch up.
Yeah, as you're catching up, I would say episode 2 was pretty amazing. Still standing by that.
I mean, I didn't even hate this episode so much, but there's just so many things that were cringe. All of Van S says, damn, all my favorite folk on one panel today. Wow.
Pretty amazing panel, I gotta say.
Was.
And we still have more than 1,000 watching 4.5 hours in.
Wow. Thank you so much for being here. Still.
Thank you.
Tennille89 says, I want a Script Dr. Kamran Star Wars collaboration heading the writer's room, henceforth referred to as Scamran Collective. You do it justice.
Nice.
Yeah, we got that one. That was brilliant.
Paulus Plain says, Script Doctor, please take a picture of Poteen on Twitter, please. With love from Norway. Well, hopefully he hears that. If not, I'll ask him for that. EBA Unit says, Geeks and Gamers lost a sub last night. Jeremy insulted the way I vote and think. He's now the thing he fought against. Rip, get woke, go broke, ME. Well, I don't know about that. I wasn't there, so I would think that somebody wouldn't go get political like that. I'm not gonna get political here.
Well, that Jeremy is political and it comes with a package. And if he disagrees with, or if you disagree with him, then that's comes with the territory, I guess. But we're not going to. We're going to try to be respectful for different views.
Well, and sorry too. He had that experience, But it's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
We don't always agree with everything our favorite people say or do. So
we don't
exactly.
I don't know the entire context either, so I'm not gonna.
Right.
Yeah.
All I said that we would just try to focus on the things that we all love and that we agree on that unites us.
I honestly don't give a shit who votes for who
and political persuasions.
I'll vote for you, Tom.
I'm more worried about if you'd vote for Pepsi or Coke.
Yeah,
like that kind of shit. I give a shit more about.
Is that an argument?
No, really. Coke is a bad drug. No one should use any of that stuff.
Frankie would argue with you.
Listen, you know what? Let's read super chats.
Trex says, let's not forget that Boba Fett is going to have to deal with the sons of Tatooine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh. And Jabba the Hutt's son. What the hell is he?
Yeah, what's his face from the Clone Wars? Kit Kat says George the Giant Slayer has a great channel. He is intelligent, informed, articulate, and he manages to be eloquent and passionate while staying calm and thoughtful. Indeed, he does. He is a great addition to YouTube, and you should check him out. He does drop videos very regularly. Rod Thunderheart says, what are they? Electric bikes? Yeah. They're basically little scooters. They just remove the wheels. CGI.
Like go only 5 miles per hour.
Yeah, literally. I'm like, dude, those can get up to 25. Let's clip it. Let's go. Come on. Gonzalo Bergelli, if I'm saying that right. What is that? Is that?
It's just. I think it's Uruguayan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it Uruguayan?
Yeah, Uruguayan pesos.
Awesome. Thank you for listening to Uruguay. Boba Fett would have filled every scene with gratuitous disintegrations.
Yeah, I agree. That's what he would have done. That's what people were expecting, and they subverted those expectations.
And Gonzalo is a frequent person in Midnight's Edge Espanol in our chat.
Muy bueno.
Well, thank you for being here.
Gracias, Gonzalo.
Douglas Burton coming in again with another $4.99 says Boba Fett feels like it's all concept art first. Then someone tries to link the pictures with minimalist storytelling. Honestly, I'm thinking after this last episode, I'm watching those. I'm like, I'm not so sure these are even concept art as they're just like, I wonder if they're just done after the fact. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong.
I agree with you. I think they were done as
they're
art.
too on the nose for me.
They're too on the nose. I thought the same thing after the during the first episode, and for sure by the second episode.
I mean, during the Mandalorian, they seemed a little bit more conceptual, right? Like, because you look at like Ralph McQuarrie's concept art, look at any concept art for any movie. Very rarely does that concept art carry over directly to what it looks like on screen. Like that's very, very rare. And
I thought it was beautiful. I think they're beautiful.
They're beautiful art.
Amazing.
Don't get me wrong. And there's a lot of them, especially from like Mandalorian. I remember, like I would say, oh yeah, that would make a great poster or whatever. But I don't know. Just for some reason, I'm kind of feeling like I'm being played. Like I don't know. Maybe they are. I could.
Well,
be
you know how else you know that they're not done before the fact? Because they allude to being storyboards, and one thing we know 3 episodes in, this story was not boarded.
Oh, I'm bored.
No, I meant.
Oh no, they were wait. It's concept art, but I'm pretty sure they were done after the fact.
That's what I'm saying. Then it wouldn't be concept art.
But Boba Fett feels like it's all concept art first.
Yeah, I get what he's saying though. Like the show,
Right, I'm confused by his statement and by what you guys were saying. Sorry about that.
I get what he's saying. He's saying it's like somebody goes through, makes like all those art pieces we see at the end,
right?
And then they expect the writers to like connect the dots between all those awesome art pieces.
Well, that's probably how it started out. But let's move on.
Absolutely. SN441 says it's funny when something falls on its face, but it's disappointing to see opportunity wasted. Yes, indeed. That's why I hated the sequel trilogy. I think that's one of the biggest problems most people have with it, is that it's just such a wasted opportunity. Even if they do anything to kind of make it not count, or I don't think they're ever going to erase it, but even if they were to go to some extent like that, it ain't going to matter because it's just too late. Can't do anything to fix it.
And we got this one.
This one?
So,
okay.
Yeah. So then it's Tina Bojan, which is the next after that.
Do you have it ready to bring up on screen?
I do. I can't bring it up, but I have it here behind.
Wishing the chat and panel a glorious weekend. Well, thank you, Tina Bojan. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much. And then same with the next one. We got the next one.
All right.
And the one after that. So the one after this one is T Neil 89.
All right, go ahead and read it while I'm getting there.
Which is who says for $5, KK's more like mind cancer, which is to say, not like a brain tumor. She's hurting our ideas.
Whoa,
you're not wrong.
And then we have got the one after that as well. So then we are, and the one after that, the next one that we have not gotten is from Harando, just Harando, who says for 10 Brazilian reals, could Rangers of the New Republic and the Book of Boba Fett be interconnected? And suddenly they had to rewrite the whole thing because Gina Carano was fired. Yeah, this is what I believe it was Tom who speculated earlier.
Well, Kamran actually brought that up initially.
Oh, it was Kamran who said it. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, yes, it absolutely could. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I believe because he was referencing this super chat. That actually sounds extremely plausible. That very well could be that there was some link that meant that the two of them made sense, and then half the puzzle suddenly disappeared, and what we're left with is what we're seeing right now. That actually would not surprise me.
At the same time, I can't imagine her playing such a big enough role in this show for it to cause such a disconnect.
I can, because it's not just her, because Rangers of the New Republic wasn't just a Gina Carano show, it was the Rangers of the New Republic, which would set up the Gina Carano show.
Yeah, but what would she, my point is what role could she even have played
We
in that?
don't know. The writers knows that, and it's up to them to decide. But if this happens, then they just lost half the story. And we don't,
I mean,
it's impossible to speculate on.
I don't know about half the story. That's my point. Like,
Yeah,
it could have just been a cameo.
Fine. And it could have been 30%. We don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, I'm not so like, yeah.
And then we also got the super chat after that. So
and then we got Full Metal Smile is next, I believe.
The next one, yeah.
Like Spencer Trilby would say, Boba Fett. So far, gentlemen, you haven't been blowing my skirt up. Yes, indeed. That is true. Mags waiting for FF6 says, what a fantastic and great show today. Diverse schools of thought, awesome civil discourse. Love Andre Kamran script, Tom, Paulie, George, Chris. I can't even talk. And we hit over 2K watching today. Yes, we did.
That's incredible.
Love to
Thanks, everyone.
Great
and then
moderator
Zontar,
and great member of the community.
Sorry, and then Zontar recommends the documentary The Arrow from 1997. Or docudrama, I should say.
Docudrama, okay.
Yeah. I kind of, for some reason, I remember that. For some reason, I don't know. Maybe I've seen it, or I don't know if I've seen it. But
The Arrow. I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar. Chris is setting in another one and says, my partner Jace on 540 Studios wants to do a Who's Better Norwegian with you, Andre.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Norwegian challenge.
Yeah.
We got to come up with some Norwegian trivia.
That sounds like fun.
Boy, oh boy. Do I get to come up with it? Because I'm lost and I'll have to fucking do enough research.
No, I can do it.
Well, then if you do it, then that's pointless.
That's the point.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have Natasha do it. Red Mask says, I get so tired of hearing people complain about that G4 host blew up about, while Hemsworth and Momoa get made into eye candy a lot. Yeah, we brought up that point too, Red Mask.
Especially on Twitter, and so see like all the viral TikTok videos and stuff, like all the women who are there for Jason Momoa if it needs them. Yeah, they're funny in a way, but if it had been the other way around, if it had been, I don't know, if it had been like Megan Fox dumping Machine Gun Kelly, and like you had all these guys saying, "Oh, I'm here for her," someone would have called the police.
Let me tell you something. Every time I put up on the slant of a video on Salma Hayek, right? I always get from my Latina friends, and it is what it is, but they're always like, I want one of Oscar Isaac, I want one of Diego Luna, I want one of they want the eye candy too, man. Secure women, they love that stuff. They love looking at good looking men.
Yeah,
I mean, you're on
television. It's not secure.
If they didn't, then guys like Chris Farley would be movie stars all the time. I would be a fucking movie star. Yeah. So whatever. Neil89 says, "Oh, before I forget, Tom, I sent you a DM yesterday, sir. Nothing important or anything. Just thought you'd get a kick out of it. I'm not sure what your handle would be on either Twitter or Facebook, but let me know. And if it's Instagram, I'm lucky if I check that once a week. Let me know in the chat. You don't have to super chat. Just
me and Tom suck at social media.
Yes, we do. Michael Miller is here again and says, if we get Zorroverse, I insist we de-age Shauna O'Brien's large bear top, and she blackmails living Zorro to take her.
Wow, nice.
It's like you're fantasizing a little bit there, Michael Miller. About
well, I don't blame him, because she was Zorrita. Passion's Avenger.
Yeah. And then Mickey Rooney points out that there's no ugly people, just lack of beer.
Wow.
This is true. Septian Peterson says, never underestimate the power of alcohol. Indeed.
Yeah, or of beer goggles.
Yeah, that too. Everyone is hotter than Morgan Webb, including Tom. Forskerin is no personality or has no personality. And G4 has lost 2,000 subs.
Whoa!
Wow!
I have to say that she was really unlucky with like picking Froskurin as a handle, because there's a way to misread that.
Rumbled foreskin. I'm gonna say it.
Go woke, go broke.
Paulus Plain says the G4TV woman come across like a man H lesbian preparation.
Oh.
Yeah. And then Paulus Plain just says lesbian separatist B. You're probably not wrong there, but I'm not gonna get into all that business. Then Rod Thunderheart says, "Hail Mexican Iron Man, how's the book coming? How did you like Brazilian how do you say that?
Capoeira.
So I don't want to give his book away, Rod. It's funny that he sent that super chat.
Well, to finish it up, he goes, to the research I put in Chile, the creepy assassination. Now go ahead.
Nice. Yeah, so Rod, I really want to see this thing made into a movie. I don't know what context he has to make that happen. I'm halfway in. I said this earlier in the stream, Rod, that I'm loving it. And I'm going to I'm actually going to use my channel. I'm going to do a full review video on this. Dude, it is great. I don't want to give away any spoilers, but it's a story of this chick who's invisible, and then it's just so fucking good. There's all these characters. It's how do I describe it? It's there's martial arts. There's just all of our favorite fandoms are in this thing one way or another, and it's completely and totally original. And the first 10-20 pages are really good, and then you jump in, and I'm almost at page 200, so I'm almost 2/3 of the way done, I think. So yeah, read this. Rod Thunderheart's book is awesome. So
I want a signed copy.
Yeah. Neil89 says, lies and hearsay. Tom has no free time. He was forcibly converted to become a nuclear powered during a mysterious trip to Norway. Now perpetually in motion.
Yeah, that secret has been revealed.
I feel like it some days. Mr. Tickle Trunk says this is thin-skinned generation, Gen X. Yeah. They need some Johnny Lawrence in their lives. That's what they need.
Yeah.
Even Danielson.
The only pronouns in this dojo are sensei and student.
And yes, that's true.
That's it. Master and student.
Quiet. Mr. Tickle Trunk says, Mike, some of us are just more animal.
So am I. Rare.
You sound just like
You sound like Bambino, dude.
Bambino,
What?
yeah.
No,
You sound just like Bambino.
I'm gonna go to the source. RM. Do you feel the fire?
Oh, I feel something.
Wait, what?
No.
I gotta say it. Now, from now on, this is you, Mike.
Hi, it's an alien.
And I got to say something too. Carry on.
Indeed. Blue-eyed Roof Korean, the base says, was the G4 thing live? If so, unhinged, crazy rant, and she needs help. If it was scripted and pre-recorded, this is a stunt to revive the old gamer game. Yes.
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit of both.
Exactly. A little bit of both. One does not have to rule out the other.
Yeah. And then Septian Patterson, if I'm saying that right, says people think being in show business will fix something inside them, but all it does is expose their faults even more. Yes. And a lot of these kind of people are so narcissistic anyway. Like most actors I've met outside of the very few that are actually gracious and decent are just fucking stuck up pricks. So yeah, very narcissistic. And I'm sure most hosts and stuff are the same way. I'm a diva. So
yeah, you are.
House of Trades says, Hail Midnight's Edge. For me, we're 7 D+ shows in, and the trend is short seasons with blah episodes until the last 2 where 90% of the excitement is. A 6 to 9 episode season. Everyone should knock my socks off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a great.
This is very little real estate to work with. And when Cobra Kai can do it in 5 hours, what is this show's excuse?
Cobra.
You are the only person who didn't love the show.
I'm not.
Even
I
one
am not.
episode of Cobra Kai can do it.
I am not. I am not.
Name one person.
No,
I'm not
I'll
call
name a
someone
person
out.
here. I'll name the person called Move Along.
Yeah, because Andre's got shit to do.
Why? We're trying to go to 6 p.m. tonight. Come on.
Yes.
We can do it. How many people we still have?
Tanilo says Steve Buscemi comes to mind for merit over looks. Yeah, he was kind of funny looking.
Very funny looking.
What do you mean funny looking? You know, just
Mr.
funny
Pink.
looking.
Why Mr. Pink?
Because I'm trying. I got to get to the next super chat here.
You
Mike.
move along.
Mikey
Bambino.
wants to watch Bible Black, or just watch Bible Black, says Hyperguyver.
Yeah.
Okay. What's that about? Oh,
I think it's an anime.
Move along.
No, move along.
Or it's a
Move
hentai,
along.
actually. Duro On sends a super sticker for €49. Thank you for that. Baukus Gamer, if I'm saying that right, says, first time super chat. Thanks for your show.
Oh,
and
that's
informative
awesome. Thank
commentary, and has helped me get by while my wife is away caring for her dying father. I'm assuming. Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, thank
Please
you.
keep
And
up the great work.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can be a welcome distraction for you. Yes.
Yes, absolutely, and best of luck to your wife and father-in-law, and we send our love and our best thoughts and wishes.
Yep.
It's a very
Healing
trying time
thoughts.
indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
And then Edgy number 1 says, "Hi guys, caught you a bit late, but we'll watch from the start later. Your He-Man retrospective has been awesome so far. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you so
Oh,
much
thank
for
you.
that.
Yeah,
That means a lot.
a lot of work went into that. Like the opportunity cost us many other videos, so
Yeah.
we do hope that people will enjoy them.
Professor Gray says G4 used to include sexuality as part of the sale. We have, I think he means she is
Yeah.
better, though I would not object to a swimsuit moment. I'm not going to suggest that.
Thank you.
I don't want to get in trouble. The DCB Titan says, I find it funny that the best Star Wars we've gotten out of Disney is Visions, probably because Disney and Lucasfilm had all input story-wise. Potentially.
Yeah, that sounds like a good, reasonable assertion.
And then Eric Calavera says, you know that G4 lady looks like Cody Rhodes, and Sue Sylvester had a child and she grew up to be a raging Karen. Again, I'm not going to comment too much on her looks. She's the one that brought up her fuckability, though, on that respect. So
yeah, no one else did.
I can't fault anybody else for doing so. So, yeah. Of course, I did say she dresses like an anime character. It's not my fault.
I thought she looked like Cyberpunk, but
Something like that, yeah.
Who are we talking about?
The G4 lady.
Foreskin.
Loki 7 says, are we sure that award that George and Kathy are getting isn't for having the best turkey necks?
And only unofficially.
I resent that. Dr. Long Dongler sends in a super sticker as well. Thank you for that. Can't see what it is now, but we appreciate it.
I can. It's a popcorn.
Well, thank you for the popcorn. That might have been when we were getting into some deep debate and discussion there.
Yeah, no, that would have been very recently.
Okay, good. Because we're getting close. Yeah, we're getting there now. And then STR Red Wolf says, yeah. I think he's trying to do like,
yeah, like the noise that a cat would make.
Yes. DCB Titan says Black Bible is hentai, and it is art. I said it was hentai. Indeed, I was right. Yay! And we're caught up.
It's so funny because we talked about hentai. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that threw me off too. So did we miss anybody's super chat? Please let us know now in the chat. In the meantime, Paulie, anything coming up you want to plug real quick?
Yeah, I just put it in the chat. I just dropped a new video on not only Danny Trejo but other actors in Boba Fett that you might not have missed. It's a little spotlight on 6 actors that did a hell of a job, including the Black Chrysanthemum, who was also a makeup artist, who's won Emmy Awards as a makeup artist. So really cool little spotlight on these. So that's out right now.
Oh, that's cool.
All right. Anything you want to plug before you go?
Just please check me out on Positive Fandom, my channel on YouTube, and also later tonight at 3 a.m. Eastern on Midnight Metal on the Burn Network.
I missed like 8 super checks. Are you fucking with me?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. And with that, though, I want to thank everybody else for joining us earlier, from Chris Gore to Culture Casino to I'm going to forget 20 people in the process.
Kamran,
George the Giant Slayer,
Doctor.
Kamran, Script Doctor. Check out all their channels and
George.
Patreons. I did say George. Who else did I miss? Anybody?
Jorge.
Yeah, I missed whoever that is. And we didn't get
Culture,
to the Scream story. I did say Culture.
Okay.
But the Scream story, the short version is 2 guys who are from a YouTube channel called Radio Silence are the ones behind the new Scream film. So I thought that was kind of interesting story to get into, but maybe we'll save that for a later date. Maybe I'll check out the movie this weekend and we'll have
we
more.
did. I removed it from the video description.
Okay, so there you go. I just in case anybody wanted to know what that was all about.
That's out, huh? Yeah, but
that came out yesterday.
Excited about it.
Yeah, it's getting kind of mixed reviews now. It got major great reviews from the main reviewer, so that's a bad sign. And with that, then I think it's about time for some koalas in the rain. What do you guys think?
Woohoo! Adios. Have a good weekend.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
And I'm going to share a link real quick. Go out and check FNT. Tell them that Midnight's Edge sent you.
And come back on Monday for our 200th Midnight Edge in the morning.
Whoa!
Oh, really?
You just say that right now.
Now you say it.
Wow.
This is 199.
All right. Well, see you guys Monday then. Or I'm sure I'll do something on Midnight's Edge after dark this weekend. Good night, kids.
Bye.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain. No fucks given.